In the realm of kings and queens, only a select few dare to claim the ultimate crown. Who has what it takes to challenge the reigning world chess champion? This April, the journey unfolds in the heart of Toronto, where history meets the horizon of intellect at the FIDE Candidates 2024. With a star-studded lineup, the world's most brilliant minds converge to battle it out over the board. Some we have seen here before, some faces are new, a prize fund that speaks volumes and a title that echoes through eternity. Who will emerge as the challenger? Who will etch their name in the chess history book? Join us for the spectacle. Witness the birth of legends, a victor in the open and women's section. Watch the event live on FIDE YouTube.
from Toronto, Canada, where we're about to begin round 5 of the 2024 FIDE Candidates Tournament. Yesterday we had a free day, so let's see how well rested our players are today. Follow me to the playing hall. We've got some interesting clash-ups today in both sections. In the open, we've got leader Nepo facing the youngster Prague, and in the women's section, leader again, Tan, facing the youngster Salimova. What will happen? Lots of exciting games, I'm sure. Follow the live broadcast where Irina and Vishy will be guiding you through all the games. Back to the studio.
Hello everyone, welcome to our coverage of the 5th round of play of the 2024 candidates. My name is Irina Krush, and I'm going to be joined by Vishy a little bit later in the show because he's going to be at the tournament venue helping our special guest make the first move of the day. And that's actually going to be really exciting when you see who that special guest is. So for now, let's take a look at the results of round 4. We have one decisive game. Nepo won against Vidit in the Berlin endgame, and that was the big result for the day, which catapulted him to clear first place in the Open. The standings have him at 3 out of 4, being chased by Caruana and Gukesh at 2.5, the young Prague at 2 points, and half of the tournament is on a -1 score. In the ladies, we had a win from the Bulgarian player Salimova against Humpy Koneru. That was a wild game. Humpy took some risks with the black pieces and they didn't work out. It was really quite a nice and convincing victory for Salimova. We also had a couple of missed chances by Katerina Lagno to take down the leader Tan Zhongyi and by Anna Muzychuk to defeat Lei Tingji. Those games ended in draws, so the standings leave Tan Zhongyi on the first position with 3 points, chased by Garechkina at 2.5, 3 players at 2, and 3 players at 1.5. So we're going to be showing you a video of the highlights from round 4.
4 rounds have been played at the FIDE Candidates in Toronto, and the first rest day is upon us. The players will have the chance to experience the April 8th solar eclipse with the Lake Ontario cruise. The tournament continues to be a treat for the fans, with a lot of uncompromising fighting chess and decisive results. Our man of the day is the winner of 2 previous FIDE Candidates tournaments, Jan Nepomniachtchi, who became the sole leader with the win against Vidit. Jan, playing with white, was pressing Vidit out of the opening, both on the board and on the clock. Vidit failed to coordinate his defensive setup, which allowed Jan to use his central pass pawn and piece activity to seal the deal. With 2 wins and 2 draws, the tournament has thus far been a smooth sailing one for the 2-time World Championship challenger. Hikaru Nakamura and Pragnananda were the first to finish today. Nakamura, with the white pieces, did not manage to get much out of the opening in the Roy Lopez and agreed that a draw was a logical result. Against Fabiano Caruana, the top seed, Gukesh demonstrated creative defense in his game. When it seemed that Fabi was applying some pressure with white, Gukesh came up with 2 clever intermediate moves, which helped black to equalize. Caruana continued to try to squeeze water from stone, but Gukesh remained precise till the end, and the players agreed to a draw on move 72. In our final game, Alireza Firouzja was up a pawn against Nijat Abbasov, but it did not make much of a difference, as Alireza's extra pawn was a double pawn on the king side, and Abbasov had enough defensive resources to make this an easy draw. Nevertheless, Firouzja exploited all his chances and the game finished in a draw on move 64. The FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament today had the potential to produce 3 decisive results from some spectacular battles. Unfortunately, one game lived up to expectations. Nurgul Salimova, playing with white against Humpy Koneru, bounced back from her defeat yesterday by outplaying her more experienced opponent. After the game, Salimova said that she felt like she had always been in control and the game went very well for her. Katerina Lagno, upper pawn, had a winning position against the tournament's leader Tan Zhongyi. However, Lagno blundered in time trouble and Katya stormed out of the playing hall after the game finished in a draw. Anna Muzychuk also did not manage to convert her winning position into a full point. This is the 2nd game in a row that the Ukrainian player had to settle for a draw. Similarly to yesterday, the path to the victory was not an easy one. One precise move was required in her rook endgame against two passed pawns, and Muzychuk sadly did not manage to find it. The game between Alexandra Goryachkina and Vaishali was a calmer battle. It did not have the surprises and the evaluation swings of the other three games, and the game gradually concluded in a draw. We will be back tomorrow as we have a rest day today. As it stands, we have Jan Nepomniachtchi as our sole leader in the FIDE Candidates Tournament and Tang Zhongyi as our clear leader in the FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament.
So yesterday during the free day, the players and accompanying guests were invited to go on a river cruise to get a good look at the solar eclipse. And we also have a video for you guys from that trip.
Happy Monday, welcome aboard.
I didn't see, or I just didn't pay enough attention, but now I could see how it becomes dark very quickly, and also then when it gets brighter.
It was pretty dark and scary at certain point, yeah, but now it's getting back to normal, and I can feel like life is also getting back to normal. Yeah.
I really found it fascinating. I think it was beautiful. Yeah, it was really special for me.
Yeah, we had a few minutes of darkness, and then suddenly it was light again. So that passed fairly quickly. That was a fun boat trip, Vishy.
Yes, it was a blast, except that the clouds rolled in at the right or the wrong moment, depending on your perspective. It was fantastic, and the atmosphere in the boat was great, and everyone was having fun. So, and we did catch the darkness and everything else. So
yeah, I mean, the clouds got in the way. Definitely when the clouds come, you can't see the sun at all. That's what I discovered. But we did have some moments of clear sky when you can actually see the moon beginning to get in the way of the sun.
Yep.
So that was actually my first solar eclipse that I got to see, Vishy. How about for you?
It was my first as well.
So we are waiting for our special guest to make the move in the game between Vidit and Caruana. And Vishy, you had a chance to spend some time with this special guest before you arrived in the studio. Do you want to tell us who it's going to be?
Yes, so it's the legendary tenor Andrea Bocelli, and he's a big chess fan. Apparently, he plays online, in his own words, at least once a day. Yeah, I think he's just coming on stage now.
Yeah, we can see the FIDE CEO Emil Sutovsky also on the stage.
And he mentioned he wanted to meet Fabiano because Fabiano is Italian, half Italian. So anyway, I played a game against him, and I enjoyed this very much. He set a nice trap for me. Basically, he wanted to make a discovery with his bishop and capture my queen. And it was very funny. He was almost disappointed when I didn't fall into it. But I thought, that's lovely, that's a someone who's enjoying the game of chess.
Did you finish the game, or did you?
Yes, we
You
finished the
did
game.
finish the
actually, yeah.
game. Okay, so you were black in that game.
I was white.
Oh, sorry, you were white.
I was
Yeah,
white,
it's his bishop on d6. Yeah.
His bishop on d6, rook
Yeah.
on d8, and he tried to get a bishop into h2 check. And well, I thought,
So it looks like the games are starting, and we're going to be getting our first moves. We haven't really talked about the matchups yet, so let's see what we have on the board. We have e4 by Firouzja. Maybe we can do a bird's eye view of all the boards. Yeah, so Firouzja playing e4 against Hikaru is definitely not a surprise. Gukesh playing e4 against Abasov is a bit of a surprise for me. They don't have a lot of games in their history, but in their previous game, it was actually a Vienna. Gukesh was white, Abasov played the Vienna variation, and Gukesh wound up winning that game. Right, that was in 2022 in the Sharjah Masters tournament. So yeah, only 2 classical games between them, but Gukesh definitely starting with a little bit of a surprise with e4. And we also have a Sicilian by Caruana against Vidit, which I think is, not shocking, but always a pleasant, choice by Caruana. He actually played that against Firouzja a couple of rounds ago.
correct. And it's the only non-king pawn opening today. So all the other 3 are e4, e5s.
Okay, so we know which one is going to be my favorite game to look
And in
at.
fact, 2 of them are Petrovs. Pragnananda against Jan and Gukesh against Abasov. Both are Petrovs today. So nice to have some variety on the other boards.
And interesting to see if is Vidit going to go for the Rosalimo with bishop b5, or is he going to go for the open Sicilian? Okay.
Okay, so those are
Rosalimo on the board, so that's the same move that Firouzja chose against him.
And Fabi is going for the same line again. Okay.
So now knight c3, was it knight d4 that was their game with Firouzja?
Yes. What else can you do? You can play e5, knight d5, knight c3. That's the other line here. But I guess if within his team will have checked this, then they will definitely should play knight c3. It's been a long time
So
since
this move
something else
is
has been
much
the main
more
line.
rare. It's actually much more rare, right, than like all of other black
It
choices.
had its moment in the sun, so to speak. And I've also faced knight c3, e5. But
like this.
yes, and then the point is if you capture on c6, capture on e5, then you capture on e4. And if white captures, then you fork. You fork the knights. But
Yeah, that's a famous idea.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Vidit went for bishop takes d6.
Okay, so he's deviating, and
Immediately.
he's just going to get d3 and h3 and probably.
So this is looking a little bit like when Caruana was white against Abasov, but we don't have that pawn being on a6, right?
Yes.
So
Which is a big deal because the b6 square was quite an important theme in that game, whereas today it will not be a problem.
All right, let's take a quick look at Firouzja versus Naka. So this game is in Italian with d3, bishop c5, c3, h6, and this white queen coming out
and
pretty
here,
early.
if instead of queen b3, knight b2, d5, bishop b3 would be the
Is it
Humpy game as well, I think. Humpy against Vaishali. And maybe also Jan against Alireza. No, but that was slightly different. But in fact, Alireza seems to have prepared queen b3, just shut the possibility down. And if castles, I guess,
a4?
a4.
So I guess it's slightly unusual. I mean, this like early queen development, and with these pawns being pushed, I mean, usually you kind of see these squares being open for the bishop. Let's see how they're doing in their head-to-head. So Ali Reza actually doesn't have any wins against Naka in classical chess, but Naka has only 1 win. So they really haven't played all that much with each other. And yeah, they have a draw from the 2022 candidates where Firouzja played 1d4. So today he went for 1e4. I was actually thinking he could try 1d4. again, but he didn't. And yeah, their draw came from their decisive game, I think, came from Norway Chess 2023.
Okay.
I think. I think that's what I wrote down. So here we go. D6 on the board. And the problem is for white that it's going to be harder to push these pawns. So is white trying to go with A5 in general in these positions? And
I would guess so. I would guess that you play A5 or you allow black the possibility. If I castle, black can play A5, B5. Black could play A5 to fix the pawn structure, so to speak. And then after B5, go knight B8 and reroute it via D7, maybe to B6 or something. So in fact, if white plays A5, I would like to go knight B8 myself and play knight to D7 because the knight has run out of things to do on C6, I think.
yeah, so Vishy, would you say that the main point of this queen B3 move is just to stop D5, all the systems with D5?
I don't see another point. It kind of also forced black to castle because of the F7 thing. And essentially, wait, hang on. He played A4. If he had castled, maybe he was afraid of... No, because A5, B5, the pawn on...
There is actually something that he was
because he
afraid
can
of.
throw in A4. So A5,
Yeah.
B5, A4. But you can't take on... If I move the queen back to D1, let's say, what's he going to do? Knight A5? Must be knight A5.
Right.
Queen takes A4.
And somehow are we
And
just
what
going to
is the great
go...
move here? D5 maybe. I think it must be D5. Because we're trying to use the fact that this queen is out there where it shouldn't be.
Right. So basically, okay, what you're saying is black needs to do something quickly because otherwise white just goes back maybe to C2, although even then there's some sort of a knight E4 tactic, but then I guess there's bishop F7. So is this white's next move or is white trying to do something else?
Queen C2 is not the greatest extra pawn you will see. I mean, I could even take and play, bring my knight to the C5 square in front of the double C pawns, something like that. But I think black would like to play D5. Let's have a look. Maybe this is just very pleasant for black.
Yeah. So you take, knight takes, and the open A file kind of serving black well. Yeah, it's a little awkward for white. So you have to do something quickly. You don't have time for like
He's got
B6,
knight
bishop
B2
E7.
actually. No, might not be ridiculous.
Yeah, it wasn't.
So the computer is not very impressed. Why? If I go queen C2, is that the problem? No, that isn't the move. Then what is
Interesting that this is even like quite nice for black again. Where like why is black better here? Because I mean, this is kind of hard to believe that black is like better, is it? I mean, oh, look at that.
And then you want to go bishop B7 or D6 maybe?
Interesting that like this is even an edge for black despite the fact that he's down a pawn.
Sure. Well, it's just very hard to do anything with that A pawn. Okay, he's gone knight BD2. Delaying castling. Is he going to play H3 G4 and avoid castling altogether? Maybe then follow up with knight F1 G3 or something?
That would be a really fascinating plan. I mean, using the fact that like black is not able to really break in the center. So you're saying this kind of plan without castling shorts and actually just preparing the attack.
Yes, but again, this attack would work better with the queen on D1. It's off to the side. But he had to do that to stop D5, so there's a little bit... I mean, white kind of found himself forced to play queen B3 in order to get the time to do all these things. Let's see if something can be done H3. Shall we take a quick look at Fabi and Vidit, what's going on there?
Okay. So after...
Fabiano brought his bishop out. That's interesting, because after H3, bishop H5, the first question I want to ask myself is, why not G4? I mean, that bishop should be kind of awful on G6. You will play F6 and E5 and bishop F7 at some point, but in the meantime, I I would rather be white here. Also, can I just chuck the e-pawn? Can I go e5 here? Knight d5, e6. Just smothering that thing. Apparently not. In which case, the problem is the
queen d6 maybe?
I would assume f6 and knight c7. No?
Ah, okay. Uh-huh.
And if I castle, you go c4 maybe? Or is it knight c7? Oh, it is knight c7, sorry. It is knight c7.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's not it. And then rook e1 is good probably. Queen d5 or 6 or something. What else can I play? Queen d6, rook e1. Maybe it was c4 instead of all this. So castles and c4.
Mm-hmm. I like that. Oh.
I'm just seeing that bishop over there.
Yeah.
And thinking, nope, this is now a massive advantage for white.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm kind of curious now why it likes black at all. What's
But
the
maybe
move?
no, it actually just goes down to zeros. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe these attempts were actually fine, both knight c7 and
Maybe your idea of queen d6.
Yeah,
Instead of f6.
we could have tried that as well. Maybe it's also.
But I just
viable.
thought ef7 and I fight for the
Yeah.
e5 square. It must be nice for me, I thought.
Hmm.
Knight bd2 or castles, maybe castles. And then rook e1 simply.
But basically, let's go back a little bit. So you like this aggressive move g4, breaking the pin.
Another question, do I even need g4? Can I go e5 here?
So knight d5.
e6.
Hmm. So taking is always
I assume
quite
ghastly.
bad. Yeah,
Yeah.
g4 and
Just put that knight on e5.
yeah.
In fact, the double pawns means that bishop on f8 is buried.
Mm.
It's a common theme in the Grunfeld that if you have a double pawn on e7 and e6 and white has a pawn on e5, then that dark square bishop is never playing on this half of the board. So
Somehow there's a better move here than like f6. So this is
f5.
f5.
I wouldn't play f5, but I will suggest it.
I mean, I can go g4, you take knight
F5.
e5. I mean, I guess queen d6 there. Okay.
We'll try
I
f5.
can't-
Let's see if
I
it
can't
keeps
believe
the
it.
advantage.
Yeah,
It keeps the
that's what it
advantage.
is.
That's what it wants.
That's so crazy. The least typical move in the position. Wow.
We can now play g4, head g4, knight h2, like
Nepo.
Nepo style. No, forget it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is the point is that like
Queen
there's
d6
always
now.
this, or even something better than
But let's say
queen
I
d6.
castled. What is after f5? What are you going to do? Are you playing knight c7? Are you playing g5?
G5 is interesting, right? Bishop g5 or
Yeah.
g8.
Maybe g5, yes.
This one looks really fascinating.
It's funny that with the pawn on f6, it wasn't excited with g5, but with the pawn on f5, it's happy
Yeah.
with g5.
It's just something kind of going for this, right?
Yes.
Lots of play on the g file. Suddenly the bishop on h5 is excellent.
This looks horrible. I think,
Yeah, we don't like this for
definitely.
white. Okay, so
So if you're going to do this, play g4. I think that's the verdict.
just kind of start with g4.
Yeah.
So basically, you're looking at these aggressive ideas, either pushing the pawn all the way to e6 or like breaking the pin, not really like just normal moves like castles or knight d2.
Then black will play knight d7 and e6 or something like that. I just wanted to take advantage of the bishop on h5.
So you're saying, yes, if I castle, then you go with this type of plan.
Sure.
That's interesting, yeah. Do you want the pawn here or here?
I don't know yet. I probably would like it on e5. Also, strangely enough, just play e5 for a second instead of knight d7.
And then I was gonna go
G4.
g4.
Knight takes g4. Head g4. Bishop g4. If that pawn was on c7, is it a direct transposition to the Berlin? And I think it's black's move here in the Berlin.
Here we can go king g2,
One second,
right?
I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Oh, and the bishop would be on c5.
Uh-huh,
That's the thing. But anyway, here it doesn't seem to. No, it probably doesn't work.
So
No,
basically,
but that's
going
just a random suggestion.
e5 would be maybe not
Well, you are then committing
working
to
out that
this,
well, yeah, because then you either like lose this pawn or you have to sack the knight. Okay, so that's why we were trying to go knight d7 to prepare that kind of move.
Okay, before we get too deep into
Yeah.
this, let's check the women.
All right,
They've also gotten off, so
let's do a bird's eye view of the women, actually. Okay, so we have a French in Tan Zhangyi, I think. Is that right, Vishy?
It could be a Caro. Let's have a look.
Well, let's see. Well, we'll go there in a minute.
Yeah.
So lay between Lagno is what opening is this, Vishy? Is this like it's an e4 e5, right? Yeah. But actually though, no. How to
I would say
Is it
it's
Sicilian?
something where both players are trying to avoid theory, and I don't think it has a name yet.
Okay, then we have Vaishali versus Anna Muzychuk.
Which promises to be interesting. This position is extremely well known with the pawn on a6 for black. It's also somewhat well known with a5. But there are recently with the pawn on a6, it's been very, very topical. Either white castles and the bishop comes back to g3 and all sorts of chaos ensues, or black castles and he plays g5, and you have very interesting positions. Now all these lines will probably work with the pawn on a5 as well, but I think this might be a very interesting game. Vaishali against Muzychuk.
Then what we have between Koneru and Goryachkina, something that is looking like a queen's gambit accepted, I guess.
Yes, so I guess white is supposed to play e4 here.
All right, so which one of these are we going to go to? How about Lei versus Lagno? Because I see that Lei just made a quite committal pawn move. So let's see how they got this position. It was actually an Italian. And that's how that bishop got to c2. So it's like an Italian that looks like a kind of like a Chiguarin Rai Lopez. a3, rook e8, and b4 by Lei. So this is not really a threat, right, for white to take that pawn.
The first thing is, could I take c takes b4 and b5? But Lagno has decided to stop b5 with less drastic measures.
Yeah.
This sort of thing.
So she just goes a6.
a6. She could play b5 on the next move. She couldn't do it right away because a4 is awkward, but having prepared ground with a6,
You're
if you go
saying
b5, then a4.
b5, a4 would have been the problem. Yeah, makes sense.
Because of the rooks facing each other. Black cannot play a6, and we can just show that.
Yeah, because then I take and you cannot recapture. So a6 seems like a very nice, solid move by Katerina. She's playing this quite quickly. They've made 11 moves, but she hasn't really spent much time. And yeah, so b5, one of the ideas that black has in this position.
Again, for white, what kind of move are you going to play? Black would like to play bishop f8 and d5. So I think white would like to keep the option of bishop g5. So that when you play bishop f8, I could mate it with bishop g5. But the problem is, what do you play now? You can play knight bd2.
Yeah.
But then I can go bishop f8 because you've blocked your bishop. So sometimes in these kinds of positions, you can play h3. And if black goes bishop f8, you can play bishop g5, because then you're sort of, I wouldn't say winning, but...
Can I ask you, like if I go knight d2, is d5 also possible just right away?
It should be possible, right? We can play bishop f8 a move later as well.
Just because I'm trying to use the fact that I'm like going to be attacking that pawn.
Sure. Okay, e takes d5, knight e4. And you're going to take on b4?
And I have to figure out what I'm doing with this pawn. Because your next move is b takes a c5. So I guess I can take, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess I'll take. You're gonna take with the A pawn or the C pawn? Probably the A pawn.
C pawn looks strange, but if I get d4 soon enough, it doesn't matter. But maybe you just play knight d4 and try to shut it down, dampen it down.
Do you think I have like F5 ideas at any point?
F5, bishop b3 should be unpleasant, I think.
Ah,
just show that.
we've seen
And then
these
bishop b3.
these
and
tricks
it's-
before, yeah. Using the pin where you don't even have to move that hanging knight. Okay, so I can't do that.
Okay. We've seen Goretzka. So we haven't seen Salimova against Nurgyul.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Salimova against Sanjongi.
Tan. Okay, we can take a quick look at that there. Let's take a look at what is going on between Tan and Salimova. So Tan
It was a
played
Caruana.
e4. Yeah, interesting that I see her more as a d4 player. So this is kind of a big choice by her. And Salimova does stick to her second opening, the Caro-Kann. We've also seen her employ
The Petrov.
the Petrov against Anna.
But maybe after the rest day, you always want to be a bit cautious about whatever your opponent wants to do.
So she went for c5, dc, e6, knight f3, and then it's kind of a popular line. Bishop b6 and castles. So what do we make about this position, Vishy?
Well, first of all, Black has put her bishop on b6. And if you get the knight to g6, then White has this plan, rook e1 and bishop e3. So recently, Black has been playing bishop e7 more often, but that maybe wasn't a possibility here.
So let's point out that, like, if Black castles,
Yeah.
something potentially quite bad could happen to them.
Yes, bishop h7 check, right?
Yeah,
Well, let's have a look. It's may not be that big. So king h7.
you're going to go
Knight
up
g5,
to
king
up to
g6 is
G6.
obviously forced. And if queen g4, I have this move knight, which would normally work brilliantly.
Right.
And if there was a white pawn on d4, let's say protecting e5, it could be game
yeah.
over. But knight takes e5, and then if queen g3, knight f5, and it's winning.
Oh, because you have f6 in the
Yeah.
end.
At f6. So this is the reason that maybe it doesn't work here.
Wow. So we almost blundered into the sacrifice, but it turns out that bishop h7 is not really all that dangerous. So Black actually might be castling, it might be setting a trap for Tan, because it turns out that there's not really a winning attack here for White.
You could go h4, but same problem, rook h8, and then there's nothing happening.
Just stopping h5.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the point is, like, I guess this knight is conveniently placed.
Sure.
Yeah, and always this pawn is hanging. Very annoyingly. Okay. So we might see Black castling. And if Black doesn't castle, what kind of move could they do here?
You could play knight g6. The only point I see is that White captures that pawn, bishop, knight, sorry, with the bishop. Then sometimes you can play g6, you have rook h5 and moves like that. But I would rather capture with the f pawn, castle, and bring the rook on the f file. So obviously I can do this after castling as well, and then you get the same thing.
So knight g6, though, maybe we shouldn't be taking that knight. Maybe
There's no
we
need to
should
take
be-
it. Rook e1,
Go, rook
castle.
e1.
I don't know if I play c3. But c3, you can play bishop c7 and then force me to take a decision there.
c3, bishop c7, right.
Actually, I don't.
Piling
I'm
up
not-
on this.
You can. I don't know. You can play bishop g5, but still queen e8, and then at some point I'll have to bite the bullet and swallow an e5. I mean, capture the knight in g6. Otherwise, e5 goes.
So right now, maybe White needs some kind of prophylactic move getting ready for bishop c7. What could do that? Not so obvious.
No, I think you cannot actually avoid this because there's no way to protect that. could go bishop d2, bishop c7, bishop c3.
And by
That
the
looks
way,
weak, right?
none of these things work in this position, do they? Like I mean, because sometimes these are kind of cool ideas.
Yes, but h4, what if I do?
I
First of all, knight
wanted,
h4.
I wanted bishop h7 was kind of my.
And your point is now it works. Okay, yes.
I
Because
wanted
now
to
the
do
Greek
this.
gift works because knight takes e5 doesn't exist.
Right, because the rook is way better on e1. And then I was hoping that my queen would come in kind of powerfully. And if you go here,
Queen g4.
queen g4.
And
we
here
win.
the big difference is the e5 square is guarded, so.
So h4,
But I can play bishop c7.
right, that's kind of the thing. So if you just go here, do I have some sort of pawn sack? It feels like I have to, don't I? Because, I mean, taking here is not really the point of h4, is it?
The problem for you now is that now I will capture with the f pawn.
Yeah.
If I capture with the h pawn, you might actually be much better. But if I capture with the f pawn,
Yeah.
then black is doing great, I think.
Yeah, it's always cool when you see this capturing away from the center and it actually works.
Sure.
And here it works quite well with the opening of the file for the rook. Okay, so, but if I go here, you're just basically
Taking the pawn.
taking the pawn and being
And
very
now the
happy.
Greek gift, the bishop takes h7 doesn't work because
The
the
queen
h5
cannot.
square is taken by the pawn, so the queen can't occupy it, right?
Yeah, so basically h4 doesn't seem to have a lot of value if you just continue with bishop c7. All right, let's keep looking. Okay, I had this crazy idea, like I'm sure it's bad. But I'm just like looking for ways to protect this pawn. There's no way you can play like these kinds of things, is there, Vishy? You can't play like that. Terrible. And then you'll get hit with f6 somewhere, it's just too awkward.
Actually, I was thinking rook e2, bishop c7, queen e1, f5. How would you evaluate this?
Yeah.
No, it's not f5 apparently.
No, maybe f6.
Maybe
maybe.
knight h4. Ah, f6.
Yeah, it's a little too passive using the rook and the queen like that.
All
And
right, just go
then-
ef6 and
yeah.
play queen takes, I
Queen
guess.
takes, yeah.
And it seems kind of okay though.
Yeah, so it's just interesting that it says like there's some decent way here for white, but it's really all about how you're dealing with this bishop c7 move, which is going to be a very annoying attack on the d pawn. Okay, I have another idea. I mean, some sort of option like this to defend the pawn.
Sure.
Should we try bishop e3?
Bishop c7.
Yeah. And then,
I've seen an exchange sack like this, bishop c5 and knight takes e5, but I don't know what it's here.
but the problem is on bishop c5, you can go rook e8, right?
Well, then bishop takes g6.
It's a little bit better.
Well, the point is if you play f takes g6, your rook is now cannot go back to the f8 square to come on that. I don't know how important it is. You may not absolutely need to, but
Oh, I see. So there is some kind of idea here of just, well, now black is this interesting choice, right? Play rook e8, the normal move, or like give up the exchange. What's your feeling? There must be enough compensation, just kind of equal, right? If you take the pawn.
yes.
If you take, I guess we'll take, and what takes Vishy? Queen?
Queen.
Yeah. And that's right. So this one's kind of balanced for black. They got the center pawn for the exchange. But black can also go rook e8. But look at that. That's much worse, apparently. It's a big
What could be the
concession.
move? Is it bishop d4 or bishop takes g6? Well, try bishop g6.
Yeah, I guess it makes a really big difference that the rook cannot be on the f file here. So the computer is giving the edge to black, to white in this position. So bishop c5 would be making black take that center pawn. So maybe we shouldn't be doing that. Maybe we can protect that pawn, and let's see what this position is about. Oh, we developed the bishop at least. That's something, right? If they take us, we take with the B knight, and
Instead of taking, just try f6.
yeah. So you want me to take? You take on d4, and then queen f6, and I.
That's
have
one
some
thing. I was
issues.
even thinking if I take with a pawn on g7 from g7, ef6, gf6. Oh, where is that?
Just like that. You want to have a big center. I mean, it looks it looks quite interesting.
Sure. Okay, let's shell back to the
The position and see. Oh, let's just see what she did.
Okay.
She played
Queen
Queen
c7.
c7 instead of castles or knight g6. Yeah,
I don't like queen c7.
because you don't like the way it takes away the ideas of bishop c7. Yeah.
Also now rook e1, queen
And then
knight
queen
g6.
e2.
I have queen e2. And
Right.
you don't,
Right. So now when we defend, it's very different because with your queen attacking the pawn instead of the bishop, like then we just can solidify it like that. Yeah. I feel similarly to you, yeah, that this is like a square the bishop generally wants to be on, right? So queen c7 feels a little bit awkward. Oh, by the way, Vaishali versus Muzychuk. You said that this was going to be something exciting.
Yes. So one thing, when the pawn is on a6, white usually plays b4 and tries to hammer on that side. And there's a lot of theory there, by the way. But with the pawn on a5, white can't do that. So how is white going to go about breaking through in the center? Is it just going to be bishop b5?
Well, right now it's black's turn. What do you think black's going to do?
Yeah.
Now, knight h5, does that run into knight e5?
Yes.
It does run into this tactic. Because I guess, we're getting this attack on the queen.
But instead of knight h5, sometimes they play knight d7. Either that or knight h7. And the idea is actually to maneuver with that knight to g6 via f8. Black could play h5 here directly if black wanted, but I will not capture on g5, which allows you knight takes h4, but you'll play f h4, g4, knight g5. And that's why you want to start with knight h7 so that you get that.
So a little bit of patience might be called for here.
Yeah. But knight d7, let's say.
Knight d7.
And I want to get an h5.
Oh, you want to play h5 next, yeah.
White should play what?
Well, normally white needs to break through the center in these positions, right? It's a little hard to do.
Yes. I could go king h1, yeah. But then you just go knight f8.
Yeah, having the bishop kind of locked up on g3 always feels uncomfortable.
That's the big disadvantage for white in the system, that the bishop just gets trapped there.
And your idea of king h1 was that somehow on h5,
I could go h4.
and then knight g5, and then you can push
I don't
your
even need
f-pawn.
knight g5 might work, but knight d8. But I can just move to g1 and play f4.
That was quite a cool idea.
Yeah.
So basically, king h1 was your
Clearing the square.
attempt for prophylaxis against h5. Well, let's see if Anna has made a move. Actually, Vaishali, well, actually, they've made some moves. Yeah, Anna has made a move. And I don't know, this might be a little bit surprising.
She castled.
Yeah, she castled. Are you surprised by that?
Yes, because I didn't think castles and queen e7 was the correct combination. It's two different plans. If you castle, you don't need queen e7 because you want to move the knight to h7 and come queen f6 in one move. So I'm slightly puzzled here, I must admit.
Yeah, it's interesting that she just, castles are sort of looks
she's
okay.
mixed two plans. But again, white does not have the pawn on b4 because black is playing the a5 system. So how is white going to... Did she play rook e1 or is
Yeah,
that
she
you?
played rook e1.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a little sad that you're castled, which makes like all your h5 ideas like they're not going to happen for a while, right? So, I mean, I guess when you castle, you're showing that you're like less interested in this attack on the white king.
You could still attack because the only thing you're fighting against is bishop on g3. But now white has time for knight f1 and the slower plans, right?
Yeah, no, this was not my favorite move. Although I feel like this was very instructive, this move, knight d7. You know, that we could have the time to bring this knight over like that, which is something I haven't really seen in these positions. That's cool. All right, so instead she castles and rook e1 is on the board. And now what for black?
Problem for black is knight h5 still doesn't work. So knight takes e5.
Yep.
Let's see what she's going to do.
Do you think there's positions where white wants to go d4, like pawn takes, I don't know, e5?
It should be amazingly strong, right? If you go knight h7, for instance, I can go d4.
Yeah, like let's make a random move, like
okay,
rook
play knight h7. Actually, play knight h7. Let's see what happens with MP. Because if you play d4, I'm suddenly afraid h5 might be decent. But the computer wants to go, what, h3 or h4? I think it'll be h3. And if you go h4, bishop h2, g4, h4, bishop g4. In many positions, black would have come queen d8 to f6 in one go. Whereas now, quite often, black will play queen f6 and try to reroute that knight, maybe knight e7 or something like that. That's why the queen e7 move looks strange combination with the castles.
So what does white do here? This, I guess, is a bit of a threat.
Bishop e2 is one option. King h1 is an option. Maybe bishop e2 and king h1. So if you go queen f6, let's say, I can go king h1. And sometimes, I'll just give you the idea. If you play bishop takes f3, you can capture with the g pawn. Because you're threatening to break with f4. Okay, not really here, but that's also one idea.
Yeah. That's cool. Okay. All right, so let's just summarize this position before we move on to the next game. So what do we think, Vishy?
I suspect that queen e7 and castles is not going to work out it's not a good combination of moves. But we'll see. I mean, the position still is very rich. Let's have a look.
Let's do a bird's eye view of the open section. Well, we have a lot of things having been traded already in the game between Prague and Nepo. So 2 pairs of minor pieces have come off the board. We might want to take a look at that. Firouzja Naka hasn't had too many developments since we spoke about it. Gukesh versus Abbasov, okay, they're in this Petrov line, which looks quite interesting, unbalanced pawn structure. And Vidit versus Caruana. So we didn't see Vidit playing that aggressive g4 move. He's actually quite a bit behind on the clock. So Caruana has only spent 5 minutes so far. Let's get into Prague versus Nepo. And we see, by the way, remember we talked, is Nepo ever behind on the clock? Well, here we see that Nepo is behind on the clock, I think maybe for the first time in this tournament, like significantly behind on the clock. However, they've made a lot of moves, actually. So let's just go through them. We have this Petrov line. Okay, bishop f5.
This is all well-worn theory. b6 takes, knight f3, queen a5. And now, typically, white would go bishop b3. But what Prague is doing is bishop h3, stopping the knight from coming to d7. And so Jan accepts the challenge, he takes
Yeah.
on thing. So white now gets his d5 break.
Okay. So white has sacrificed a pawn to be in this position. And he's sacrificing a second pawn,
Yes.
which is not really a sacrifice, I guess. But let's talk about what happens when black takes it. What do you think the idea is here?
I don't know. It's clearly not rook d3, I think, because I'll just play knight c6.
And then bishop c5?
Yes.
Right, because white can get the pawn back with this move pretty easily, but then that gives black a chance to develop, and then simply...
It seems just wrong.
Yeah, you're
I'm
still
going
up
to play
a
rook
pawn.
d8 and swap.
Yeah, yeah. So I think I know what the idea must be.
Knight d4.
Yeah. Okay, it's not, but yeah, that's what it seems
Well,
like.
the engine thinks it's a bad move. So if it's not knight d4, what else could it be?
Okay. So something to not let this
A4.
knight develop. A4. Really?
What else? If it's not knight d4,
Oh wow,
it shouldn't
that's
be knight
clever. That's clever. Wow, A4 with the idea that if I take, you take on D5, and the rook is kind of trapped in the corner. Huh. And if I don't take it, then you have like this rook B5 idea.
But I don't believe a4. It's a problem, even though I suggested it.
Yeah, because I can still go knight C6, right?
Sure.
And then, so like if A4, then I can still go knight C6. And like if you go rook B5, I mean, okay, at least like queen C3, and it's still very solid for black. So let's go back and find the move that is going to stop knight C6.
Let's try knight g5.
There you go. See, that's what you're trying to do with queen C2.
Right. So first of all, we have stopped knight c6 with queen c2. But if you go h6,
Very painful, double attack.
yeah, I could play knight takes f7. I could play knight e6. So certain possibilities open up.
Okay, it's interesting. You know, I mean, this is like, it feels like modern computer preparation, doesn't it? Where it's like equal, but still white has the initiative, right?
Yeah, there might be this one line, and but you have to check these things, and one assumes Nepo checked all this all the way back for Dubai, because then this was his main line against Magnus. So.
And can we just point out, Vishy, why taking this pawn with the queen is not a good idea?
Yes, why don't you?
Yeah, I just realized it, so you know.
Yeah.
Let's show the audience that what the point is here. Yes, that the bishop is lost. So actually, taking the pawn with the pawn was quite.
Why
a bit
isn't
better.
black playing c5?
Right, that's another good question.
What do you think?
Okay, hold on. Well, I mean, the first thing that comes to my mind was, again, like this knight g5 move somehow.
Ah, that's interesting. I thought knight d2 might be the point as well.
Knight
Threatening
d2.
both knight c4
Yeah.
and knight e4. But maybe you're right. Knight g5 also
Maybe
threatens
knight-
to come back to e4
Yeah,
and throws in a mating threat.
yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think, oh yeah, then it's
It's like, it's active, right? Because maybe if knight d2, there could be queen a4 or something.
Sure.
You know, and then we might not get where we need to be.
Sure.
So, okay, so c5 is actually a really bad move for black because somehow white's attack is ferocious here. And also this knight can't move at all,
Yeah.
at least not towards the center. Can we, let's finish off the attack though. Let's develop a piece and see how this goes. I think I know.
Take on h7, yeah.
Yeah, let's say we take, we bring in a few pieces, we
Bishop
kind of sack
f5.
everything. Yeah, and you know, we do have a rook that is going to deliver the checkmate.
Yeah.
So I have to say that I see some poison in this position for black. And in terms of like a try for white, I like it, right?
Yes. I mean, we must keep in mind that the first new move is only on move 16. And I don't mean new move, simply that bishop b3 is more
Right.
common.
Yeah.
And rook b1, rook b3 looks pretty straightforward. And d5, well, you don't just do
Yeah.
the pawn, you don't just throw the pawn there, because I think it's clearly in connection with these
Preparation,
moves
yeah.
and so on. And the whole line should have some forced draws, but the question is, but there's probably some venom somewhere.
Right.
And the question is, will Nepo find his way around?
Well, knight g5. Okay, so let's find how, like, what the venom is. The venom is that we're already
Let's
Well,
try
we're-
h6.
h6. Yeah, it's very
I'm
testing
guessing knight
move.
takes f7 is or knight e6, because otherwise you're just going to come back.
Yeah. So we try. All right, let's go with a forcing move. So king takes. Actually, why is king take so bad?
It's not even that bad according to
It's
the
not that
computer,
bad, right? I mean, because rook takes was also an option, but yeah,
That's
that allows bishop e6, I guess, right? Like, that's probably the problem.
But why is king f7 possible? Can I go rook f3? Oh, I get it. Rook f3, king g8, bishop e6 check, king h8, rook takes f8, bishop takes f8, bishop
And
takes
it's just
d5,
equal.
and I just check the knight. And
Yeah.
move with rook.
And that's the draw. Oh,
No, then queen d7,
wait.
and suddenly your rook is running out of squares.
So you want me to go to
b8,
b8? Oh, wow.
And then,
So putting the rook more passively is actually the better move. Oh, let's show people why this loses, actually.
yeah, queen
Because
d7.
queen d7, and
the
then
rook has
queen
only one square left,
c7.
queen c7, and the rook is trapped, and the
Yeah.
queen can't protect it. So
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
All right, so rook b8 would be the accurate way to get out of attack, and that's how black draws. So, okay, that makes sense. CD, super principled by black, and then knight g5, h6, just asking the knight where it's going to go.
I think the same problem with knight e6, that fe6,
Yeah.
though in fact you might be able to decline the knight and play rook
Rook
e8 or
e8.
something. I just thought knight takes g7 is going to be good. Yes, maybe the computer simply wants to check the rook and go knight c6 or something.
Oh, just here.
Yeah, but it still gives white an
Claiming
edge,
some sort of
even though we have two
compensation.
pawns. Yeah.
Yeah, there actually is. Yeah, there's compensation here, so maybe that as well. And if they take the knight, this is where maybe we can.
Just knight c6.
Just knight c6, yeah. Isn't there's some
There was a
other
better
move
move.
here?
There's knight a6, and if bishop a8, you have this intermezzo queen e5.
Ah, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, queen e5.
That's beautiful.
So I have to go g3.
Saving the bishop and
rook
then
f8,
taking. And then you get two pieces for the
But
rook.
I kick you around rook e1, rook d3. I kick you around a bit. Maybe
Yeah.
I'm holding it.
Well, so basically, what can we say about this position? So Prague is trying an interesting sacrifice that he's prepared at home.
Yeah.
But objectively speaking, Nepo can definitely neutralize it, and it looks like the most natural move is the best, just c takes d5. And we came up with knight g5 as like the most aggressive option. Do you think there's anything else? We've kind of tried everything, right? We've
We
tried,
tried knight d4, and I think knight h4 looks too strange to be true.
Yeah.
And I think knight g5 is where it's at.
yeah. So knight h4 too strange to be true, yeah?
Yes.
I mean, he did try knight h2 in that game, but kind of different. Okay, so we could be going down this rather straight path into a draw. This game might not take too long if Nepo figures things out or remembers his preparation. And meanwhile, let's take a look at Gukesh versus Abbasov. So we had the Petrov with 3d4. Knight e4, bishop d3, d5. Rook e1, c6, knight bd2, knight bd7, h3, a5, knight b3, and f6. So very solid position for black. What is white? How is white supposed to react here? It's too bad we don't really have time to like try to open things up with c4.
Also, before f6, was f6 necessary?
Apparently
Maybe some
not.
a4 or
You like
something, or
a4
knight
as
e6,
well?
or knight e6 maybe.
A4 was an option. Knight e6 also interesting. Yeah, well, f6 was one move out of many that he could go for. And how does white deal with the attack on this pawn?
Maybe white just goes c4.
So you think c4, yeah? And I was afraid there's there like knight e5,
Ah, maybe that's
you know, because that
problem, yeah.
protects, yeah, that protects this pawn, unfortunately.
okay. He took on f6.
So he took, and I suppose,
Bishop f6, maybe now c4.
well, knight of 6 is the natural one, isn't it? Knight of 6, yeah, he'll take with a knight, I think.
But then I can take on c5 and the bishop d3, you know?
Stopping knight e4. When I say stopping, I mean, I don't know, this idea is still in the air.
Discouraging.
You don't think I can do it?
Or did you actually stop it? But I play bishop e3. Yeah.
Well, I just mean, like, can I just still, like, I can look at these moves, right? Like, I mean, there's some sort of compensation with maybe the d file I was thinking.
I mean, I'll just play bishop f5. Don't I have just great compensation?
Wait, where?
Yeah. Take.
Yeah,
Queen d8, rook d8.
yeah,
Rook e1. Rook e4. Bishop f5.
yeah.
What do you play?
Yeah, well, that's what kind of what I'm saying, right? That's what I was saying, that I want to try to play knight e4. That's that was, so yeah, that's what I was hoping for,
Yeah.
that we would have compensation.
But maybe
here.
I play
Yeah.
bishop e3 without taking anything, and then that's fine.
Yeah. So knight e4 and maybe bishop e3. And then,
Also, instead of knight takes f6, there was bishop takes f6.
yeah.
I
So
mean, I prefer
here,
knight f6, to be honest. But
here basically, I mean, I guess I could go for this position, right? Like this one. Or there's knight d4 that I'm walking into. Yeah, knight d4 maybe is a bit unpleasant. Or it's not.
knight takes
And knight takes
f2.
f2, yeah.
But I could just play c3, queen c2, rook e1, and then try to take that knight off.
Queen c2, rook e1, kind of overprotect that.
You know, build up behind your knight.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay, but you're saying black can also take on f6 with the bishop.
Just a thought, if you play c4, I think I can play a4. So maybe white's, I can take on c5 and bishop e3, and might just be better for white. Yes, so this seems to kind of...
So we're liking knight takes more,
Yes.
trying to like put the knight here. And so far what we found is this line where we trade, so we can then put the bishop here. The knight comes in, the bishop develops, and now we need to find like the most accurate way for black.
Yes.
So I mean, the problem is I can't really go bishop here because you take. And then I
Yeah.
start getting like my pieces hanging. So I wind up down a piece. So how do I get this bishop in the game? Like if it's, is there a move other than bishop takes e3? Oh, maybe there's bishop. No, I was just looking at bishop d6. I don't know how I feel about that though.
Yeah, quite tactical. Let's see. Bishop d6, I take. Knight g5. I was hoping bishop f5 out of queen d4 or something. But maybe not, queen e7.
Apparently there was something here,
c4.
maybe, yeah, stronger than bishop takes e4.
c4 maybe.
Ah, there it is. Yeah, a little bit of pressure on d5, right? So it seems like black doesn't really have time for this retreat, bishop d6.
Sure. I could take on e3. Rook e3, maybe knight g5, but also you'll just have the e file for free.
Knight g5 is interesting though. Maybe I can like say that my play on the f file is going to be enough. Or one other thing is that there's knight to c5.
Okay, try it.
Knight to
I
c5.
just have c3.
c3. And you're just making the case that my bishop is not that good, but well, you know, it's going to go out to f5.
Queen d3. And queen e2. Just I want to triple, and so you could already swap one pair of rooks. That's true.
So you think I should hurry to play rook e8? Yeah. Well, it looks like Bareev is still thinking about which way to recapture.
Yeah.
So, any predictions on this game? Oh, he's about to make a decision.
Okay, let's see what he decides.
Knight. Let's go for knight.
He's gone
yes.
for the knight,
Okay,
yeah.
good. Actually, here's a fun trivia fact for you guys, that Bareev was one of the only 2 players who decided to go on the cruise yesterday. And he actually came quite late, so like the boat was waiting for him in Muzychuk before we could go. So that's why I think if you did watch that video in the beginning of our show,
There's some cheering, yeah.
there was a lot of cheering when they arrived. It was because they were the last people on the boat, so that way we could get going. So yeah, the other player to go on the cruise was actually Anand Muzychuk. So let's see how both of them do today. Maybe the fresh air will have been good for them. That I'd be happy about that. Definitely, dispassionately, you know, rooting for Anna today after her two missed wins. Let's take a look at the bird's eye view, see what's going on. We actually are getting some movement in Prague versus Nepo. So
CD5 knight g5 has happened. Okay.
Yeah, CD5 knight g5. That's what we talked about.
Maybe equal, just right.
Yeah, I think so. We're probably going into that line.
Is there something better than taking the draw? Maybe some queen h5 or something.
Bareev's game against Naka is looking, you know, kind of unusual in the sense that like he still hasn't castled and he has a lot of pawns extended on the 4th rank.
So Hikaru goes for a5, provoking b5, and then what does he want to do after that? If I go bishop b5 now, he's going to go knight b7 or d5.
Right, we'll get to that. Okay, we just talked about Gukesh versus Bareev, who captured back on f6 with a knight, and Vidit versus Fabi already has the move g4 on the board, and there's also been some kind of trade of the c pawns.
So he's managed to get c4, c takes d3 somewhere.
Yes, yes.
But this could be nice for white. Look at it this way. If you go queen b6, I'm going to play knight e5.
You want to go to Vidit versus Caruana. Right, let's do it. So here we go. How did all of this happen? Bishop h5, bishop f4, c4. Caruana decides to get rid of the doubled pawns. Knight c3, trade, e6, g4. Yeah, I guess, you know, he couldn't really stay in this pin forever.
Yes, and queen b3 has this thing that I can even play b6, I can even play king e2. The king is totally safe there. And I'm still making the case that your bishop on g6 is not participating in the game. You'll need a couple of moves of rearranging before it gets back into the game, via the f7 square typically. But right now it looks like a pretty good deal for white, right?
So let's just understand. I mean, I'm sure there's a good answer to this question, but yeah, there's this pawn is definitely poisoned, isn't it?
Not.
Like,
yes, because knight e5 comes with tempo. So I'll play queen takes b7
right.
first.
So we take on b7.
And then I go knight e5.
And then this is my only safe square for the rook.
Knight e5.
Knight e5. Yeah, looks pretty good.
There's no check on d2. You're just missing everything.
Yeah. So that pawn cannot be taken. All right. So that means that Fabi has to figure out a way to guard this pawn. So that he has this move.
Yes, and then my point was that if I can bring the knight around, knight d2, let's say, and bring it to c4, and just
A
claim
little
that
bit
I'm
of an
better in the
edge,
ending.
yeah, because of the bad bishop.
Right.
Right. So actually, I mean, queen b6 looks kind of normal.
But I would think black wants to keep the queens, and so maybe play b5. But b5, you go knight e5.
I don't know, because the white queen is going to feel good here if you don't challenge her. So, but you're thinking this one, right? Yeah.
And if knight e5,
Knight
I
e5.
can go rook c8. Perhaps play knight d7 next move, something like that.
Do I already have like some kind of h4? Or do you
Oh, you're right.
go h5?
H4
But
is-
this is hanging, yeah. So h4 could be a bit of an issue.
Maybe bishop
Oh, the
d6.
queen is jumping out.
Has they gone queen b6 then?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
All right. So we are likely to see an end game in this game.
The only question is, should I capture on b6? You know, making sure the queen's out of the board. But black still has knight d7.
Or let black capture and double the pawns,
What I'm
right?
afraid of is that black might go to a6 and keep that queen there.
Oh, one thing we can say is like, so there's your knight d2 idea. We can also, I guess, start with this as well, right? With same kind of concept. Having that
Knight
square.
d7, you just take,
Take on d7.
or knight c4.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, which one should I do? It's hard to decide. I mean, it's very solid for black, right?
Sure.
I mean, it's knight c4 a little better. It's still
Queen
kind of
a6. Maybe you won't want to give it. No, you can't give a check. Or can you?
because there's like rook d1 and stuff.
Yes.
You're kind of saying that like maybe
Well, queen d3, I might have queen takes b7 first.
queen b7 and then some kind of rook d1.
Yeah.
So queen b6, what other moves does white have? So there's the two moves with a knight. There's
Bishop e3 or knight e5.
there's castle's queen side. How bad is that? Is there any point to the king being there? Or
If I go knight d7,
yeah.
you're going to play d4? Or?
We can give it a try. Like we haven't really gone in this direction yet, but yeah, the computer doesn't like the castle's queenside concept.
Sure. No, it doesn't like knight d7 either. Maybe bishop c5 or something.
But yeah, I think so far we found these two moves. It's probably where Vidit's going to be looking as well.
Sure.
What other ideas do we have here, Vishy? I mean, where do we want this king to be? That's what I'm interested in. In the center?
Yeah, I think I'll go to e2.
Right, so that was the other thought.
Well, the
like-
problem with that is after queen a6, you're immediately threatening knight takes e4. So I don't know if it's the best move in this position.
Right,
or
right.
a few moves down
Yeah,
the line.
yeah.
Knight e5 is the best move.
Yeah. It makes a lot of sense. Okay. So what can we say about this game? It's going to be kind of a long game, not super forcing, right? If any game is going to finish faster, it's going to be the game between Prague and Nepo, which, by the way, already has the move h6 on the board. So Nepo is basically forcing Prague's hand, right? He's saying, okay, go for this sacrifice.
And knight takes f7
Yes,
happened.
it's
And
on
then
the
king
board.
f7, is it just a draw? Is it that easy? Let's have a look.
King takes f7. And
We tried rook f3 check.
yeah,
What
this is
about,
the one that we tried, yeah.
Queen h5 or Queen g4 maybe.
Do you want to try moving out the queen, yeah?
Yeah.
So I see your point.
You might
King g8, you want
Queen
to go
e6
here,
takes
you want to
a6,
take.
e6,
And then, okay, let's try going king g8. We'll give you the bishop. We will develop the knight here. And then we will be doing badly because we missed, what did we miss?
Queen
Bishop?
c5. After rook a3 or what?
Yeah, like, but why are we losing now? Why is black losing this one?
Um,
I mean, it's
I'm
interesting.
going to guess the rook g3.
You know, it's
somehow.
interesting because like this position was equal, and all I did was try to develop a piece, and I'm suddenly losing, right? Like,
I like knight a6. I'm not sure what.
yeah, but you said queen c5 here. Yeah, you're probably
No,
right.
I said knight a6 with the threat of queen c5.
But
So-
probably actually queen c5 is the right move, right? Yeah. So that's
Yeah.
that's what black should do. But instead, if black goes
and he's
knight
got king
a6,
a7 with the
yeah.
air of someone that it's all prep.
Yeah. Although he's used up a lot of time, right? Nepo's used up like an hour. And if it's prep, it's like he took a long time to remember it. So knight a6, and this is a big mistake. And that's the mystery of why. I mean, I guess we're supposed to attack you over here. Kind of fascinating because, I mean,
So
black
rook
is still up
g3?
a pawn,
Maybe
right?
rook g3.
Yeah. And now, let's think of what your threat is. I guess it's this one? Or what would you say is your, or maybe this one?
He's got rook e3 instead of rook f3 or queen h5. So let's see what's happening here.
Rook d3 is on the board. Okay.
Oh, I thought he had gone to e3 with the idea bishop e6. Okay, he's gone to just rook d3.
Rook d3.
Presumably, there's a long forced line where black draws, but there's maybe one or two hard tricks to find in between, and Berg is going for that.
Wow. So, well, first of all, this is kind of fascinating because my first question is what happens on, I don't know, king g8?
I can play bishop e6 takes
Right.
d5.
Right, because my idea was that I could sort of just block here, but you're saying this would be the problem. And then, yeah, actually the rook is trapped and also the bishop is going to hang. So
Sure.
like even knight c6 doesn't help us out of this. Okay. So let's not blunder like that. In that case, how about bishop c5? Can we start with that?
And then queen h5 check. And where does your king go?
Okay. Yeah, so I see. That's why.
No, that's not the move. Queen h5 is not the move.
Oh, it's queen f3. Right?
And that was crucial.
No, it's not queen f3.
No. Queen f3 is in fact much worse than queen h5 and loses. So what is the move?
Well, first of all, can we understand? Let's just try to understand why queen h5 is not good. Let's just start with that. So you go back, I take, and it looked like I was up in exchange, but perhaps
Knight
something
c6
is
simply.
happening.
Oh, knight a6. Now you're winning a queen. No, you did you play queen d5 check? Okay.
Yes,
then it's
queen d5.
okay.
check.
No, go back a second.
Uh-huh.
Queen h5. Yeah, okay, king
King
g8, queen
g8,
d5.
yeah. And I take
Queen
your
a8.
rook, and this is
Now
equal
rook takes
because of
f2,
what?
maybe.
Rook f2.
And there's a discovery there. But now, how is it equal? Is my next question.
Yeah. Why is white not having like a problem here? Okay, let's figure out what black is threatening. Black is threatening to move back with the rook anywhere and then just checkmate us on f1. That's the big threat.
If rook d to d1,
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, could it be just protecting the rook? Which
but
is
then you take and you go queen b5 check and you crawl up the board. Yeah.
right. You take, and
Queen
somehow
b5.
somehow we're not getting mated here.
Yes. Queen b4. And I think
Maybe
king
rook.
f1. Queen f4, we have queen f3.
Okay, that's important that we have that block.
And you can't make progress. You have to keep making a draw.
Because you go here, and I go
King e1.
here, and that's kind of it. You don't really get closer to me.
Because of queen e3, I take on b8 still. And check.
Okay, so that's a pretty crazy line.
But he went, yeah, rook d3, and we are saying bishop c5.
Right, so bishop c5 is apparently really bad, but it's not because of queen h5. It's because...
Rook f3.
Ah, nice. Yeah, exactly. You're going to be
that's
taking.
it.
Yeah.
So it was rook f3 then.
Okay, so now let's figure out how black is supposed to draw. So we've actually tried king g8 and found that it loses. Bishop c5 loses.
Knight c6. I don't think knight a6 is quite it.
Yeah, knight c6 makes a
Or
lot
knight
of
a6.
sense. Let's try knight c6.
Okay.
Wow.
Rook
So
e5.
this is where all the traps are, Vishy. I mean, we're trying like a lot of moves, and a lot of them lose for black. So Prague's preparation is actually really tricky.
And if rook takes d5.
Yeah, and then we wanted to go bishop c5, right? Or
And then there is something very strong.
okay.
Queen b3 maybe.
Not letting you hide, yeah?
Yes, I'm keeping you queen b3, and is that
Wow.
the move? Yes, that's the move.
Wow. That's actually such a beautiful example of prophylactic thinking, because this king is out in the open. We're down a
But
piece.
threatening to run back to g8,
Yeah.
so we just
Instead of letting him go back, we go queen b3 and we keep him there. That's so gorgeous. And then if they move back, we take the bishop and we win the queen. And they just don't really have a good move here, right? Like, because if they try to trade queens with us, I suppose we have some forced mate. I don't know. Which way do you want to do it? We have to look for some of these checks.
Yeah.
Maybe rook d7. Let's try that. And then there's like queen c2.
If king e8,
How do I'm sure I'm winning that one. Where's the
I
queen
just find the
here?
winning line.
Yeah. Maybe just queen c6 in the end.
Queen e6, knight e7.
Ah, knight, you're
Oh, and
going
then rook
knight.
e7, queen c6, right, exactly.
Ah, okay.
But
Huh.
then you come king f7. I'm actually winning that.
Apparently we are winning here.
Maybe it's queen g6 check. That's the move.
Ah, yeah.
Because if rook f7, then queen c6 wins, and if king d8, then queen c6 wins.
Yeah, and that's actually checkmate.
Ah, so that was a crucial move, queen g6.
So we're finding a lot of ways for black to lose here. So I guess now we need to find one way for black to draw. Wow. I'm starting to feel how it's kind of dangerous for Nepo, right? Like there should be some beads of sweat, on his forehead right now. Don't you feel, Vishy? Because I mean, like you know it's a draw. Like I mean, I think it's kind of clear he knows he hasn't made a mistake. But at the same time, it's that White had all these ways to make a draw, and I guess Prague is going for the one that is the trickiest, right?
Yes.
And rook d3, it's a funny move because they were
Or maybe it was
checks,
just fifth or sixth in the line, and they just
Right.
said, let's gamble. If
Right,
it's still getting a
right.
draw, then it's...
Yeah, so I mean, I find this to be quite an intriguing case of preparation by Prague. And okay, we're still in the search for a draw here for black. So we tried escaping, that didn't work. We tried that move, and then we tried developing the knight. So 3 moves for black that we're just losing here. So what's left? So Vishy, can we identify what is the #1 threat that White has in this position?
Well, in this one, it's rook takes d5, but it's also queen h5 check, I think, somehow. These are the 2 moves.
Because basically, like if you took and I blocked, what would happen to me?
Sorry, but it's black's move.
Yeah,
but you mean if it was
imagine,
white's
yeah,
move?
if it was
Rook D5,
white's
bishop
move,
C5, then
yeah.
queen B3, and I would win like
Just
that.
queen
Yeah.
B3, right? It's the you don't let me escape anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the main threat. Okay. But I have a feeling like knight A6. I mean, is that really changing anything?
No, it doesn't, because the same rook D5,
Right.
bishop C5, queen B3 seems
But look,
to work.
it seems to be a viable move. Maybe it's
Knight
not
A6,
the
that
best
looks
move,
very cool.
but it's viable for black.
Bishop C5, queen B3. No,
Right.
it's not bishop C5. Oh, it wants to go knight,
Knight
C5. I understand.
right.
He just wants to play knight C5.
So he wants to go knight C5.
But rook
Then
takes
that's
D6
worse, right?
And king G8.
But apparently,
But I think
this
I can
is,
harass you with queen D5, queen E5, and not let you settle in comfortably.
yeah. Apparently, this is actually quite a bad position for black.
Yeah, and queen D5, queen E5.
Hmm. Lots of threats continue to the black king. Okay. So there's something else here.
Up to rook D5. Don't tell me it's rook D8 or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm just starting to think of, right? I mean, why not? Why not? That looks so crazy.
No,
But-
queen H5 check. What do we do? No.
Oh.
Oh, queen F3 you have. No,
Check.
what am I blathering on? It's not.
Oh,
it's
no.
not. So queen H5 check.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, even that is G6.
Yeah, it's not. They're not making it easy for us to take their queen.
Yeah, so let's go back.
I mean, is it just rook D6? I mean, we're still gonna be attacking there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we're better here, but there's something even way better.
Mhm.
I wish there was a way we could make like bishop E6 work, but
Bishop A6 is very cool.
yeah, we could do that.
Anyway, rook A5 wins. So this is nonsense.
Rook A5.
Bishop H2,
Bishop
King H2,
H2,
rook D1,
King
and rook
H2.
F5. Sorry about that.
Ah,
So this, it's not rook
it's
D8.
the
But I'm
check.
just wondering what is the move? Yeah.
It's the check which leaves white up a rook, right? Yeah, that was the key. So what is it that black can do here?
Black apparently has a draw, but he queen takes A2. Simply by sheer elimination. What else? No, even that isn't it.
And it's not it because of what? This position is just really bad. Yeah, there's bishop E6 coming.
Yeah.
All right. So the queen's under attack. We tried this and this were both bad. We tried not defending the queen, and that was bad.
Yeah, that was just a blunder.
I mean, can it be like that? No. Wait.
No, same problem. Rook F5 check. So
Ah, it's a check, right? Okay.
I'm,
Yeah.
is it some random move like queen C3 or something?
But that feels
It feels
problematic,
yeah,
right?
sure.
Because like all these positions just are really dangerous, and I guess there's something even better than that we can do. What's the best move here for white? So rook D6 was actually not it.
Maybe it's bishop A6. Seems very strange.
Oh, and rook D6 and queen D5.
Yes. Seems quite strange.
Oh,
actually.
but I think it could be. Yeah. Oh, that's
wow.
beautiful.
King E6, rook D6, and if king F7, the king is just about to escape, but queen D5
Yeah.
keeps the king.
Wow. So we eliminated kind of how did we make this work? We just we gave the check in order to position the rook on D6 with tempo.
Anything to stop the king getting to G8. seems to be the
Yeah. Okay. So we're finding a lot of ways for black to lose.
Let's take a quick look at.
Gukesh Caruana. Yeah, I have to say this game, despite the computer engine still saying it's equal, I mean, I certainly feel like
We've been stumbling around.
Oh yeah. I mean, we're finding a lot of ways for Jan to lose, and given that this is Prague's prep, and Jan is already an hour behind on the clock, I mean, I think he's completely on his own.
Yeah.
And he's going to be having to figure all of this out by himself. So, there's a lot of pressure on him right now. actually. So this is a game that we're definitely going to want to keep an eye on. But meanwhile, let's take a look at
Fabi, maybe?
Fabi.
He's hot on Nepo's heels.
Yes.
And let's see what Fabi's up to. Oh, bishop e3, queen c7.
Oh, interesting. So Fabi changed his mind. He doesn't want the queen trade after all. So after queen b6, well, he did get that square for the queen available, so he at least had a choice.
Sure.
And he chose to decline the queen trade.
Sure. But this must be nice for white.
Well, let's actually take a look at what Fabi said after his game in round 4.
Fabiano Caruana is here with me after a draw with Gukesh. It seems like you were pressing throughout the whole game, but Gukesh was very precise in defense. So how was it looking from your side?
Yeah, I thought that I had a large advantage at some moment. He sacrificed a pawn. I don't think it was correct. Of course, it's very difficult excuse me, to prove the advantage. But I thought, okay, I'm a pawn up, and normally I should be pressing very seriously for a win. But something went wrong, maybe around this moment of bishop f4 after c5, either bishop f4 or maybe maybe when I played knight c6, one of these moments was wrong. I'm not sure which one, but I think I could have done better around this time. And after that, I don't think I had serious chances. Still, I was pressing, but I didn't feel like I was really much better after we got this position, which was simplified with the bishop against the knight.
He made these two nice intermediate moves when he took on b4 and then queen d4. Did you see these moves? Because they looked like a very nice defensive resource.
Yeah, I saw queen d4, but I kind of underestimated it. I thought that my advantage would still be pretty serious in this position after rook takes a4. I overlooked f6, which I think was a very nice move by him, because after that I don't have chances to attack. And before f6, I would have chances to maybe push f6 myself and try to get an attack. But after that, I think the advantage is really minimal. Of course, I was still trying, but not too much.
Well, so far it looks like you're pressing many games, but you cannot really achieve the result you would want to out of these games. So how do you assess this first segment of the tournament, let's say, given that tomorrow is a free day?
Yeah, overall it's kind of neutral start. I can't say it's bad, of course, to be on +1, but definitely could have perhaps gotten to +2. I think +2 would be the maximum I would get out of the positions I had. +1 is sort of neutral, and anything more than +2 would have been very unexpected from these positions. Of course, against Hikaru, yeah, I also had very serious winning chances, but yesterday I was suffering a bit against Alireza. Today, I still don't know how big my advantage was. If it was, let's say, manageable, if it was within the realms of maybe that he was holding it, or if I was maybe objectively close to winning, I'll see tonight, after I check the game. But yeah, overall, it's good to get the rest day because all these games are very tense, even though it's just the start of the tournament. There's always a lot of tension just because the stakes are so high.
So tomorrow there is a solar eclipse here in Toronto and in other parts of Canada and the States. The organizers are inviting everybody on the boat trip to see the eclipse. Will you go?
No, I don't think so. Also, it's not 100%, right? It's.
But if you go on a boat, it will be 100%.
Is it? Okay, I'll think about it. But also, it's there's not much free time in the tournament, so it's also nice to do something that's like completely shutting my mind off, not even thinking about anything. So we'll see how I feel tomorrow.
And what is it usually? What do you do to completely shut your mind off?
Well, we actually found like some sort of sauna in the hotel. It's a very, very small sauna. It's maybe not the best, but it's still something to relax a little bit and not think about chess at all, which is of course taking up the majority of my thoughts.
Well, thank you, Fabiano. I'll see you day after tomorrow.
I'll make it easier for you.
What was that about?
I thought it would help.
How does that help?
You know, visualization and stuff.
I'm not picking up the pieces.
Sometimes you don't need to do anything crazy to get better. You just need to reassess your chess. I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, and I'm presenting Jeremy Silman's How to Reassess Your Chess now on Chessable.
guys, I'm here with Evgeny Bareev, Canada's #1 player. You've been here in Toronto for a few years now. How does it feel to have the biggest tournament of the year in your city?
Well, it's first of all not first big tournament here. It's second or third event already. We sort of used to it already, and just anyway, it's nice. It's nice, and frankly speaking, I'm very much surprised that so much interest and so many people here and around, and hundreds of fans are waiting for players outside and asking for signature and everything. I did not know actually that interest is so high in Canada for chess, in Toronto for chess. And more events, maybe less interest we'll have. It's probably nice not to have it too often.
And can you tell me a little bit about the chess culture in Toronto or Canada? Do you have a lot of big tournaments? Obviously, you have a lot of chess fans.
What I understand, that everything is concentrated within chess clubs. Chess enthusiasts, once in a while open clubs all around the big Toronto, Great Toronto area. But there are also some constant clubs, like annex chess clubs, which have tournaments regularly, and of course that's a big one. But in Mississauga there is, and just in all other things, on other places, and just regularly, I can say that regularly, my students, I'm not playing myself, but I'm chess coach, and my students regularly play FIDE, not in Toronto, but in Toronto, or from other provinces also come here to play. There is life. I would not say that there is no life. There is life. There is lots of love for chess, and most, of course, is concentrated in the internet on chess sites, but offline also, and popular actually. Kids, for example, they like to communicate and have some to share time together.
And the Annex Chess Club, right, they're hosting the Candidates Blitz tomorrow. Will you be playing?
I am invited, and I hope to find there friends all around the world coming here, watching the tournament. So I'm going to come and communicate and play as well.
And since you know Toronto so well, what would you recommend that the people coming from out of town do tomorrow on the free day?
Here?
Yeah.
Just sightseeing, you mean?
Yes.
Well, I don't know. The weather is incredible. So for front beach probably is should open doors for pubs. And I believe the best, the most comers can do now, it's as soon as there is no round, just today go for a club, to nightlife, music and everything. That's for young people, that's how to spend life and time.
And then a more chess-related question. Who are your favorites to win the open section and the women's section in the candidates?
Personally, I think there are not many contenders to win. 2.5 in men's section, it's like I would say 50-50 Caruana and Nepomniachtchi, and like a little bit of chance for anyone else. So basically 2 players should win, as I can see it. And in women's section, I would put my half of my money on Goryachkina from Russia.
Okay, well, we'll see how that goes. That's a bold statement. But thank you very much, and I will see you around. You'll be here for the rest of the tournament?
I am definitely will be in Toronto for the rest of the tournament because I'm living here. But I'll come here once in a while just to sink into a wonderful atmosphere here.
Thank you very much, Evgeny.
Well, we've got a lot of action here in the open section with Prague maybe getting a win over Nepo. Let's see their position. Prague played rook d3. We were exploring this position quite a bit before our break, and we definitely recognize the potential dangers for black despite the computer evaluation of zeros. So Nepo played knight d7, which is probably already not the best move according to the computer, but it's not the losing move either. So this pawn got captured, and I guess it was his next move. That was the big lemon.
Oh, already after rook d6 is tough. Isn't queen a2 working?
Queen a2 here.
Well, let's try knight c5.
Uh-huh.
Rook takes d6.
Yeah.
I mean, just since king g8 was not working, what about queen takes a2?
But I think already
I'm
this
just
position
curious,
is
do you
just
see a win after queen a2?
after queen a2.
Because you don't have that, you cannot stop me going back to g8, I thought. Maybe you'll just play queen g6 and keep me, queen g4 and keep me.
Yeah, let's take a
hanging
look.
on
So
somehow.
queen here. I was looking at this one for some
But
reason.
I go king g8.
Yeah, you just go king g8. You don't actually have to take me. So why is this so crushing? Not obvious.
This is embarrassing. Wait, why is it so good? I think could be queen g4. Because at least when you go king g8, I can play rook h6. But nope, this is flat.
Queen g4 loses the advantage. So what else could it be? Okay, let's just think about it logically.
Bishop.
You're up a
Wait,
pawn.
there's bishop f5 b1. I think that could be it. Bishop f5.
Wow. But, you know, somehow that tells me that chess is hard. If that's like the way you have to win. This is like, this quiet move is the 4.5 pawn advantage with the idea of bringing the bishop back and
Or putting it on
regrouping.
h7.
Or, yeah, I mean, that's
It's kept a sliver of advantage, but it's
Yeah.
not the move.
that's not it. Okay, but let's just think. So if you go back and you hide your king, you're basically up a pawn with like a decent position. So we need to act pretty quickly again about that whole plan that you've got. We got to keep making these threats to your king.
It's bishop g4.
Okay, hold on. I know you're excited about that move. Let me try to figure it out. Bishop g4. And your idea is bishop f3.
Yeah, but
Wow. It's interesting.
slow.
It's slow,
But
yeah.
it's 4.6. How
Yeah,
can it be?
but you know what?
It's only 2.6.
Yeah, but we're getting closer,
Yeah,
right?
there's something much better. Is it bishop d7? No.
But this is actually cool. Let's just show people, because this is a winning advantage for white. And basically the idea is tempo and get onto that diagonal bypassing the knight.
So after king g8,
King
bishop f3,
G8,
we win an exchange
Yeah, we
at
win
least.
the exchange. And, you know, because black's king is missing a pawn, it's actually quite weak.
So black is forced to trade a rook for the bishop,
Yeah.
and we're doing well. There's something better than bishop g4.
But this is cool.
Something better than bishop g4, which is not bishop f5, and I don't see any more squares.
Yeah. and
So it's
This
something.
move wasn't working, I think, for a lot of reasons. Because first of all, even like I was kind of hoping, you know, for this, and that I would have bishop e6, but you even have king here.
And it's
And even
nothing
here I have
special,
nothing,
but
right,
queen
yeah.
d3 might be a draw.
Right.
It's
so,
not rook d7. It's
yeah.
not rook e1. What is it? It's not queen g4. What is it?
So it's definitely related to this bishop. So is it g3?
Maybe it's some rook d2 first and then something clever, but I don't know what it could be. g3 is better than bishop g4.
It's pretty much, yeah. It's somehow, but I'm just using your idea.
Oh, that is
Yeah.
brilliant. That
Yeah.
is brilliant.
Maybe
I
it's
mean,
a
the
small
same idea. I mean, I'm
improvement.
going up
Yeah.
with the bishop, but you saw it with g3, bishop
Yeah,
g2.
yeah, yeah. It's like you're maybe just making a little improvement of the pawn structure on the king side.
Or maybe it wants that after king g8, bishop g2, you don't have some rook takes f3, taking the pressure off. So you're forced to give that rook. Or it could be some minor detail like that. Okay, at least we're on the path. But let's see how, if Prague will find this either bishop g4 or g3.
But right now, I think the situation on the board is that Nepo has played king g8.
Oh, sorry.
So he has not gone after this pawn.
Yeah. So king g8.
Right.
And we said this before. We thought queen d5 check.
Right.
and never letting the black king rest.
Yeah. So we did look at this position
Yeah,
at
this
some
is,
point.
as far as we thought it's over. So king h8,
Right.
and I go queen e5, threatening rook takes h6.
Right.
And so you're never able to get that piece. But we have to figure out how to nail it still, because if we keep going back, king g8, then there is a win. But what is that win? Is it? It's not rook g6. It's not. Oh, I know what it is. It's not queen e5. It's queen d4. If you just step back a second and go queen d4. No, but even there's king h7. Because my idea was if you go king g8, then I go rook g6, rook f7, and rook takes g7. And then I have queen d5 check. Sorry, it works with the queen on e5 as well. So I just go back queen d5 and now collect that rook and I'm up the pawn.
Okay, so let's just show our viewers. So basically the tactic here is that we keep going for h6 and then we just go here.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of ways to defend checkmate. There's only one.
And then rook takes g7.
And then just a simple and direct rook g7.
And come back to d5.
We win a super important pawn. The black king is completely open.
And we're taking the rook
And
on
we're
a8.
even taking it with check.
Yes.
So this is, this is...
A pawn plus a big initiative.
I guess I'm supposed to go rook f7.
And then queen a8
And
check.
queen a8. And we're up a pawn. The black king is open. Bishop versus knight. Wow. So, no, I'm very excited about this game.
Okay, but now let's check the lines with queen d5 check.
Yeah.
On move 25. King h7. Let's do that. So now I would have to play bishop f5 check at some point.
Yeah.
You go king h8.
Wait, can I find some mating tricks here, Vishy?
Oh, the same thing works actually. I thought my bishop is sort of in the way. Maybe some bishop b1 wins because you cannot stop the queen coming to g6, let's say. But queen e5 wins anyway.
Yeah.
Just like before, we're threatening rook h6.
Yeah.
You go rook g6 and we can play the same rook takes g7.
Yeah.
And with the bishop on f5, it's even stronger apparently because the valuation is even higher.
Oh yeah, it's even better. Okay.
You know, there's a war going on about whether people should have the eval bar on or not.
Oh really?
Yeah.
It's a war, yeah. Okay, but can we figure out where exactly was the big blunder by Nepo?
Okay, so the best move apparently was knight a6.
No, but so knight d7 is not even too bad,
but
right?
Knight a6 was better.
Knight a6 right here.
Do you want to say why it was better, or shall we just stick to this? Okay.
We started to get to that point that somehow this was the better move, right? And then like on rook d5, it wasn't bishop c. I think it was it knight c5 that we finally got to, or no? I think
that's the same.
That was
That's the game.
Oh, that's what we had looked at. Yeah, and that's their game. Okay.
Yeah.
So it was some other move
it
here.
Is maybe queen a2.
And I remember we looked at queen c3, and that wasn't it either.
Maybe it's not involving taking the pawn, but let's try queen a2.
I think we looked at all of this though.
No, but this is also winning. Rook d6.
Right, but
and it's game over.
But we looked at all these moves. This was actually
so maybe
what
it's
we
queen
couldn't
a3.
find.
Queen a3. No, that's even higher. This is
right. Remember, this is where we looked at like these ideas.
Yes.
And
but here there is no advantage apparently.
Right.
And what did we think of bishop c5? Queen b3 we said was winning, right? Oh, that wasn't here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think bishop c5 is queen b3.
Queen b3 is winning.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's a move. It's not bishop c5. It's not knight c5. It's not queen a2. It's not queen a3. It's obviously not the rook moves. So maybe queen c3. But
no, I think we also know it's not queen c3. I think we looked at this one too.
And was it bishop e6 here?
Yeah, I think this is the one where we found this bishop e6.
Yes.
Beauty.
Oh God. So it's not queen c3. There's no squares left. Maybe it's queen b4.
There's no like rook d8 just doesn't work.
No, same rook f5 check, right? Queen b4 is, I mean, I've run out of squares. Or is it b5 or something? Try queen b4. I hope the evaluation bar. No, still we're lost. And b5 can't be it. We just don't have queen moves left.
So there's something so difficult here that we've tried every move in the
Bishop
position.
takes h2 check.
Ah, for some reason that's it. That has to be it. There's just nothing else.
There are no legal moves left.
Moves.
This is embarrassing. We're supposed to figure these things out.
Yeah, we've actually came to the last legal move in the position to finally
find
why
it. Is this so different? King h2, and let me try to understand this now. Is it knight c5 now? And then the same thing, but I've taken the pawn? Could it be something like that?
Is there maybe some queen move, some check, maybe somewhere? Okay, knight c5.
Knight c. Here it doesn't work. So rook d6.
Mm-hmm.
And is it king g8 or the same queen d5 thing works?
Maybe
there?
queen a2 now.
Oh, and g3 is too slow.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's queen a2 here, yeah.
Probably, right? No, it's
No,
not
that's already
queen
higher.
A2.
So then it's king. What was the other move here? But I'm threatening queen d5 check. You can't move the knight. It's not queen a2. And king g8 was still a big advantage. Anyway, I think both of us have conveyed to the audience
How about
the
knight?
practical value of
Yeah.
such a move like d5.
Oh, yeah.
You put your opponent under enormous pressure. They have to find solutions to the board. And if you don't know the exact solution, it's not
Yeah,
that
but
easy.
there's a checkmate in 3 here.
Queen b3 check, yeah. No, you can't move. I thought you could move the knight
yeah.
simply for the same
Nice.
problem. So
Okay. Well, I think we have conveyed, just how difficult Nepo's task was in this game. And right now we have queen d5 on the board. But wait, there's actually one other thing that we needed to find, right? So Nepo tried this move knight d7, and then we took on d5, and there was something better than knight c5.
no, bishop h2 and knight c5.
Ah, same. So he had to go for this. For this position, he had to give away the bishop somehow for the pawn, and then go. What? Yeah, then go knight c5.
Which is plus 0.1. And
Right. And so then, and this is where we're still kind of trying to find a move for black, or we haven't found it yet, have we?
no.
So it's not king g8. Oh, it is king g8. Cool.
Queen d5,
Queen d5 and king h8.
queen e5.
Queen e5, and so somehow it's a little bit, well, it's different because we have taken a pawn, so
Yeah,
sure.
apparently that's all it is.
Yeah, it's just that one extra pawn
So
that we
what is
took.
it, rook e8 or something? But you're still exposed. Is it king h7, bishop f5? That doesn't make sense. Maybe that's it. King h7.
Mm-hmm.
No, king g8 then.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, rook g6, rook
Oh,
f7. Take, queen d5. Sorry, not yet. Rook f7, queen a8, king g7, and still giving an advantage. But
Right, but
that
this one
pawn
has-
is big
yeah.
enough that I now queen c3 f6 or something. Maybe it's much
Right.
harder for white to bring his rook
Yeah,
out. and
compared to what
everything.
Nepo is going to get here, white is missing the h2 pawn, so it is quite different, right?
And apparently that makes all the difference.
Right, but apparently there's something even better for black in like this position. Even somehow we should do something so that this doesn't even happen, the sacrifice on g7. I mean, do you think
Well,
it could
I
be rook
tried king
e8?
h7 for that reason. But
I think this is interesting though, that what you were saying with rook a e8, could that be it? Rook h6, king g8, queen,
queen d5,
d5.
rook f7. I thought just rook h4. What is
Yeah,
this?
no, that doesn't work so well, does it? Like here. Yeah, this is
Rook
not.
f7. What's
This is
the
not
move now?
great.
Is it some? I don't know. Rook h4. Apparently there was something even better, but
But this looks pretty good.
Oh.
You still can never move the knight because of bishop e6, right? And every attempt you have at moving the knight runs into that. Wow. So, well, what could it be here? Maybe
I mean, probably
queen
having
a.
a very serious think because you have to.
What do you mean
a2
about queen
here.
a2 here?
Ah, you mean having cashed in one pawn?
Yeah, and then I just defend this diagonal. Maybe that's the way to do it. Yeah. Yay.
Thank you. Finally, before we reached peak madness. we can
Yeah, you
stop.
see, because so really, okay, let's just try to explain to our viewers what exactly has happened. So the big point is that he gave up this bishop without throwing in that capture. And, taking the h2 pawn actually was very helpful. So now we have this position with knight c5, rook d6, and basically material is even and white is just attacking for free. So king g8, yeah, it's a huge difference, isn't it?
It could be that Jan vaguely remembers that the solution involves a knight on c5, but he forgot that other detail, that it involves not having a white pawn on h2.
Yeah, this is going to be a very
also, I suspect if white's king was on g1 without the pawn on h2, his advantage would be slightly bigger than with it on h2, because you have to defend f2 as well. I don't know, I'm throwing stuff out, but now it is winning for white.
Yeah, so basically this was the key move, guys. It was taking this pawn and then going for the exact same position, having removed it. And I guess, the king just wants to go run back to g8 here. There's not that much that white can do. And so we were trying this move, same idea as in the game, getting the rook there. But the big difference is that because that pawn is missing, we can actually afford to give up h6. And our king is actually pretty safe. The knight is doing a great job guarding the e6 square. The queen from a distance is also guarding the king, and black would have been okay. But under severe pressure due to Prague's, opening innovations, Nepo falters and does not take the pawn on h2. He goes knight c5.
Let's try and understand what's different here with queen a2. So rook d6, king g8.
Well, the difference must be just like probably just the material, right? Like,
is it just the attack at the end, rook h4? Because materially, black isn't doing badly.
Right.
But so maybe queen e5 now.
Queen e5. Queen a2.
Rook e6 check.
Rook h6.
King g8.
Oh, wait, whoa. It's not rook h6. Huh. So rook h6 actually gives up a part of the advantage. We have something better. Oh, maybe it's rook g6 first?
Queen f7.
And then for some reason, rook h6. King g8. Well, or it could be rook. No, it's not rook a1. That's a nice way to lose.
Puzzle rush.
Yeah. But if it's not rook h6, it's got to be some move like rook g6. I'm just going to do it, Vishy. No, that was not it. That gave up some advantage. So what is the best way to do this?
Try rook h6.
We're losing one pawn of advantage. 1.5 pawns. It's a lot.
Okay.
So there's something like a lot better here than any of these moves.
Bishop g4, g3 maybe your favorite.
G3, just like not rushing.
But after rook e8, you're going to take on h6, and then even your queen is going to get kicked around. No, it's,
that's too slow for this position.
Chess is a difficult game.
Yeah. I mean, even like having this engine bar, it's like not easy to find these best moves. Okay, I'm ready.
Go on.
Bishop f5.
But then if I go king g8, you're going to do some bishop b1 to me.
All right, we're going to try it. Yeah.
Okay, that's right. So king g8.
Okay. Well, this bishop, we need to find some good role for him.
Not her.
I mean, bishop b1, queen f7, and then what? We're very close to winning. We got like 3-pawn advantage.
I just don't see it. This is ridiculous. But maybe now I can play rook fd1 or something. But you have rook e8 coming.
It feels like it's not bishop b1. But okay, it's actually still keeping the winning
Queen f7.
Win.
Right now I don't see the advantage. Except the computer says the advantage is as big as it ever was. Some queen a1 or something? That looks so weird.
That's really cool though.
Queen b2.
Yeah, like move back.
Because I'm transferring to c2 and at the same
Yeah.
time I'm threatening bishop a2.
Go bishop a2 and then defend the pawn and also go queen c2. Wow. Okay, I'm starting to, feel like black is under some pressure. Like these threats are not that easy to meet because, every time you go here, there's still rook h6. So we've managed to get the bishop in. That's the key.
Yes.
From h3, we've worked him around to b1.
Anyway, so I think we've pretty much figured out what's going on in this position. Pragg is clearly going to take his time and make sure of everything. By the way, today we had a special guest on stage.
We had Andrea Bocelli.
The great tenor.
Yeah, and that's very exciting. And he's a chess fan, and he played a game with Vichy. That must have been quite a treat for him. So we have his interview with our press officer.
We have a tremendous honor to have here with us at the FIDE Candidates Tournament the world's greatest tenor and a big chess fan, Andrea Bocelli. Signor Bocelli, so how did your passion for chess start?
I began to play chess when I was 12 years old, and I played until 20. Then, I don't know why, but I stopped completely for 4 years. Also because I left in a small country village where it was very difficult to find somebody to play chess, And then, when I discovered the possibility to play online, I discovered again this beautiful game, and I began to play again. But too late.
It's never too late. And how often do you play online?
Sorry?
How often do you play online?
Tell the truth.
Come?
Ha detto quanto giochi, quanti volte
No,
giochi
well,
tutti i giorni, quanto spesso giochi?
now in this period, very often, almost every day.
Oh wow, and today you found a great opponent for you, Viswanathan Anand. How did the game go?
It was impossible. I have a good friend of mine, Roberto Mogranzini. He's a great master, and he tries to improve my capacity a little bit, but it's difficult.
Do you have a favorite in this event? Are you rooting for any of the players?
Tieni per qualcuno in particolare?
No, no, it would be not correct. Of course, I would like to meet Fabiano Caruana because he's Italian American, and I know that his parents listen to my music. So I invite him because I had the idea to organize a tournament in my country village. Then there has been the pandemic. It was impossible, but the idea is still in my mind. So in future, and I invite him, and it would be great to have Caruana and some other great player in my country village, and you also.
Yeah, we will be waiting for that impatiently when this tournament happens. Well, finally, my final question: who is your all-time favorite chess player?
Well, when I discovered the chess, there was the famous sfida, come si dice, the fight Fischer-Spassky.
Oh yeah.
And Fischer has been one of my at that time it was my favorite.
So did it change now, or still Fischer is the greatest of all time for you?
Yeah, absolutely. Then there's been the movie, the Chess Queen, no, in television. It was very nice. Yeah, I followed.
Okay, I think it's time now to go to the playing hall and for Signor Bocelli to meet his favorite Fabiano Caruana.
Ok, cosa dice?
Thank you very much for your time.
It's my pleasure. Sorry for my English.
Your English is very good.
No. Unfortunately, I never studied English. In school, I studied French. And when I learned my first word in English, I was already 35 years old. So too late, like to play chess. Too late.
Was your first word in English chess?
No, my first, yes.
Perfect answer. Thank you.
Well, that was a great interview. It's great to see that chess has such high-profile fans.
Absolutely.
From all walks of life, all over the world, and hopefully, Mr. Bocelli enjoyed his visit to the candidates tournament today. So, let's take a look at the women's games. Let's do a bird's eye view. We have a position between Tan and Salimova where Tan is up a pawn, but she has this backwards pawn on d3, seemingly giving black some compensation or not, Vishy. In these positions, it's always hard to say. Either you have compensation or you just completely don't and you're down a pawn.
White has played rook c1, so white can't start with knight c5. It's not obvious to me either way. It depends if black can play some bishop b5 or something, but it seems to me that white has knight c5, so I'm probably going to go with white is slightly better.
With white.
But after bishop b5, I don't know what I'm going to play, whether I'm going to take on b5 or step back to c3.
We also have a really unbalanced position between Lei and Lagno. Actually an extra pawn for black, but the bigger center for white. Really unbalanced position. And Vaishali versus Muzychuk. It's still fairly quiet. Black has been doing some maneuvering with her knights. Let's take a look at which of these games you want to go to, Vishy.
Actually, all four are very interesting. Let's start with Lagno Leitinji.
Okay.
One of the problems I noticed right away is that I want to play queen d2, but knight takes h3 is in the air. So I might need to, well, you can show it. I might need to start with rook a3, very much Zaitsev style.
Yeah, we don't want to blunder the tactic against the f3 knight. So which move are you thinking about?
Sorry, hang on. Sorry. So now I wanted to play rook a3 first, essentially defending the knight so that I can then play queen d2.
Yeah, rook a3 seems to be a very nice move, developing that rook via the third rank. You're controlling a lot of squares, and that way you never even have to move this bishop from b1. And it looks like the computer is giving white the edge in this position. So white is down a pawn, but really nice center, beautiful. Bishops pointing towards the king. The two knights are on the king side. So obviously white's intentions lie on the king side. What do you think white's next move would be in this position?
I would like to avoid white playing d5 at all costs. I would rather play d5 as black, I would say. Because then I'm left with the light squared bishop pointing at my king at h7, but not the dark squared one. I don't know. But in fact, the computer likes the opposite. So my gut feeling is d5 must be a better version.
There's some better move for me here than this. Maybe just queen d2.
Yes.
Oh no, it's not.
Worse. So knight e5 with the threat of rook f3 probably.
Like that.
Yeah, that was it. So knight e5 with the idea rook f3. So it's very, very specific. And therefore...
So what is our next move? If black doesn't go here, what are we trying to do? Queen d2?
Yes, queen d2, which threatens d5. And then my rook is perfectly placed on a3 because when the knight moves, it's going to swing into f3 or g3.
Right.
So, I mean, this is just Zaitsev all the way.
It's a very unpleasant position for black, yeah?
If d5 doesn't work, and I would play d5 without appreciating how bad knight e5 was.
Right.
I mean, I just had the urge to play d5 and stop white playing d5. So it's paradoxical that here this is in fact what you should not do.
Yeah, and let's just look for a second why this move is at least allowing black to survive. Because it also looks quite tempting.
But let's say queen b6.
Queen b6.
Which is not the best move. I don't know. Queen c6. What do they want to do? Queen c6. But
queen d8. Queen a6.
Try queen d8 actually. I think it might be in something with rook a6. I mean, if I play rook a6, maybe my rook is also defending along the third, which could be a...
So at least here, like white's still a little better, but it doesn't seem to be a disaster. So it really lies in this move. Active jump with the knights. You know, if they take here, then our knights are just getting super powerful in the center. Nope. That's the wrong way to recapture. Rook takes. It's funny how all the natural moves
just don't work.
Yeah, they're just not the best.
But now do you see any, if I go knight b4 to d5, you go rook f3, I go queen to b6, how could this not be good for black? It's really crazy.
So you're saying you're hitting
rook
this.
takes f4, rook e takes f4.
And queen d3 in the end?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not that
maybe I took with the wrong rook. Maybe it's this rook. No. Wow. Okay. Can we just look at why this is not winning?
F4.
Queen b2. Queen d3. So this was looking very attractive for white with like a checkmate threat.
But g6. Then I have rook takes f7.
Okay, so we want checkmate in 1.
So it's f5 obviously by elimination.
Yeah, because you have queen c1 somewhere, right?
Knight f5, queen c1 check.
Yeah.
And if rook takes f5?
So if knight takes, then we finally give the check, pick up the rook with a check. And if rook takes, bishop takes. Am I going to survive this? I mean, I'll take on e5 at some point.
Yes. And apparently it wasn't queen.
Yeah.
Queen takes f5. Maybe it was knight takes f5.
Maybe it's knight f5, but you're threatening
The
knight
subtleties
h6
are lost
with
on
mate.
me.
Yeah. Well.
Anyway, so
let's go back a little.
So it seems that black should find another move besides d5.
Yeah. Although in this position, what's our win though? We know it's not rook f4, even though that was super tempting.
It's not bishop c1, which is kind of why I gave up. Maybe it's queen c2 at the start. I start with the battery.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Yeah.
That seems to be it. Yeah.
You just protect your bishop, threaten some kind of rook takes f4, and yeah, that looks good. All right, so basically, rook a3 is the move that Lei needs to find, and she is still thinking. She's got 34 minutes. They're about even on the clock. Very key move. And it will really justify her pawn sacrifice if she finds it. You know, beautiful position, beautiful harmony of all these pieces that are poised for an attack on the king side. So this is a game that will have its fireworks in the next 10 moves.
Yes.
So yeah, I think it's easy to make that prediction. All right.
Koneru against Goryachkina.
Yeah, are you excited about that endgame?
Yes. The question is, has white managed to outplay black? Well, black has managed to play a5 and things, so controls that very dangerous b4 square, which this bishop in some lines was hoping to go to. And maybe it's about equal now.
Okay, so what is she going to take? Yeah, I was going to say
she has to take.
She's going to take, and then
knight takes e4.
And then like.
It's not bishop d4 probably. What about bishop b6? Is that wrong?
How about just rook c8? Is that terrible?
Okay, let's try. Rook at c8. Can I go bishop takes a5? No, rook takes a5, b4, you have rook a2.
Yeah, black is.
Yeah, because you take on e5 at the end.
Comfortable here, yeah.
Okay, so rook at c8. What is the move for white?
Oh, maybe it's just kind of even, yeah. Well, I guess, what is black wanting to do? What is black's next move?
B4, maybe?
Yeah, there are a lot of moves, right? But yeah, B4 is...
I mean, just to shut down that
Interesting.
bishop from getting too many squares. Maybe
you
white
think
can play
bishop-
H4. Maybe white can play H4 here.
Uh-huh.
But maybe
I'm
bishop
looking at the
D4.
other wing. Interesting. Bishop D4, yeah, that's sort of one of the main ideas, but apparently there's a problem.
So
with
H
it.
G5 keeps the advantage, bishop B2. Now am I playing rook B1 or am I going rook C8 and G H6 or something?
Maybe rook C8.
Rook C8. Just try F4.
Oh.
No, F4.
You don't want to take this.
G5. Bishop A5 I was hoping to have with this bishop B4 check.
Mm.
But you'll just play rook C4. Okay, so let's try G H6.
A lovely pawn. Oh, there's something better than that.
And something much better than that. Knight D6.
Why does knight D6 make such a
What
big
about bishop
difference?
A5? No, I finally
Yeah,
can
and
take
then
it.
and then to go.
Ah,
to
that was
B4.
it.
Yeah.
So then B4 check is horrible. So let's try H4.
H4, yeah. Mhm.
And the bishop was
So,
on.
yeah, bishop should not
So what
go to
should black be
D4.
playing? Bishop B4 maybe.
Yeah. Hmm.
Ah, that was it.
And then you get the bishop out of attack so that you can finally release your knight to.
But
take
I
the
play bishop
E5 pawn.
E3. In 1-7, I'm going to claim that I'm
Mhm.
somehow your bishop is trapped. But maybe you have knight takes E5. And if A3, then you can throw in knight C4, maybe something like that.
Ah,
allows
wow.
you to hang in there. But that's maybe it walks into rook C4.
What's the move that allows me to hang in here, though? Ooh, there must be an F5 somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But how? Which way? Just right here, right?
Might as well
Straight
start
up,
now.
straight up with F5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Somehow freeing up this bishop in time. Okay, well, it's a sharp end game. I think we can say that. It does seem to be pretty balanced. Sharp but balanced.
Also,
And,
could she go bishop B6 here instead of rook at C8?
Mhm.
Could she even go bishop D4?
Or is there?
Or you're taking only... No, yeah, bishop B6, I think. Let's try that.
Is there rook C6? We know she's
Then I go rook at C8.
Yeah, we know that she's tried this sort of infiltration against Anna Muzychuk. Which one do you want to do?
No, I wanted to go rook at C8, but I think rook D6 is going to be unpleasant.
Ah, okay. Actually, now that I realize this bishop is not hanging, let me change my plan. Because I was very excited about attacking the bishop.
But I thought this is a good move.
Yeah, it's okay, but there's something better. So what is that better option? She has made a decision, though.
Rook at C8, right?
Yeah, she's played rook HC8, yeah. But I'm just curious about this position. So how important is it that you're threatening to take this pawn? Oh.
Not yet, because bishop
sometimes
C3.
it's not that important. So what if I go knight D6 here? Knight E5.
Knight D6, what if I just go B4?
Okay, but we are having a nearly winning position here. I mean, okay, there's a really funny move, bishop E3.
Is that? Bishop takes E3?
Rook C7.
Rook HD8?
Knight F6.
Rook A7?
I didn't see that.
Because I just finished walking down the same line. I was curious if you...
Well, it's enough for me to see the first move, Vishy. You know? But yeah, that's cool.
No, I ran into the same wall, that's why.
Yeah. I was like so happy, you know. I was like, look, I made 3 attacking moves in a row. I'm going to win your knight with like a nice position. It's like, oops, rook A7 in the end, and I don't get the knight back. Okay, that's cool. Let's not do that then. So what does your intuition tell you where we're going to find that?
I thought
+2
rook
advantage?
c6 was reasonable. If that's not available, maybe b4 after all.
B4.
I mean, but b4, knight takes e5, then bishop c3. Okay, let's try b4. How bad can it be? But I don't think it's +2.
I don't think that's the +2.
Try it anyway.
All right.
It is the
It is the +2. Wow.
Ah, okay. So that was stronger than I realized. Oh, because now I can play bishop c3 as well after you play a4.
Right. So
And
I wanted to do
your pawn is
A4.
weak, but I have locked in my e5 and whatever.
Ah. Just like that.
I don't know if rook c6 maybe first.
Or maybe,
Rook c6 and then bishop c3 is coming later. Yeah. No, but this is even smaller.
There's still something better here.
I hate the engine. Just never gives
It doesn't cooperate, yeah?
Cooperate.
Like we want to go on,
As
but
Victor Korchnoi famously said, these engines are terrible. They never make up their mind.
all right, so you want to take this pawn, but then there's always bishop c3, and then there's
Is
f6.
f4 an option?
You want to like strike from every side of the board.
If gf4, I was hoping to be very clever and play bishop e1.
Yeah. And g4 also bishop e1,
Yeah,
right?
but if f4, I'm not sure that it's working.
I actually kind of like it.
All right, put it in and see.
Let's put it in. Still drops a pawn.
Drops a bit of advantage, but white is better.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, it's not bishop e6, so we get back to
Right.
rook at c8,
We got rook h8 on the board.
where white supposedly has no advantage, it's about equal.
Right, and I think this is where you were suggesting h4, right?
Yes, but all right, throw it in. Let's put it on the Barbie.
Interesting move, but how about we move on?
That's also a very good idea.
Yeah.
Vaishali, Anna?
Yeah, let's do it.
Because there's been quite some action there.
21 minutes for Vaishali. They still have a lot of moves to make. Pretty solid position for her. This is an interesting pawn configuration that Black has set up.
Yes,
Very solid.
it's extremely hard to break through. But if the white knight could swap places with the white rook, then that's a fairly serious advantage. So the question is white in time to get the knight to e3 somehow? Let's say bishop d3, knight f1, and then move the rook. It strikes me as one obvious plan.
Yeah, and it's interesting that she's moved this knight back because you've often said that the knight is misplaced on c6. So I guess she's trying to get it to f4.
Also, bishop f7 might be a sort of idea. Though she could do that without this.
But right now, this bishop...
Actually, the last move was knight
Yeah.
d7 to b6.
Yeah.
So
So we're expecting this bishop to move, right? Like we're not expecting white to let it get taken.
yes.
So what do you think? Bishop d3?
Sure.
Okay. And now
Bishop f7.
bishop f7. You really want to take that bishop out of there and then go, okay, sure. Let's go
And
there.
queen c2, I thought knight
Queen
e6.
c2, knight e6.
Question is, am I actually threatening to take a pawn?
Like, was I supposed to, go somewhere else with this queen or look at the move d5? Maybe. Yeah, actually, you know what? I have a feeling this was what I needed to do. Maybe try to keep your knight in here a little longer.
That's true. It seems to be the way to go, but for me it's strange to give up the tension that early. But you're right, it's more important to cement that knight on d8 because it has no way out. So you need to move it again. And
or we can try going more active with the queen.
already queen e8 forces the exchange of queens.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't like that impressed because you always have like that queen trade. But anyway, this
Also,
game,
if I go bishop f7,
yeah.
you have to bishop e8, you have to go back to b3, so it can't be. Let's see what Lagno we finished.
Yeah.
Let's see what Tan.
So what's our evaluation of this position?
I'm going to go with I don't know.
With like practical chances for both sides. Sounds pretty good. Nice and generic.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Can't go wrong with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Lagno versus Lei. Unfortunately, we did not see
Rook A3.
Lei
She
playing
went
the
bishop C1
gorgeous rook
instead.
A3 move. She went bishop C1, which is still pretty good, actually.
Okay, so she was threatening e5 winning material, and black has been forced to move the knight back.
Yeah.
Now it is claimed that white is in fact slightly better.
Well, the one thing that she can't really do is probably push through this move in yet, right?
Yeah, d5.
It looks like black is actually well prepared to meet that move with all of their pieces attacking that square. So what other moves do we have? Well, there's knight h5. And I think something is happening.
It has in fact happened. Knight
Oh,
h5
yeah,
has
knight
happened,
h5
and
has
queen has
happened.
run off to d8.
All right, queen d8. I mean, I can see why
And spelling
Lei.
a bishop h6 in the air sometime.
Yeah, I can see why Lei wanted to get that knight to h5, and even the bishop, yeah, in an interesting way, is like it's an attacking piece.
What about d5 here? Because then I can play rook a3 and knight d4, and then the rook is ready to swing to f3 or g3.
That looks very attractive.
I mean, you might think I only know one plan, but it's a
Yeah,
good plan.
but if it's a good plan, it's fine. You know, if it works in every position, you know. So d5.
Capablanca once said, I see only one move ahead, but it's the best one.
Yeah. So we're gonna go for this, and sort of slowly creeping in with the rooks. Yeah, we like Lei's position. And in general, she's a very good attacking player. So I think she'll be enjoying the style of the position as well. Meanwhile, Tan versus Salimova. We haven't really talked about that one in a while. Salimova is low on time. But her position is not too awful, despite being down a pawn.
But
What can
it's a
we-
fairly, if I go knight takes c6, you're going to take on e3 maybe first.
Yeah.
Queen takes e3, bishop takes c6. And then let me play, I can play rook 1 c2, I can play queen f2. There are a couple of moves, but let's say queen f2. And then I'm going knight c5. And do I have a lock on a slightly sickly looking extra pawn?
Yeah, yeah.
Or are you going to keep matters alive by queen b5 and stuff like that? Also, I could have played rook 1 c2, but again after queen b5 I don't see how I'm breaking through.
Yeah, here we're basically the knight is kind of tied to that pawn, so you can't really move it. It's not a great knight.
queen b6,
it's not a
yeah.
great pawn.
Queen b6 so that I'm defending everything again,
Yeah.
not threatening knight c5. You can go back to
Interesting.
d5.
Yeah, and then you're gonna like try
Then
to
now
defend.
I'm going to play rook on c2. Except bishop a4 is not what I want, where I want to be. Because I really want to have completed that thing with knight c5
Yeah,
and
yeah,
get
yeah.
the clamp.
Well, anything else that white can do? Right now her knight is hanging.
Knight f3 might be a good move.
To
You know what? Knight c2 could be an awesome. Because the bishop e3, knight e3, your queen has almost no squares. It has to go back to d7.
interesting, like
So,
that.
yeah.
Oh wow. Interesting. So maybe we shouldn't be in such a hurry to let that bishop get to this diagonal. And there's no, I mean, taking here makes little sense, I guess. Yeah, most likely you just take on e3.
But it's actually a pretty decent advantage for white. it seems.
Yeah, but why is that? Why is that? Why is
Maybe
this
queen
one?
b6, maybe queen b6.
Queen b6. Trying to flush me out.
Rook d5, I go knight c5. Yeah.
Yeah, you're somehow holding everything together. Like you're holding this pawn, more or less holding this pawn. I'm sure something like really terrible awaits me if I take.
I don't see it.
Okay, then let me take. Somehow the white rook would like to come down to c8, but yeah, maybe.
Well, let's do it. Knight a4 or something. Well, she took something, so she in fact didn't go for the subtle stuff. She took something. Let's see. Oh, she captured on c6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she captured on c6, like the more obvious move. Yeah. What is Black's way out here, though? We're threatening checkmate.
I mean, knight c6 is fine. I just blundered because of queen b5. Now you can take with the rook. So
Yeah. There you go.
Let's get back to the game.
Okay, so she took
it was
on
knight c6, I think, which is our main line.
c6.
I think
we're getting.
She did not. Oh, she captured on e3, and yeah, so our main line. And
then
now
she
the
took on
question is
c6.
after how are you going to defend g2?
Yeah, that's the big question.
Queen f2. You can play queen b5. I think just to stop you playing knight c5.
So basically, in pretty much any situation, Black is trying to play this move, trying to keep that knight tied down to a5.
In fact, maybe queen f2 is even the only move.
So on this move, by the way, there's also
then
bishop
a4
a4,
always.
right?
Yeah.
There's also
I mean, I can go queen b6, but I feel I've spoiled the advantage of it.
So you think queen f2 is like the better way to guard the checkmate?
Oh man, maybe I'm over after queen b6, bishop, sorry, rook c2, bishop a4, queen b6. It's not that clear how black should proceed also. But white is stuck a bit, right? Yeah.
Maybe h5.
Yeah, a good useful move, right?
Give the king a square, and who knows, this pawn could be useful over there one day. Okay. So this position, it's still kind of balanced. You know, black has compensation for the pawn. It's not necessarily going to be easy for white to win this one. She does have a nice advantage on the clock, though.
Yeah, let's try queen f2 again.
Okay.
Queen b5.
Okay.
Rook a1. So now I'm in danger of finally playing knight c5. But he doesn't like it. What does he not like? Rook takes d3. I thought I had knight d4. Am I missing something?
Okay, where is my -2?
Oh, rook takes d3, knight d4, rook takes d4. That's quite simple. Queen takes b2. So
okay. Yeah, black just.
So
takes
this
the
was rook
pawn.
a1 was a major.
Yeah, this is a cool tactic, that rook d4. And in the end, you get this double attack. But
She has
she's
gone
made
queen
a
f2.
move.
She's gone queen f2.
Okay. So we're expecting queen b5
b5
from Salimova. Should we see what's going on in the game between Prague and Nepo? Because you know something, that Nepo is not getting mated. You know, that is kind of amazing. The queens are off the board.
How did, oh, this fizzled out completely.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Oh, he didn't bother with queen e5.
He just played
Bishop f5.
Bishop f5.
Blunder into knight b7.
Blunder by Prague.
And after knight b7,
black is getting a queen trade by force. Wow, that's quite a miss.
It's a heavy miss.
That's like, I mean, because this is an example of your preparation working out in the best possible way. You have a huge time advantage, everything. And then, I mean, well, okay, admittedly, this was not the hardest move we've had to find today.
But bishop f5 was hard, and maybe he evaluated queen a2 differently, but...
you mean like, because we were looking at...
And here, I think queen takes a2, and I think bishop f5 is unbelievably hard to find.
But you know, the funny thing is, like, even this move was keeping an advantage. Like, so this is the obvious one.
Well, let's see how big it was. King g8, what is the next move? Rook h4 maybe. But rook h4, the problem was rook e8. And I cannot go queen h5 because the queen takes f2 check.
Ah, okay.
So a little problem there. So if I can't go down that road, yeah.
Oops, that's a very pretty checkmate that we want to show with the two rooks.
If the mouse master can never get it right.
Yeah.
See
We
it.
gotta improve those skills, those mouse skills. Actually, no, I'm pretty good at catching mice, you know. So let's see. After
Anyway,
rook a8, yeah, we don't
we've
want to
seen all
blunder
this.
that
Yeah,
one.
we've seen all this. So I'm
What are we
wondering-
supposed to do? Queen d4 here?
It's already 0.00.
Yeah, we're supposed to
So
guard
rook
it.
h4 is already a mistake. So there is some other move which is very strong. Maybe rook e6.
Not allowing rook e8, yeah.
And that's dropped up the advantage to almost nothing. So there is some great move, rook g6.
Well, do you think, what's happening here? I mean, that can't really be such a big advantage either.
No.
Yeah. This one is also really
It's just
nothing.
flat 0, yeah.
Yeah. So we still have a 1-pawn advantage here that we're having trouble finding.
Okay, let's get to the game. I mean, it's clearly a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
But
So knight b7. Here we go.
g4.
g4.
Trying to, well, Prague is going to claim that he's still got, if he puts the bishop on g6 and can fix it with a pawn on h5, then the black king is still going to be suffering.
So
But,
rook a8 by Nepo. And, you know, he's got 25 minutes, which is not terrible time trouble. He's only got 11 moves to make. Still, he's quite a lot down on the clock. But I think, you know, he's walking around and he's feeling like the worst is over.
Same thing happened to me in St. Louis once. I had a great bit of preparation. I played it against Wesley. And Wesley played just one move. When I checked like 4 moves, he played the 5th one. And I tried to calculate it by force. And there were 1 or 2 clever twists, and I didn't see them. And some details, you need to get the details right. So even though the evaluation was winning,
right,
I blew the advantage, got a nice ending, but I could do nothing with it. Let's just see the other games then, since this one hasn't turned out. Let's see what Hikaru's doing. He looks fine, actually. In fact, it looks like a nice playable position. And okay, Nijat is gone
This
for
is
this very
kind
solid
of,
setup.
yeah, this
but
is
we were
like
thinking,
what we were talking about, this kind of
Right.
structure, not too many developments there.
And Vidit seems to have a massive advantage. You know, this looks like an E3 Slav.
Slav, yeah.
It doesn't look like a Rosolimo at all.
No.
And Vidit's a specialist in the E3 Slav, so maybe he managed to get it anyway.
Well, what's
Did Fabiano really
interesting-
play A4?
Yeah, he just played A4 and he just gave up that pawn. And Vidit unhesitatingly took it, although he is actually down quite a lot on the clock. Time trouble, I think, is going to be a factor.
Okay, Fabi is now going for gold. He's gone B5, I think.
Fabi has played B5, yeah.
I mean, he's trying to hustle.
So what do we
First of
do
all,
with
is
white
knight
here? Can we
C5
go,
possible?
yeah,
Yeah,
knight
because,
C5 is the active move.
which is not too bad apparently. But let's say knight C3 also I like, because I'm very far from being threatened with anything.
Yeah. So they're both possible. He needs to make a decision without spending too much time on it.
Yeah.
It's not the most critical decision of the game. So I have some interesting statistics for you, Vishy,
Tell
that
me.
I was doing some research on. So I was curious, you know, how important do you think it is to be doing well after 4 rounds in terms of winning the tournament?
Sorry?
How important do you think it is to be doing well after 4 rounds in terms of winning the tournaments? Like, it's only been 4 rounds of play. It's pretty early. But, you know, if you think back to like the candidates of the last 10 years, like how significant do you think it's been to be? Well, let me ask you this question.
Wait, the leader in, I don't remember 12, what was this? 13 rather.
Yeah.
14, I was leading after 4 rounds, at least joint leader. But I think I was just leading straight.
Yeah.
16, we had a clear leader.
Yeah.
18, I think Fabi took the lead in the 5th round. So maybe Kramnik and him were joint leaders the 4th. That's what I vaguely remember now. 20. Well, recently the leader after the 4th round has done pretty well, hasn't he?
Yes.
Every single time, is it?
Yes.
Every single time.
Every
okay.
single time. So actually, the really interesting statistic is that since the 2013 candidates, like the only person who's ever won this tournament has been at least tied for first place after 4 rounds. So usually they've been the clear leaders, and in a couple of situations, you know, there's been a tie. Like in 2013, Carlsen was tied at 3 out of 4 with Aronian. And in 2020, Nepo was tied at +1 with MVL and Wang Hao.
Okay.
So somehow in 6 candidates in a row, you know, just as early as 4 rounds in, has somehow, you know, like only those people that have been leading have actually wound up winning. And so yeah, you needed to be at least be on a +1 score after 4 rounds. Now I was kind of mentioning these statistics in the shuttle going to the round today, and Rajabov was like, well, it just means that, you know, it's time for a change, right? So like statistically, this cannot go on forever. So that was his take on it. And but yeah, that's just interesting. 6 out of 6 candidates, the first 4 rounds are actually quite revealing. And what that would have meant for our tournament, if that statistic actually holds up for 7th candidates, would mean that only Nepo, Gukesh, and Fabi are kind of, well, they're at least on, they're the only ones on a plus score here.
Okay.
You know, but yeah, like but the leader Nepo would apparently have like amazing chances to wind up winning the tournament. So yeah, we're quite early in, but that's what the past has showed us so far. And in the women, at least it's a little bit different. Well, we don't have much of a sample size with the women because, you know, they've only had,
it's the first.
yeah, they've only had that candidates in 2019, and in that candidates after 4 rounds, the leader had 3.5 points.
Ah, but it's a totally different.
Yes, Nana Zagnidze. She had 3.5 points. She didn't wind up getting first or second. A very bad, you know, next part of the tournament. But still, someone who was on +2 did wind up winning. That was Garechkina.
Okay.
So, but you know, with the women, it's harder to say. There's not much of a sample size, right? But with the open section, yeah, that's what it's been so far. Well, what do you think, Vishy? Do you think that's gonna, like, does that show that that's very significant and there's like a reason why that person with the early lead winds up winning? Or do you think that we're going to see just something else happen in this tournament?
Well, it can't be that a good start is a negative. So all that tells me is that a good start is a good start.
Right.
That it's 6 out of 6. That is striking. That in fact no one managed to overhaul is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
But beyond that, it seems like the obvious thing. Now, if you told me the person with -1 after 4 ended up winning the tournament,
yeah,
that's more of something that would intrigue me.
Right.
But this one, you sort of think yes. Well, or the higher rated player won. Yes, you know, it's
yeah, what's interesting is that like people can improve their tournaments a lot. Like they can get up to 2nd place or close,
but not all the way
but they don't get to the 1st place. Because we've had big turnarounds from -1 scores, -2 scores after 4 rounds, right? But they don't just quite make it to that 1st spot. So, well, we're going to see what this tournament brings. Meanwhile, we have, Vidit still thinking about where to move his knight. We also have a little bit of action between Gukesh and Abbasov. Some changes here. Apparently, Abbasov's move, knight d6, was... well, maybe that move was fine, but somehow the capture with the knight, the engine really doesn't like.
Oh, he wants to go take with the queen and play knight c4, maybe. That's the... Because if you go rook e5, I can just play rook f8, and we're trading. Whichever way, I trade rooks or queens. Yeah, it has to be the rooks.
Yeah, that's tricky.
Oh, so knight f5 was a chance then. Let's see what happens after rook e6. How is this significant?
So this capture, it's a difference of like 1 pawn, which is incredible. Which you know, because it looks, you know, well, I would say kind of natural to attack the rook, but I guess at the same time.
No, but rook a6 is kicking your queen all the way.
And also the knight is kind of losing his potential, right? Because he was actually pretty good on d6.
Yes, actually, it's perfect to go to c4. So it's a real pity, and also it's helping rook f8. So even if you triple, I can play rook e8.
Yeah.
Whereas he's lost that chance now. Okay, this is significant.
So let's say
He's going to go rook e6.
Rook
yeah.
e6 is on the
It
board.
must be much better now. That must be the move that keeps.
Yeah.
winning, yeah. So what does it go? Queen d8 or queen f7? Maybe queen
Yeah,
f7.
I don't know.
Queen f7
Abbasov
still rook e1.
letting in this rook is kind of strange.
I think major blunder by Abbasov.
It's actually kind of hard to see why he allowed that, right? Because I mean, what did he not like about this move?
Probably he just missed rook e6.
You think he missed rook e6 here?
Now it's getting bigger and bigger, I think. After queen f7, rook e1.
So now you can't even fight for.
The mouse master plays put the rook on.
Yeah, I'm in competition with another mouse master. Yeah, rook AE1, and now white would be taking control of the open file. So basically, the one open file on the board is going to belong to white.
Right.
You can't go rook e8, and I really don't know what that knight on f5 is doing.
And I think Abbasov is busted.
You think Gukash is going to convert this one pawn advantage he's got?
I think not only is it a lovely position, it's effortless. It's relatively effortless to play. Because knight g5 as well is going to kick your queen in that direction, and I can play g4 and kick your knight and kick this and kick that, and it's just I might be overselling the case, but
meanwhile, we also have Vidit choosing to put his knight on c5 against Fabi.
Which makes sense because everything is kind of nice for white. If black captures on c5 with a knight, let's say, I take, you're probably going to go bishop e5 because you don't want a rook to end up on d6.
Yeah.
And I can play h4 on this side, and I'm playing h5, and I'm a pawn up over here. So why give him a chance to mix things up with knight c3?
Yeah, no, I like knight c5 a lot. You know, just a nicer square, a bit more forcing. Yeah. I mean, that would be. Well, I mean, we're a long way from that, but if Vidit wins this game against Caruana, that would obviously be a huge result for the tournament standing.
And for his morale as well. I mean, he would suddenly be right back in it.
And we would, you know, we would have to really admire his fighting spirit to come back after 2 losses to beat the top seed in the tournament.
Okay, I think everything is beautifully poised. Why don't we take a break and come back in a bit, and maybe there's tons to talk about.
Yeah, I think we're on track to see a number of decisive games today. They haven't quite blown up yet, but they certainly will soon after we come back from the break. See you soon, guys.
about the game?
Well, I blundered many things in these games, I believe, and I shouldn't have just got this kind of endgame pawn down. But at the end, I think it was still a draw, and the king is exposed. Like, I can always follow the king with checks. Yeah, important was not to blunder just queen trades, which I didn't, luckily. Yeah, I mean, draw is a fine result.
And how's the leg doing?
For sure, it's getting better. It's getting better. Like a few more days, and I feel like I can get rid of this.
Tomorrow's the rest day. How do you feel about this first part of the tournament, and what do you think you'll do differently going into the next?
Well, I played a decent game against FIDE. In fact, that's a game that I liked the most, to be honest. And in Time Scramble, I just overlooked a few things for him, and I ended up losing the game. But had this game been a draw, then I would be really satisfied with the beginning of the tournament. Otherwise, it's just, it's okay.
Thank you very much. Let's get some questions from the audience.
What was the first opening you learned, and what's your favorite opening to play? Regardless of what your, don't tell us your prep, but what's your favorite opening?
Well, the first opening I learned was Alekhine defense. Not that it's my favorite anymore. Like, I used to win many games with this when I was a kid, but nowadays it's very tough to play it. Otherwise, well, hard to say about the favorite opening. I don't think I have one.
Tomorrow is the first free day. How are you going to enjoy your time here in Toronto?
Well, there is an event organized by FIDE and organizers of this tournament. Well, I just plan to spend time with the other players. I heard there will be a solar eclipse tomorrow, so I will follow that.
What's your best chess tip for beginners?
Well, don't forget developing pieces, grab the center, and try to get more and more space with each move.
Well, that was an interview of Abasov from the fan zone that we have here on site, where players can come to play Blitz, watch the games, interact with the chess bros, Aman, Hambleton, and Eric Hansen, and Arjan Tari from Norway, and also where you can buy some merchandise from the tournament. Like, we have these fine water bottles that say FIDE Candidates Toronto 2024. So yeah, that's a cool place to hang out and enjoy the candidates.
Yes, and all the games are beautifully poised.
Mm-hmm.
So let's tuck in.
All right, let's go. I really want to see what's going on in Prague versus Nepo. Like, is he just making that easy draw or not? Because I see he just played G5. So it makes me think like the knight really is dreaming about that square at F4. Is he going to get it? Okay, like White has some little pressure still, right? Because the bishop is supposedly better than the knight in this position, and he kind of has that square.
Sure, I was thinking of rook e1, just to get things started. But then there are three good moves for black. One is knight d3, one is knight g6. I mean, both cases, I'm going to give a check. The question is, am I going to give it on f4 or h4? And then just try avoiding losing the h6 pawn. But white may still manage to, well, let's have a look. Knight d3, rook takes e8.
Nice, okay.
Rook takes e8. Knight f4 check, obviously.
You have to go for the check.
King g3. I don't know if king f3 is better.
Yeah, and
then just go rook d6. Or maybe even rook d7. Maybe even rook d7, because I'm threatening rook h7, h6. And no, now the evaluation has dropped to 0.
Yeah, but how do we? How is this a draw?
Maybe rook c8, rook c3 check. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. So rook d6.
Well, still rook c8, right? Or rook c8 is rook h6.
Yeah, maybe it's just hard to so if I can't play rook e1, the other thing was to play bishop f5. perhaps.
I mean, I guess I can just go rook e6, right?
Ah, that is true. I'm winning the a7 pawn with a check and I take. But it's a pretty miserable pawn as things go. And the black king is so active. I mean, you can rook takes, you can even play king e5. Any danger anymore.
So even though we're down a pawn here, you can't really use this f pawn very well.
And on top of that, rook
Yeah.
c6 might just be awesome. Okay, so this is not working out. So instead of rook e1, then let's try some random move like bishop f5. Then the question is, can black play rook e7? I can't play rook e1. I can play rook e1 now because there's no great discovery, but you just go rook f8. And once again, we're kind of stuck. So it was something else apparently. Maybe it's...
well, bishop f5 I think is a reasonable
maybe some rook c1.
Maybe after rook e7 we then look for
or
something.
King g3 and f4, I thought. Just to loosen that knight up a little bit.
Yeah, or I guess you could even go f4 right away, yeah, if you really want.
I don't know if h4 works here.
Oh wait, this move is really bad. Why?
Because you
this fork.
knight c4.
Yeah,
you
knight
walk into a
c4.
fork, yeah.
Walked into a fork of all my pieces.
I don't know if king g3 works or h4 works.
You could, yeah,
king g3
king
keeps
g3.
something. Okay, so that's the way to play and nothing more.
Yeah. Or h4. And then you go rook h1.
But even that doesn't seem to be, because I guess black will consolidate with king g7 and knight f7, and then once again you don't have any breakthroughs.
Or maybe
so knight f7 or knight g6 even. Yeah. Knight g6.
There's
a pawn.
Yeah, you lose.
No, it doesn't lose a
king
pawn.
g5 in the end. Yeah.
Okay, so take. King takes. Hang on a second. Even rook f6.
Yeah, it's funny.
fine.
You can do either way, right?
Yeah.
You can take either pawn, but it doesn't really matter because in the end,
King
we
g5.
have that move and we win the pawn back, and it's a draw. Okay, so generally though, we don't really think white's edge is big here, and we do kind of expect Nepo to defend this position or not, Vishy?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, so then we have Gukesh versus Abbasov. Gukesh has been thinking for a long time after Abbasov played h6.
Let's just go back a move. And it's hard to see a better move than rook e1 because rook e8 was threatened.
Yeah.
The only thing I can think of is some knight g5.
All right.
Just throw it in there and then we'll see. Just queen d7. Oh, in fact, it seems to be a bad move. Because
Yeah, I guess it's
probably when I play
finds
h6
it
next,
less
you just have to go
helpful.
back. So
Yeah.
that's no use. All right, so rook e1, h6, stopping. How is white going to go forward here?
Right.
I mean, even knight d4 isn't a consideration because if I can exchange knights, then I
Okay, he's
dominate
about to
a5.
pick something up. How about that queen?
Okay.
How about that queen? Nope, he went for some shorter move, queen c2.
This is nice because what he's saying is I'm going to keep an eye on your a4 pawn and you can't trade rooks on e8 because I'll win the pawn.
Interesting. Just a little bit of a target on that pawn. Do you think he wants to put his rook here or?
Could be. Rook e5 and then queen back sometime. Or rook e5 and knight d4. And then the rooks are in front of your pawn chain. I mean your e file.
Yeah.
So
the problem for black is it's very hard to find a move really.
I think these are the most unpleasant positions to play. You might be sort of okay, but it is unpleasant because it's so easy to go wrong and not in a very human way.
Yeah, let's just show people you can't even fight for the file at all because there's even the knight hanging.
Yeah.
And he's actually
And I was explaining that the a4 pawn but in fact, yeah.
And then there's that as well. And so Abbasov goes queen d7.
Okay.
Okay, not a move that has any concrete idea in a way because even knight d6 runs into maybe rook e7. But maybe that's what he wants, right? Like knight d6, rook e7, queen f5. And
Let me play g4. What do you play? Let me just try g4.
G4 looks very aggressive. Wow.
So you have exactly two moves, knight d6 and knight g3. If knight d6, well, obviously
then
I'm trying to go. Because queen g6, queen f7, you will escape, right? Yes. So it has to be rook e7 first. Now your queen doesn't have a lot of squares. Where is it going?
I don't know, d8.
Okay, then queen g6. If rook e f7, what is our knockout blow?
It almost feels like we have to take, right? We don't really want to, though.
I don't want to, you're right. But what are the ways thereof?
Wait, it was like, okay, well, in that case, if we go back, you go here.
Just a second. Maybe take knight d4.
Yeah. Yeah, because even if the queen comes in, we're just like completely
Oh,
dominating.
that's winning, but what
Yeah.
about queen g5? Actually going queen e6 or?
So we don't really want to trade queens, yeah?
I considered queen is okay. Luckily, this keeps the advantage, and maybe rook f3 and knight f5, and still very unpleasant view.
What did you consider, like queen
Queen
g5?
g5 and
Yeah.
rook e7, but I didn't believe it. To be
Yeah, I was looking at like this, and then chasing your knight around until it finally arrives on a good square. And then, yeah.
To stop, right?
Yeah, and then I was like, yeah, I don't think so. But yeah.
Queen e6 is strong.
Queen e6.
So g4 here, I don't know how easy it is to play, but on the other hand, if you see rook e7, then.
So basically, you feel like the position is ripe.
Yes.
For such aggressive measures by white.
Yes,
it's always very cool when you like get to move a pawn in front of your king, and
yeah,
you know that happens to be the best move, isn't it? But let's look at your fancy other option, knight to g3.
I don't know, that helps a lot. Rook e7, and you get the same position but worse, right?
Right. So where am I supposed to go now?
Queen d6 is the only extra square you got for
Okay.
yourself. Now rook 1 to e6. You're going queen f4.
Then you go like queen g6, I
Wait,
guess.
what about rook takes g7, queen g6, and rook e7?
Wow, does that work? I have like some
Good
kind of
question.
knight e2 there.
You might have knight e2, king g1, king f1, queen c1.
c1, yeah.
But I think I'm winning anyway. King takes e2. Well, let's show it. I mean, we can't go down that deep.
Yeah.
No, it's a draw. So king g7, queen e6, king h8, rook e7. So it's knight e2 check, obviously. King f1. Oh, knight g3 check.
Yeah, we just go back.
And that is a draw. Okay, nice. Oh, so that was a thing. Then it's not the sack.
Let's
so
just
you
go
let's
queen g6. Yeah.
How boring is that?
It's still good, although there was
Rook
something
f7?
stronger. There's a 4.4 advantage here.
Rook g6.
That feels right.
It doesn't actually.
It doesn't? Because there's rook f7?
Yeah. But maybe it is correct. Let's just...
Wow.
Oh, one sec, fg3. Oh, no, then queen g3. Sorry, not queen f3. So queen g6,
queen
rook
g3.
f7.
Right, well, let's show people, actually. So if pawn takes, the problem with this is that you take here, not that you take the knight. If you take the knight,
Rook
you
takes
get
g7.
mated with this idea because now suddenly the queen is not protecting h6.
Right.
So then,
Rook g6, g7, and queen e6.
yeah, we get the checkmate like that. We come in, checkmate, next move. So the problem is that you would be taking the...
Knight would check.
Yeah.
The pawn would check.
Yeah. And then you would be taking the knight after we block, and then we don't win.
Yeah. So here we considered queen. What about queen g6? Rook f7, we hadn't quite finished that one yet.
Yeah, so queen g6 is one of the good moves. It's just wasn't quite the strongest. Then we were also thinking about rook g6. And
let's just do queen g6 and see.
Okay.
You go rook f7, rook e8 check,
Mm-hmm.
rook takes e8,
Mm-hmm.
rook takes e8 check, rook f8, queen e6 check, king what, h7, rook takes f8, queen takes f8. Oh, 92 you have queen f4. I thought 92 would win material.
Mm.
But 92 you have queen f4. Okay, then this is not, but it's still giving 3.2.
You know, there's a
What is
really
the
funny.
advantage?
You know, there's a really funny
G5,
pawn.
G5, G5.
I just wanted to show the pawn endgame, which I guess is just equal. Yeah.
Yeah, queen f5.
Yeah, and even though our pawns get straightened out, we're still.
We're in fact lost.
We're lost, which is interesting, I guess.
Maybe g6 is winning.
Yeah.
Because you get c5 and you get some detail.
Okay, so
but
how
G5
are we
maybe.
winning here?
Instead of f3, g5.
G5.
Yes, I'm guessing, but that is the move. So g6 and knight e5. I squash your king behind that g pawn.
So you go knight e4,
g6 check.
g6, and then the g pawn
Queen
is just so
f7,
strong.
h4, king g. No, not king g2, please, but h4.
Yeah, that's a nice one. That's the one that you want to avoid as white.
That's the one. Tell everyone.
But yeah, queen f7 looks nice.
Hey,
Wow,
it's
pawn is
domination.
dominating. Yeah.
Let's see what's happening because we are getting to.
Okay, let's take a look at Caruana.
Yeah.
Caruana's game is not going great for him. So after knight c5, he moved his bishop back. Right now he's down a pawn, hasn't castled yet. h4, which was apparently not the very best move by Vidit. But I mean, I don't know. Can Caruana have taken this pawn?
Maybe that's what it is. Because rook d6 is not as winning as he thought.
So
but no, here the
you
advantage
can't
is
take
quite
the
big.
pawn.
Maybe
It's probably the
queen e5?
Is the bishop getting trapped after g5 or?
Maybe that's it. But queen e5 is coming, no?
So what happens on rook h4?
I don't know. Anyway, let's quickly see rook a4.
It's rook h1, isn't it? It's just rook h1 or.
And sure. And collect on e8.
I guess that's it. Maybe that's not it, but it's one of the interesting ideas. g5 is it?
It is.
And queen e5.
Queen d3 maybe.
Just defend. Yeah, I like that.
Yes. Okay, let's move on to this one is looking good. Bishop d4, e5, queen g3. The only thing is if I play f6, what do you do?
So you want rook a4.
d4, e5, and queen g3. And if I play f6, you're going to do what? b3 maybe.
So you're still not threatening the bishop.
Well,
So
the problem with
b3
b3 is that rook a8 threatens queen a7, so that's a pain. What am I going to play here? g5?
b5 looks pretty good, right?
It seems to get the advantage. It was very sharp. Okay. Let's just go to the women for 1 second.
Okay.
Apparently, there have been some.
We
nice
got some
developments.
action in Lei versus Logno, and she has
Oh, Lagno is just much better.
severely misplayed her position. Wow.
She's lost
Hey,
the dark squared bishop. She's this is the worst Benoni I've seen in a long time.
How can something like that even happen? I mean, like, you know, Vishy, when we look at this position from, it was literally just a couple of moves ago, right? Like she had this knight coming in,
It
strong
looked good,
center.
but she played d5. No, she went bishop d2, and that's
Bishop
apparently
d2,
too
I guess,
slow.
wasn't the best. She wanted to win the knight, but bishop d7 guards that. Knight e5, knight d4. She went back. I guess there's also all this knight d3 stuff in the air, and actually knight g4 is in the air, isn't it? Maybe, right?
Yeah.
Could be. Okay, so she went back with a knight. G6.
Oh, this is
Logno wants
horrible,
to
right?
improve her.
I mean, now black is even a pawn up on the side.
Wow. And so this has gone so wrong for Lei. It's incredible. Like, she loses all of the advantages of her position, and she's just down a pawn with her opponent having better pieces. And
Bishop h3. I think we should show why gh3 doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Because of rook a3, I think. Keeping knight f3 check in the position.
Yeah. And after
Queen b4, I go
Queen
knight
b4,
f3 check.
knight f3.
Just huge.
Yeah.
No, isn't that huge? I go king g2 and what is the win exactly?
I guess it probably. I mean, you don't think it's this?
Is it that much better?
I mean, the
I would have thought
computer-
it's not that great. But
Computer says that like the rook and pawn are way better than the two pieces here, I guess, because this bishop is awful. But there was maybe something even better right here. I think this is where the computer wanted to
Queen takes h3 then.
find something
By
stellar.
elimination, just,
Yeah.
Yeah, that is it. So
And then you want to go rook a3.
yeah, because now it's mate. Yeah.
Yeah, now it's mate, and you can't even move the queen because that's mate. So
Okay.
that's over, right? So
she can't take on h3, but
yeah.
she took on b4, and Katerina's come back to g4. Now the h pawn is going to join in. Black can play h5, move the queen, play h4, and knight on g3 will get pushed around.
So black is still up a pawn. Black has amazing pieces. Like, white's pieces are just awful. I mean, this bishop on b1 is horrendous. The knights have like not much to do. Wow.
If Lagno wins, what the thing? Lei drops to the bottom.
Yeah.
But Lagno finally gets to +1. So she joins Goryachkina.
I mean, after her heartbreaking miss against Han in the last round.
But to be fair, she did some heartbreak of her own the previous day with Anna. So
that's true. Right.
So you'd have to cancel the two out, I reckon. But let's see what Vaishali is doing. Anna seemed to have got a huge position against Vaishali.
Okay.
No, maybe this is defensible because even though Black's obviously better on the king's side, all the winning plans will involve f5 and then slowly doing something.
But this is quite unpleasant for white. Yeah, Black has this space
no
advantage.
counterplay, no anything. Yeah.
It's actually funny how their game has been such a closed maneuvering game. Like, you can just tell by the structure. Like, I mean, all 8 pawns are still on the board, which is so rare. After 32 moves, 8 pawns on the board. So you can kind of tell that this has been not a typical game. And yeah, of course, very comfortable for Black with that f pawn. And you're saying, Vishy, that the main idea for Black to win is to one day push to f5.
There's no other break which really will cut it, I think.
But what do you think is the future of this rook? Is she going to try to stay here attacking the pawn? Or is she going to go b6 to stop all those ideas forever and then try to reroute the rook?
I would guess b6.
Yeah.
Then king f7.
Yeah.
Has she played b6 now?
I think she played b6. Yep.
Yeah, she has played b6. Then I'd play king f7. Just show this. Play king f7. Rotate the rook back there. And try to get the f5 break in. And the king can come up and collect the pawn here.
Yeah.
And then we get this improved pawn structure, whereupon further exchanges and build up, but very serious options. However, white has some fortresses by this point because black has also closed all their pawn breaks. So you're depending on this one break. So it might turn out to be defensible.
Well, the other intriguing thing is that they're entering the time trouble phase, right? They actually have to make move 40, and a lot of the players have only a couple of minutes left. So, for example, Humpy has 2 minutes left to make 7 moves.
But Humpy has spoiled this a bit, it seems.
Yeah, so Humpy...
She did go h4. And Goryachkina went bishop b4.
Yeah, that was, I think, one of the moves that we said was an option. So Goryachkina seems to be just defending perfectly. And so, yeah, I don't think that Humpy even made any mistakes.
Yes. And suddenly check, and it's coming around, maybe to d5 or...
Do you think she's trying? Oh, you think she's trying to go knight d5? Yeah, I think that's where she winds up. Knight d5.
Maybe I just have to... Oh, I can't go bishop c3.
So where is this bishop going? Probably to d4, right? Nope. Maybe it's not the very best. Maybe to e5. So there's no knight f4 check.
But then rook c2 check, and then knight d2 out.
Yeah.
Or you can go king d3.
King d3.
Rook takes g2, rook takes b5.
Yeah, maybe like that.
Yeah. And if f5, oh sorry, rook c2 check, you just go king d3. And rook b5.
Everything is still balanced.
Yeah.
Okay, this game is likely to end in a draw. Meanwhile, what do we have in Tan? Versus Salimova. Okay.
I was about to say, isn't Salimova better? But there's actually king d2 is available, and if gf4, king d3. So that's kind of important. It's just one tempo shot for black, it seems.
Yeah, because king d3, big intermediate move coming.
But this might just be a draw.
Yeah, pawn takes f4, rook takes a5.
Even f6 maybe. Because if we do this, then
takes, yeah. Can take
and then
e5.
I can take e5 or a5, both.
Yeah. It looks like Salimova is holding her own in this game. She was under some pressure on the clock.
She's taken an f4, so we're here, king d3.
So out of all of these games, which one is going to have the most suspense for us? I actually feel like it could be the game between Anna
Well, that's going to be a long
and
game.
Vaishali.
Yeah.
But it's just going to be interesting to see how, if anything happens before they get to the time control. Things could still, Vaishali still has 7 moves to make in a minute. So maybe we could circle between these games on the open side. Well, we also have some developments.
So let's go back to the open as well, because this is quite interesting. f6, g5, is that obvious?
Like Gukesh versus the Basov is a position that has been evolving quite a bit. Like
Gukesh went for c4 and c5, basically taking that d6 square away from the knight.
Yeah.
I mean, I like g4. It seemed very strong.
Yeah. You were suggesting this one, but he went for something that was different but also interesting. c5. I mean, I guess he really likes having the square for the queen.
Yes, and also taking away that d6 square.
Yeah.
And if d3 is going to go what? Queen c3? Probably.
Or maybe queen
D2.
c4. Maybe up the board. Okay, we have some news in Vaishali's game. She just played a move that we had not really considered. f4. Wow. Whoa, she played g4 first. Oh, wow. So she really didn't want to sit in place and defend this passive position. So she gave up a pawn. And then she goes for f4 to try to get some activity.
But after gf4, she thinks she can hold this. Knight f4. E4, sorry, knight f4. Knight c5. First, I want to put that knight in a lovely square. If rook c3. Oh, the advantage is dropping. So maybe...
Because why? Are we just doing the blockade and we're just trying to say that...
I thought I'm bringing my other rook around and then I'll play rook g5 or rook g4. I was kind of getting excited.
I mean, this is incredible. Wait, I'm sorry. First, we have to go probably rook here, right? Defend the pawn.
Rook a8.
And then we probably blockade. And so then you're kind of saying that, like, we don't think this pawn is that dangerous. Yeah. And the knight has actually, gotten a lot of possibilities. So it's a very interesting idea by Vaishali. Like, look at that again. G4, give up a pawn, give black a passed pawn, and then try to break out with this knight with the move f4.
Wait, let me play h5, yeah. Let me not touch anything. Let me play h5. So
Uh-huh.
I'm threatening to lock in my game with h4.
Yeah.
Now the question is, can you play f5 and can you
Yeah,
hold
can
this?
I close everything
But I
up?
doubt this very much. I'll play h4. And then c6, the c6 break is still possible. So there will be things that...
And one day you want to break with that, yeah?
And then white's trying to play.
Yeah, of course, it's very unpleasant. I agree. Actually, this h5 move is very convincing because if you can create a protected pass pawn of the g pawn, you know, it's going to feel very uncomfortable for white. So I think basically she just needs to not take this pawn. If she takes it, her advantage drops. She needs to let it sit here.
Yeah. Let's see if Lagno has finished.
What do you think about the move? I mean, it's probably not as good. I very much doubt it's comparable to this, but maybe knight c5.
So knight takes c5.
I mean, my idea was to basically, you know, improve my structure.
So f5.
f5. I'm trying to like not be blinded by the sunlight, you know, finding the one square on the board where I can be like out of that sun. So f5 and wow.
It'd be amazing if the moon just passed over the sun now.
Yeah, too bad it's not doing it right now. It'd be nice to get a little bit of shade.
But okay, but this is not going to finish very soon. So let's see the others before they finish.
Okay, well, what can we see?
Let's
think
just
Lei
check on
versus
Fan Zhongyi.
Yeah,
because that was a rook ending, which was in Lei was.
Lei. So we see that they're getting close to time control. Lei has less time.
What about bishop takes e2 here?
Bishop takes e2, and you want to go knight g, rook a1.
Yeah.
That's kind of your idea.
I just want to even move queen f4 and play h4.
Yeah.
Or queen g4 and play h4. Let's just try queen g4. And I'm playing h4, must be awful.
Yeah. So it's interesting though, here white is finally even in pawns. But still with the horrible bishop on b1.
Yeah. I mean, if that bishop was on d5.
How easy is this position to win though for black? I mean, she has 4 minutes.
I suspect I could even go back queen f6. Because I'm again threatening h4. And if f4, I go h4. Something like that, maybe. No, this seems to spoil it. Why? fe5, queen e5, rook f1 or something? Oh, simply the knight is no longer defended, so you can move the other one. Sorry, no, then this doesn't work. Yeah. Then I must play queen g5 or something.
So d6, okay. She just made a move, and she played knight to c4.
So she's trying to do what? Bishop e5.
You see, already a move that gives up a large part of the advantage. So there are some questions about whether she will win this game or not.
If I go d7, you're going to go queen d8 probably. Yes, yeah. Just collects the pawn for nothing.
So what could be white's best move
Queen
here?
b7 maybe.
Queen b7.
Or c6.
Kind of hitting the rook and the pawn is a good option.
And liquidating up to...
Yeah.
So all white's bad pieces are on one side of the board.
Yeah. She goes d7. And I think she did just make a move. She played queen b7.
Oh, okay.
On the board. So this is the game to follow where there's definitely some suspense. By the way, Anna, she did find your move h5.
And Vaishali went for f5.
Yeah, so we're
shutting it down. Okay.
The other two games look like they're likely to be draws. So yeah, this is the big one. Rook d8. And I guess queen b5 here. Just taking the pawn, and it looks like black has lost a sizable portion of their advantage, right? Because now there's pawns on one side of the board. I mean, you haven't really done too much damage to white. Yeah, she took the pawn. Now knight takes d6. Black is still better, but white at least has chances to draw this.
Let's just quickly see what's happening in the open, because some games might finish any moment, that's why.
Okay.
Even without time pressure. Queen d5 has happened.
Oh, I think we should go to Vidit.
Yeah,
Vidit's game is the one.
And
okay.
Oh, he's taken on g7. Okay, that is apparently a totally winning advantage.
Right. So how did this happen? He was in the pin. Queen a7 by Fabi. Queen takes e5.
Rook takes a2. Queen
and
g7.
just queen g7. And
after rook f8, what is the win? Is it coming back to e5? Is it just playing b3? No, b3, queen a3.
So black must move the rook, which I think he did. He played rook f8.
Well, okay, the evaluation is huge, but it seems to be black has a lot of counterplay. So at a human level, it's not that easy.
Well, Vidit just played queen e5.
Which drops everything to 0.
Wow.
So...
And he played that move really fast. Like, he didn't really think that much on it.
Yeah, but what should he have done? Not bishop f6. What should he have done?
Well,
h5 maybe
so
just h5.
Let's just think what the threat is. What is the threat? I mean, rook a1,
Queen a4
king
is a threat.
c2,
Queen a4 is a
queen a4, and then checkmate. So what do we do?
It's not easy.
I mean, is it b3? And then like bishop b2, pull it back, and like then open up the d file?
Wait, but b3 I go rook a2, rook e2. You would have to go bishop b2. I would go queen takes c5. I'm threatening queen c2. I'm just getting a bit messy.
Yeah, this was a bit much, yeah, because of rook e2. Okay.
So what should he have done?
So there was something very, very convincing here.
I mean, this is pure computer territory because to me it looks, I would not be very confident with white. It just looks like I would feel I'd lost control as well. So with it, then Fabiano may be evaluating it very differently from the computer.
Right,
and this is what pointing out. Maybe the computer sees the win with h5. I don't know. Just try h5. No, that also drops the pawn.
Because
the queen a4. I forgot queen a4.
Yeah.
So what is it?
Well, how about some ideas? Do we ever have any ideas from here?
C2, D2. Rook h3 runs into rook a1 check, queen a4 check.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I see that. But what's really cool is that we need some kind of amazing prophylactic move, right?
Yeah, it's not easy, is it?
No.
It's not b4.
No.
Because of same rookie. Don't try b4. No, that's not it. Okay. This is almost insulting. The computer just keeps saying it's winning for white and we can't find it again.
Right.
Ooh. Bishop e3, queen a4 again. King c2, what looks too cheeky.
So bishop f6, what was the problem with that again?
Rook a1 check, queen c5 check.
Yeah, that one. Yes.
Yeah. No, what about bishop e3? Does that work?
And then on queen a4?
I'm making the same mistake again.
Yeah. So something about this move that we need to prepare for.
Is it b3 after all?
But no, but we tried b3, and b3 was still, it was
what was the problem? Rook e2 was the problem.
But maybe it's like...
No, but I just told you that rook e2. We didn't see X.
No, we did. Yeah, kind of agreed that...
It's not b3, it's not b4, it's not
dropping.
bishop e3, it's not bishop f6, it's not queen e5, obviously. It's, at a human level, I just don't see an idea. It's even harder than Prague Young.
Right. Yeah, no, it's funny because, you know...
But anyway, it might interest you that the computer says it's +4,
right,
which is just resigns territory, but...
and then you see that it makes...
I don't think the players are quite evaluating it like that, so
queen a4 by Caruana.
And queen b8, queen e5 might be the draw.
Oh, there might be a perpetual now. And then we're going to enjoy trying to find that +4 advantage that we had. That'll be like our puzzle for the day. It does look like this game is going to end in perpetual because, you know, black is threatening checkmate. White doesn't really have a way out other than giving his own perpetual
And
checkmate.
by the way, after bishop e7, if you try to be cute and play king c1, after f6 it resigns. F6. And I'm threatening rook a1 check and queen d4 check.
Right.
So that is not happening.
Because now black's king can escape to safety. Yeah.
So white has to take the draw. There is simply no way even to...
Yeah. Well,
I mean, you're not going to play b3, are you? It's hard to believe. b3, queen b3, bishop b2, rook a8, and everything is.
All right, so this game most likely ending in a draw. Let's go to Gukesh versus Abbasov. What do we have here? Some progress from Gukesh?
Yes, considerable progress. I think that d pawn can still be blockaded, but on the other hand, he's won a pawn, so
He's won a pawn. He's got some threats of taking this knight.
he's winning.
And what do you think is going to happen on d2? Is it just queen d1? Or
what about knight d2?
Knight d2? Rook
I
d2?
guess you're going to claim that the two rooks might be a match for the queen.
Well, it's
But
just
maybe
my
queen
question.
d1 simply.
Maybe we can try to win this guy later.
Yes.
Because if we are in a hurry, yeah, I don't know.
Yes, rook d2 seems to be.
And
I mean, I could play g4 here, but
then this is sort
Yes.
of like a mess.
because I can't defend both pawns, b2 and f2. So. I could wait. Could I take on a8 and b7? I wanted to say. But
So queen d1 we're expecting by
well,
Gukesh.
we're expecting d2.
D2
so
if,
to speak.
if he plays d2, yeah.
Okay, with it, did they finish? Is Fabi's trying to see if he can win this.
I think it's Vidit who's trying to see because it's his turn now. And yeah,
Yes,
but he's
he's-
not. This game is ending in a draw. Exciting game. Wow, Vidit is going to feel a little bit of a disappointment, but let's see how long it takes us to find that win, even with the help of the engine bar.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there's a game we have like not looked at all today, which is Fallujah versus
I
Naka.
know. How did we come to that point? we just didn't know this game completely.
Well, it was not really the most exciting starting out.
I thought the position was fascinating. Very dynamic pawn structure on the queen side. I actually meant to get to it, but the other things, clearly Prague Nepo was quite
Took a lot of our
engrossing,
attention,
and then
And Prague versus Nepo, I think, is kind of getting closer to that draw in a rook end game. Okay, so g4 by Ali Reza, which is an interesting move that tries, I guess, to get the knight to f5. So he still has these attacking chances, right? Because this rook is really well placed. I mean, this is a pretty unbalanced situation, actually.
I think for these guys, attacking is a state of mind. Doesn't matter where your pieces are. Just go forward.
Yeah, we got
Somehow.
this beautiful rook, and that can give some support to this attack. Well, okay,
Okay, Gukesh is down to 3.5 minutes. Let's see if d2 happened or queen e1 happened. Let's just queen a2.
Queen a2, a little bit of a surprise. Wow.
Because if rook f5 take queen b1 check, king h2 d2. And yes, and the rook is
Wow,
being
so there's
blocked.
a
you can't
trap
do
here.
that. Yeah,
So we
there's a
we
trap.
cannot take this at all.
Because rook f5 wins.
Oh yeah, that is.
And then you have to play
pretty
queen
cool.
b1 check, king h2 d2. That's why you couldn't start with d2 because knight d2
Yes.
would control the b1 square. But
Okay.
this wins.
This is a
Okay,
nice
let's go
trick
back.
by
Queen a2.
Abbasov.
But if the same queen d1, yeah, I think Fabi is calling to claim the draw. And this is winning, it seems.
Then, but the knight can move somewhere.
But huge performance by Vidit. I think after 2 consecutive losses, he almost.
Oh, he had Fabi
And the
under
game
a
was
lot
just
of
he had
pressure.
Fabi on the ropes, and this was good stuff.
Anna made move 40, and you can see her walking around.
Looking forward to a
she has
couple of hours of torture, perhaps another rook ending.
I mean, I think this is her day, though.
But I think Vaishali has constructed a decent fortress. So
You think there's no
there
way
are
to
gaps in the fortress, but
there
it's a
are
fortress.
some gaps, yeah. We're going to have to take a look and see if we can break that one down.
Because no matter what happens, a pawn on g3 is more dangerous than a pawn on d5 or something like that.
And
I think that's what will be the case.
I feel like there's also something to evaluate in the Humpies game. Yeah, because Garyachkina just played bishop to c5.
But then she's better, right?
Right. That's what I mean, that this is not like such a draw. That
I think Humpy is getting outplayed, yeah.
Because here it's still Well, we're going to win a pawn, actually, and we're just going to be quite winning. So you're going to have to find another move.
But there isn't one, because if knight f1, I take on e3 and rook d3.
Right.
So
You can't go there because we take and we take
No,
this
not
guy.
that. No, you take on e3 and you go rook d3 and you collect the. Why do you want to give an exchange?
Yeah.
Oh, in fact, you go rook d2 check. Hang on. Yeah, take on e3. Knight takes e3. Oh, knight takes e3.
Yeah.
Knight takes e3. Rook d2 check. King f3.
Yeah, and then rook d3.
Rook d3.
Yeah, we win the knight.
Okay. Quickly, let's just see whether Lagno has finished this.
No,
she's blown it.
Well, I guess she was doing pretty well.
This has got to be the best trade in the world. That the most miserable knight you can imagine
For the bishop?
for that super bishop.
Wow. And that was move 39, and Lei is going to escape. Incredible.
One more time.
Queen d2, queen c3, and Lei is completely out of danger as all the pieces are getting liquidated. Black has lost her strong dark square bishop. Wow,
Okay.
so what was her mistake? Her mistake was this terrible trade. Just taking the knight was awful. So what should she have done?
Queen f6.
So at any cost, she needed to keep this bishop, right?
But queen f6, maybe f4 bothered her or something. Or maybe, no, not bishop e2, because then queen takes e5.
So queen f6, and you're saying that she was bothered by this move.
I'm guessing, but no, the computer's not bothered by this. Oh, because knight takes f5 now. And if queen takes e5, I take it. Oh, queen b6 as well, yeah, sure. And that's game over.
Yeah, well.
But queen takes e5 would be a winning ending as well.
So what was the move that you needed to find here?
Queen f6.
Queen f6 was dropping some of the advantage.
Oh, there was something even better.
Even better than queen f6.
Maybe some bishop f3 kind of. h3, bishop f3. Bishop h3. So then you knight e g3 and you keep raising, right?
Bishop f3.
Knight e2 to g3. And what is it now?
Yeah, I can see why this was not easy.
Okay, let's. There are no other games. Salimova drew, right? Against Pan.
Oh, they're still playing, but
Okay.
it will be a draw.
All right, so that was thing. And then let's just check the open. Has anything happened? Because Gukesh was.
Gukesh played king h2.
He is in time pressure. He's gone king h2.
Yeah.
Is that a good move? Seems to be.
Well, he's renewing the threat of taking on f5. So now what happens on d2? Is it still queen d1?
No, I think
Or
we
is
can
it
just
knight
knight takes
d2?
d2, yeah.
Just like that.
Yes. So king h2 is a brilliant move.
So this position, we're still winning in because we're going to be up a pawn with potential attack on the black king. So even if you win one pawn back, it doesn't
Go queen
really.
c4. King h. No, that's not the best move even. What would the best move be? Queen a8 and rook f8. But I was not sure about that one. Or it's queen f4.
Well, what does
But then I
black
go to
want?
rook d8. Black wants rook d8 back, I thought, running. Tail between the legs. Even that
Check
isn't
is
the
not
move.
it. All right, let's think again. So one idea for black is this. One idea for black is this. And our job is to mate that king. I mean, queen f4 looks kind of attractive.
Rook d8. Queen
Oh, no,
c7
queen
or something.
C7
Yes, maybe that's it, yeah. Yes.
There we
And
go.
rook d8.
And we come in. No, we don't come in. We do something else.
A4.
Just saving the pawn. Yeah, I mean, so there's
Saving
something.
the pawn loses a pawn of advantage.
Yeah, and so does queen c7. So it's like
Queen e3 maybe.
there's something really dominating for white here.
Queen e3 kind of protects this, threatens a check.
Mm-hmm. Nope.
That blows it even more.
Okay, let's think again. What does black want in this position? He wants to take our pawn?
Are you doing the cutoff method?
What do you think?
Are you doing the cutoff method?
Yeah, I just, I just like try to slow it down. So we're like, okay, what does black want? And we stop their ideas. I like to think that way. Give some.
Apparently all the women have made the time control. Nothing has happened. I think Koryachkina is going to be much better. Vaishali's D takes c5. Oh, because she wants to double on the d file and then play c6 and see if she can break through. Because you can't.
Interesting.
Or get a broken pawn structure. Okay, that is interesting.
Did the engine like that decision? Because it's a little unusual, right? To take with a d pawn.
But look, if can I play d6 check and rook d5? Is that a draw?
Oh, 1 second. So like here.
Can I go d6 check after dc5? Oh,
So
no,
I
can't do it.
It did actually like taking with the b pawn a lot more.
Yeah, I thought so.
So this was just very unusual.
But it could be a horizon effect for these things.
Right.
as well.
Let's go to the open section
Yeah.
because we got players trying
We've
to
got
make it
some
to the
time
move
scrambles
40,
there.
and so it looks like they have a similar amount of time, Gukesh and Abasov and Ali Reza and Hikaru. So let's stick with both of these games. So white's better, but Abasov is still, hanging in there. I mean, he's avoided losing this knight. He still has a d pawn on the board. They got 4 more moves to make. And actually, he's actually ahead on the clock. Wait,
Way ahead.
Wait, Gukesh has 1 minute for 4 moves. No increment. So he must be feeling some pressure here.
On what, rook
Rook
e4?
e4. Mm-hmm. Well, Abasov, this is a chance for him to maybe kind of stay in this game in the next few moves.
I think they've drawn.
Yeah, Lei and Katerina have drawn their game. Wow. She had such
I think
a
we
beautiful
insulted the white
position.
position way too much, and it was more resilient
Yeah,
than we gave.
but she had the most beautiful position. Okay, and also Ali Reza and Hikaru. I was wondering how Hikaru was going to respond to this move g4. He played queen to c8, stopping the knight from coming to f5. Queen d2.
Attacking the a5 pawn. Black plays rook c5. And why
queen
didn't
f4.
why didn't Alireza cash in the pawn? Bishop d5. I mean, did he evaluate himself as worse? Or oh, I see. He didn't like queen c3, queen takes h3 maybe.
At the end of everything, there's like some queen invasion, and then hitting this. Okay.
No, that's defensible if I can take on anything. But
queen
maybe I
f4.
can't. Queen f4.
Okay, so Ali Reza, what does he want to do with this queen? You think, is he trying to go knight f5 next?
But now g5 must be, wait, g5. Oh, queen f6, rook c6. Is that, what is going on after
Oh wow,
g5?
g5, that's a big question.
What is going on g5?
Queen f6.
Rook c6, knight f5. The usual.
Wow. Rook here, like knight f5. That's crazy.
Yes.
I mean, these guys see a lot. Right? Like, I mean, for Firouzja to play this move, he's like tempting Hikaru to fork him. Looks like he's winning a piece, and then there's...
It could be that Alireza also understands that he's in danger of losing this game. Maybe the evaluation doesn't say it, but it's very tense. And so,
Or, yeah,
maybe
like-
that's a bit helpful, but you can.
Actually, King g7 was... King h7. But in any case, yeah, white's winning. So let's not do that. And why can't I just take your knight?
Queen b6.
That's all you wanted, huh? Just to take the piece back with a great pawn structure. Okay. So g5, apparently there's some way that black holds the balance here.
Queen c6 maybe?
Queen to c6. Yeah. So Hikaru can go for the fork if he finds this queen c6 move. And then what do we do?
But I can take on c6 and knight f5 and I should be fine.
Yeah.
Knight f5.
Okay. So what can Hikaru do other than g5? Like, is there a need for him to play g5, or can he go for other kinds of moves?
I don't know. What's happening after rook c4?
That's an interesting question. Yeah.
Maybe knight f5.
Knight f5, because you're kind of using the fact that the queen will attack the b6 knight. Like if you take,
I take,
and I'm attacking the knight. Yeah. So what do you think? What do you think he's going to go for here? Do you think he'll go for this?
It's exciting. Let's see. I mean, also these guys are the world's best blitz players, and they're in blitz. We've given them a blitz time control right now, 2 minutes versus 4, and no increment. So let's enjoy the spectacle.
Yeah. So rook takes. In Gukash's game, he still has 2 moves to make to move 40
in 50 seconds. But he's been looking at his score sheet and all that, so he's well aware of the problem.
With his posture, like look at that tension in the posture, right? Like when you're close to losing on time, or you at least are aware that's a possibility, you definitely tense up. So rook takes e4. Luckily for white, this pawn cannot move.
Yes.
Because it's being guarded. So what can black do? I mean, what do you think white wants to do here? Do you think he wants to blockade this pawn with a queen or the knight, or?
I think queen might not be a bad way to draw.
Like if I go queen d5, sort of my most obvious move.
Rook e5.
Rook e5.
Going queen d7 or?
Yeah, I don't have anywhere else to go. And then is the moment where you have to decide how you're gonna
queen d2, I guess.
Block this pawn, yeah.
A lot of the advantage seems to have dropped. So.
And then how do I survive? Is it something tricky with queen c7, or?
Could be queen c7, king g1.
Yeah, can I just show some tricks?
Sure.
I mean, just to show black's ideas in the position.
Then rook f3, rook e3 actually. It's not even...
But then I guess I can trade and hold my strong pawn, right?
Well, head 6 is hanging, so. Then rook f3.
Yeah, so trading is maybe not a great idea, but you know what's
a really good
idea?
Queen d7.
Wow.
Because then I don't have that.
Yeah. Well, it's a complicated position.
But even here, knight e5 is winning, so it's a very difficult position.
Let's see what Abasov comes up with. I mean, I feel like he still has some chances here.
Can you imagine Gukesh now? He's trying to calculate as fast as possible in his opponent's time.
And he just played
rook d5.
Rook d5, immediately answered knight d2.
And knight g7, and they've made the time control.
Knight g7, well, have they both made the time control?
No,
they haven't.
39, okay.
It's move 39, so Gukesh has 43 seconds for this last move.
One more move, but it's quite an awkward move because he has to defend that f2 pawn.
And it looks like his advantage has gone
squandered quite
down
a bit of
little
advantage.
Bit. Yeah,
squandered quite a bit.
It's now down to under a pawn.
Did he have to, after rook c5, did he have to go knight d2 after rook d5?
"20 seconds for Gukesh."
Just play king g1.
Oh, he heard you. King g1. He made the time control, but his advantage is going down. But now it is a boss up. He has 3 minutes though. He has 3 minutes to figure it out. Much more favorable situation. He doesn't need to rush.
And knight e6 plays itself, so he doesn't need to. What are you going to do after knight e6?
That's true. I guess he's ready. He's ready to do that, isn't he? And he needs to improve his knight, attack a pawn. The knight's getting better. Oh, he's reaching for the knight. He's reaching for it.
Let's just check Hikaru.
Yes, let's go there.
Because
Okay.
they both made the time
They
control.
made the time control, and Abbasov now has a chance to survive. So these guys have also made the time control, and their position remains complicated. So after the move queen f4, Hikaru played rook e8, knight f5, takes, queen c7,
and rook e1.
And rook e1. So balanced position, although, you know, kind of visually, I do like these pawns for white. So I feel kind of nice. You know, it's nice for Firouzja that he got to put his knight on f5 and make that trade happen.
Okay. Okay, so we had our time scramble, and I think now we should take a break.
Can we maybe before we go on the break?
Humpy has done something absolutely amazing.
Yeah. Well, maybe
She's
we
pretending
can.
to trap that bishop.
Let's see. Let's go
That's
to Humpy's
insane.
game.
That's insane what she's done. It's so beautiful. In this position after bishop c5, we didn't even look at this idea.
Yeah. So
King e2.
King e2.
Knight e3 was forced to defend the rook.
Right.
And then she's gone knight b3, and that rook and the bishop doesn't have any squares. I'm not saying she saved it, but come on, that's that's amazing.
That's definitely very nice. And by the way, Nepo did hold on.
Yeah.
What can we say? The games are actually kind of balanced. I mean, in the open, we might get 2 draws of the remaining games. Like it looks
Nepo's
like
giving him the whole variation he should have done.
Yeah, it feels.
I think he noticed bishop f5 because he said something to that effect. I think bishop f something.
And in the women, I mean, it's looking like a draw between Tan and Salimova. Vaishali, Muzychuk, it depends on whether Anna can break through. And this position where it looks like Humpy is finding a way to defend, right?
Yes.
So we might actually, depending on the evaluation of this position, okay, maybe we can take a quick look at it before we go on break. Black has this protected extra pawn on g3, but there's a lack of files to open up the game. I think she's just ready to push c6. Yeah, she just did it. c6 on the board, so you cannot take it. And white just has to sit passively. Now, what do you think black wants to do here? Do you think black wants to go b5 next? I think maybe, because we need another open file.
But if let's say wait, rook c3.
Let's say I go king. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Some move.
King g2.
Yeah. Then I was thinking this.
b5. Okay. I take on b5 with the c pawn. Then I go rook c1 or rook c3. But
and basically, you're saying my rooks are stupidly looking at the d5 pawn while you're already starting to attack me here.
I'm not 100% sure because you could easily play b takes a4, b
And then
takes
like rook
a4, and rook
b6.
b8 or rook b6. And then you get a rook b2 check if I capture the pawn, but I have to capture the pawn because otherwise you play king d6 and then it's game over.
So I have to take it.
And then I go rook b2 check and king g1, but maybe the other rook can't join in very easily. And in the meantime, I'll get my d6 and rook c7. Or whatever.
Yeah. So that's one way this game can develop. The other way,
instead of king g2, I can start with rook c3 so that I have a bit more control of these options.
Right, so it's a little harder for me to play b5. So what can I do?
What you could do is to take on d5. I take with the pawn. I don't think you want to take, well, I don't know, maybe you take with that pawn. You can take with the e pawn. And if I get a rook to g5, you have to play king e4 and sit there.
I have a bad feeling about CD. I feel like, actually,
well, CD, then I go rook 6 to d7. Then I play king d6.
Yeah.
I put a rook on b7, a rook on c8.
Yeah, and then,
I break
push
d5.
through. Yeah, good point.
I mean, we can show the idea. King comes to d6.
Right.
One rook protects the pawn on
Right.
c5, and one rook pushes the pawn on b5.
Yeah.
Then you get a breakthrough,
Like
which
that.
is not the end of the world, but
So we need to capture with this pawn to avoid that. And then.
So now we're good on the queen side.
Yeah.
And if you go rook g8, I go rook g1.
You want to go for this pawn, yeah?
Yeah, and then you go rook g5. I go king e4.
Oh, wow.
No, you're not. Yes, you are in time because.
Can I also start with king e4? Or is there any difference? Guess there's no
Probably
difference.
not. Yeah.
Rook g5 and then like rook g1.
Rook g1. And if rook h8, d8, rook g2, rook h8. No.
Oh,
h8.
I see.
I
what
mean
you're
rook
trying to do.
h8. Sorry.
Yeah.
Rook f3. Rook h5. I can simply wait on f1.
Yeah.
I have two squares. Whereas if we removed a pair of rooks, then I would have no waiting moves left.
Oh, I'd be in zugzwang.
You'd be in zugzwang, but that is not the case with two rooks. So it is important not to take on d5 with the rook.
Yeah.
And get the
So basically,
one
you're
pawn
saying
version.
that black can't really break through here because white just goes between these two squares and
it seems to be
that's
just a draw.
Fortress. There was something about this position when she captured like that. It was strange.
I still don't know all the answers. Maybe bc5 runs into the same problem, except that now I can sit with two rooks on the third and essentially say you're never going to capture b3.
Yeah.
The question is how
would
you're
we
going to
win?
win
Yeah,
that.
how we're going to win? Like if we would have went for this position.
Yeah.
So let's think about it. Not obvious. So okay, you want to make a move for white, like rook here?
Yeah, let me just make 10 moves.
Sure.
I go here, you go here. I mean, white is just twiddling her thumb. So I go here, you go here. It's important to do it with the two rooks like this, so that there is no pin. And then now you would have to move the rook. I go here, move here, I do c6.
Yeah.
You take, I take, then you come here. And the question is, does this win for black?
Or
because if I take, you might be able to get a better version in terms of saying, but anyway, I
but
take
e
this,
takes and probably
king
yeah.
d6, rook e3. Now I'd go rook g8. Sorry, g8. How do I get back? That one. And now it gets tricky because I cannot bring the king up anymore, so I'm doing it with the rooks. Oh, but there's actually a counterplay issue. Sorry.
You see how difficult it is handling the mouse, Vishy?
Yeah. I should have left with mouse master. Where are we? This is irritating. Yeah, this position. No, where is the one with the? I think it was here. Rook e3. Sorry, now we got it. I have to bring the rook to h8 because you're going to play rook e4 and counterattack that pawn. And I'm going to try to get my rooks to the g file and h file. It's not at all clear. So even for me, this is when I see if we're going to exchange a lot of pawns, you won't be better at the end of it. I mean, it'll be complicated.
But
so
did we have any options other than like giving up that pawn on d5? Like what? Because we're seeing this -3 valuation here. Like where is that coming from? Where could this possibly be? Like there must be something amazing here, right? Because should this, I don't know, should this king be trying to go somewhere? It's definitely hidden.
yes. Okay, why don't we take a break?
Okay.
Yeah, and we'll come
fascinating.
back because we still have some very exciting games. We don't know if Gukesh is going to be able to press that. Firuzha against Hikaru's still very interesting. And here we have Humpy trying to save against Goryachkina and Vaishali trying to save against Anna. So we have a lot of...
So
apparently CD5.
So their current position on the board after ED. Yeah. And so we think that, Vaishali might have some decent chances to hold this position.
Yes.
And with that, guys, we're going to go on our break and see you in a few minutes.
This one's you.
The king sucks. He can only move one square.
You've got to reassess your chess.
Grandmaster Maurice Ashley presents Jeremy Silman's How to Reassess Your Chess. So go to chessable.com/yourchess and start reassessing your chess today.
Okay, we're back. The players have made the time control. So far today, all the games have finished in draws. Games have been quite exciting though, and the latest to finish was Vaishali versus Anna Muzychuk. Vaishali set up a fortress with her pawns and the rooks. Let's bring up that position. And yeah, Anna could not figure out a way through despite having the extra G pawn, because this pawn is pretty easy to protect, even if it gets attacked again. So they agreed to a draw.
But the producer mentioned that the mistake came here, where black should still have used the chance to break with b5. But after this, because white captures with the e pawn, now it's impossible to break with b5, and so that window closed.
Yeah.
So that was apparently one significant moment. Pity for Anna Muzychuk, who's drawn her third consecutive winning position.
Yeah.
So that is quite...
Well, somehow Vaishali's dramatic move, g4, right here, giving up the g pawn, giving black this passed g pawn, it worked out.
Yeah.
You know, she was able to keep the position locked up, although it seemed really unpleasant. But this
I
moment...
think perhaps allowing the exchange of knights was a mistake, because the knight has one more good square. It could go to g5. If you keep the knights and first do the pawn breaks, you can always change your mind later, I think. So...
Well, why do you think, though, Vishy, that the computer really likes this position for black? Like, is it, I mean, it must see a way to break down the fortress.
Yes, but we'll have to go down the whole line to understand why, because it'll probably be at the very end, because the computer is searching so far ahead. There's going to be a d5 break somewhere. But,
meanwhile, let's take a look at how Gukesh is doing against Nijat.
Probably blown the advantage, right? Or does he still have a... Yeah.
When we saw move 40, it was knight to e6, played by Nijat. This pawn came under attack. There wasn't a really good way to defend it. So Gukesh played rook e3. And Nijat took the pawn, so he actually equalizes the pawns here, and queen c4. So Nijat is the one with actually the strong passed pawn. And yeah, I mean, he's done a good job of staying in this game.
Let's just, to give you a sense of how much it's changed, this was the position a while ago. Queen f7, rook 5 for queen d5. He did this again, brought this rook up and collected a pawn.
Yeah.
And the knight is in fact, here white is objectively winning.
Right.
But Nijat resisted
That was
beautifully.
move
Queen
33.
a2 was brilliant.
Yeah.
With this little trick.
King h2 seemed like a good answer.
It doesn't seem to spoil a lot. I wonder where the moment passed, because they all went by, I think he went back. This must be as good a moment as any. Maybe some queen d2 works. Or perhaps white should have gotten in b4, a4, a5 before doing something.
It looks like rook e1 was actually giving up a pawn of advantage.
Yeah.
So this was already way too slow. I don't know what he was trying to do, like go knight e5 or what. But he still was better, but it kept progressively disappearing.
I think knight d2 was where it disappeared.
Yeah, and Nijat just played really well here, and I think he's put himself in a situation where he can hold. So what do we think that black is going to do here? He can't really move the knight. Does white want to play b4?
Sure.
Maybe on b4 we go knight d7. And if you take, maybe fork.
Knight e5, yeah.
But in general, of course, white would love to win this pawn. So black's little issue is still the king that has these two extended pawns. You have to be a little bit careful with such a king. Okay, so let's try to find a move for black. The rook can sort of barely move because she's got to keep guarding the knight. There's moves like b5 that you can look at.
What about queen f6?
Mm-hmm. Attacking this pawn, yeah?
Well, I'm trying to make b4 and then queen b2, something like that. But I suspect suddenly b takes c5, queen d2, queen g4 might turn out very unpleasant. No, this wasn't it. Queen g4, maybe there's some defense there.
Too bad it's not.
Yeah.
It's not.
Oh, no, it's not even queen e1 tells that.
Wait, so how does black defend? I mean, he's this king is in a lot of danger.
Is it king g7? Or is rook e7 winning?
Well, I mean, it's hard to believe, isn't it? But it seems to be king g7.
Rook e7,
and then king f8, and somehow
and I have
hold
queen
on.
c1, c4 if you try to move your queen along.
Yeah, when the queen comes in for a checkmate, you have this perpetual.
Sure.
Okay. But there was something that we could have done to win instead of pawn takes c5. So how do we win this? So we just don't need to take your knight. We just need to go after your king. Yeah, queen g4, right?
Or queen f4.
Yeah. Yeah.
And because b2 is defended indirectly. In fact, it's also made. So with rook e8.
Yeah. So, okay, black has to be a little careful about, removing this queen from the king. Because like we said, this king is pretty weak.
So what is it here? Knight d7?
Knight d7. And you're indirectly defending the pawn. He actually made a move. He played knight to e6, which is interesting. Knight to e6. Huh. Okay. I'm still trying to understand.
Well, what I guessed was if rook takes d3.
But apparently this is not a good move.
Yes.
Rook takes d3. I'm trying to understand
b5 was the point.
What's the point?
So I'll tell you, b5. If the queen goes to c2, I'm going to play queen f5.
Right.
If the queen goes to b3, I'm going to fork you on c5. If the queen goes to e4, I'm going to fork you on c5 again. And that's what I worked out so far. But it could well be that queen c3 actually works. Because if knight f4, he has rook e3. He might have missed this.
Oh, this is it. This is the right square.
Yeah, knight f4, rook e3. And I think he might have missed that thing. He thought the knight f4 was clinching it. But after rook e3, everything is controlled and that pawn is gone.
Right.
So he's in very good shape.
So actually, knight e6, after the time control, Nijat is making a slip up. And he's losing the most important pawn that he has in this position, the d3 pawn.
But the evaluation hasn't dropped quite as a stone, right? Oh, after knight e6, how much is it dropping?
It's dropping by exactly that one pawn that you're losing. I mean,
The d3 pawn has got to count, right?
Yeah. Well, what should he have done instead? Can we try to find like this absolutely optimal move if we use our...
Queen f6 kind of held in the ballpark, right?
Queen f6 was holding, but it dropped a little bit. Is there anything else that we could have done? Is there some king improvement that we can do, or what do you think about knight d7? What if we work on improving that knight?
If queen c3?
Yeah, so the computer doesn't hate this move too much, but yeah. Queen c3, yeah?
No, that's not the move. Maybe queen f6 is just good.
Queen c3, queen f6, yeah. We're kind of getting to put the knight on a stable position, and black is fine. So knight d7 was kind of interesting. So the point is that you cannot take the pawn because of the fork.
It's not rook f3 either. because of the same fork.
Oh, that's cool.
That's very cool. Knight e5 works.
Yeah. And you take my queen, I take your queen, but your rook is hanging, and so is
And
your
the knight is, yeah. Salimova is probably drawn, right? Yeah, against Tanjung.
Yeah, that
so the leader stays the leader because Goryachkina drew against Humpy, who defended a tough position.
Yeah. Today, all the games in the ladies section finish in a draw. But, I mean, I have to say, the save of Lei Tingji versus Lagno was kind of, it's a big save.
Yes.
Yeah, and, you know, so far...
We've seen some amazing defensive performances with the women, right?
With the women, yeah.
Women are defending really bad positions.
Right, yeah. We haven't seen something quite, like, similar on the open side, right? Not those levels of advantages. I think, although we're going to come back to my favorite position of the day, the mystery of the day that we cannot leave alone until we solve it, which is how Vidit was supposed to win that game against Caruana that we still don't know.
Let's do it.
But hold on, let's just see for 1 second also what is going on in Ali Reza's game. And he is suddenly actually worse against Hikaru, but is that, yeah, I mean, he could be going down a pawn at some point. Hikaru is going to be torturing him.
I mean, Hikaru can afford to not try with these small edges because you've got to, and a win now will change his situation quite dramatically.
Yeah, he wants to get back to 50%. Winning with black against Perugia would be amazing. Well, let's see. All the ladies' games are over. We have 2 over here. Gukesh has just been given a chance to capture a pawn.
He got knight e4?
Yeah, he went knight e4. And what's he threatening?
Perugia is shaking his head. That kind of
he's not
shake
happy.
that you do when you're not happy, when you're quite annoyed with yourself. So.
Annoyed, well, yeah, because I guess somewhere around here, I mean, he really wasn't worse when they made time control. So what was his mistake?
Should he have taken on d5?
With what? The rook?
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
That seems to be.
Yeah, he could have taken their trade or knight takes, or what do you want to do? Maybe this.
No, king h1. King h1, I guess.
Knight e5, and black is somehow holding everything. White can move out of knight f3 check. And it seems like this was balanced.
Okay, what did he do instead? He went e6.
He went e6. Seems fine too. But then somehow his e-pawn got like collected, or, you know, it's close to collection now. King f8, and something happened around this moment. But it's already like hard to see how he avoids this scenario, right? Something here. Apparently rook d2 was a bit of an inaccuracy.
But he can't play rook d1 because black plays rook d8 and continues.
Mm-hmm.
So what was the move he might have missed?
I remember we were talking about this, I think, right?
But then I realized that I can take king e7. And you can't take on d5 because of rook d8. So that's also not helping you.
Right, because you're just in multiple pins here.
Sure.
So what is this move that we're looking for to equalize the game? Oh, okay.
Maybe bishop f1, b5. But bishop f1, you can take on e6 and play king e7 is very similar to the game. So what is it? No, it's not the move.
All right, so let's just stop and pause and ask ourselves, what does black want? Black wants to take and king e7. So that's the plan. You're going to be improving your king. We need some activity. That would be nice. I have an idea. Wait. But basically, you're going to tell me, though, that when I try this, you're just going to go rook d8 or something.
Sure. Or take first and rook d8.
So let's try this.
Oh, but that is equal, it seems. So rook d8.
And now we think again. I mean, should I be taking on f7 because I'm not pinned anymore? Should I take you? I kind of feel like maybe that's what I need to do. Or
Well, let's try it. EF7.
Yeah.
No, rook E1 first.
I see what you want. You
King
wanna-
E7.
Mhm.
And then EF7. King
Yeah.
F7, some rook E5,
E5.
rook E6, and just keep waiting.
Yeah, like this one, your pieces are pretty active. Black is tied down to defending D5. Makes sense,
Yeah.
right? So this was kind of a key moment. So his move rook D2, it wasn't really clear what it was doing. He lets Hikaru take on E6, and then he winds up, having some issues with this pawn.
Yes.
And that's how, we see him kind of looking at his position and not being quite so happy, because there is a chance for him to be down a pawn here. Okay.
But surprisingly, it's not as bad as I think it is.
Right.
So let's see why it's only 0.3.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very minor advantage that it's giving. And so is there some...
Well, maybe bishop D3?
Knight C3. Oh, I get it. I'll give you a check, and this actually made it worse.
So sort of.
No, Knight C3 is a mistake. Maybe Knight G5 is the move. Or are you going to grab a chance and play Rook C1? King G2 simply doesn't help.
You're
But why
talking
did you play
about
Rook
in this
C1?
position. Mhm.
Yeah.
Well,
And
here's
then this
the
is-
0.3 that we were on. Oh, this is really bad. Taking. What am I supposed to do? Like rook here?
But that must be worse. What is it, King F1?
King F1 maybe?
Also worse.
Okay, let's just try this one. No.
This is much worse. Maybe Rook E2.
A rook E2, I guess, is the only other option.
This is the worst of all.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just Rook takes C1 and King G2.
Okay, let's just use some common sense.
Which is also worse. But maybe the computer is
let's
just
keep,
misevaluating.
yeah, let's just keep going.
And Knight
see.
C5, actually, I didn't see the move for this.
Yeah.
Is it what, Bishop F5?
And now we finally lose a pawn, right?
Yes.
I mean, Bishop F5 and...
King F6 maybe?
You can actually even take on E6, but I mean, probably...
Then I think I take and Rook B5? No, I'm not sure.
So taking, you think, is too early, yeah? We should be... You said
mean,
King
maybe
F6,
D4.
yeah. Oh, D4 also. D4 is interesting. I kind of like using that pawn. So Hikaru has generated some chances for himself from kind of nothing, right? And it's funny that it's all happened since the time control. We do have a move from Perugia, and he did go for Bishop D3. Attack on the knight. And now Hikaru, he's got a time edge on the clock. I'm sure he's like, smelling the blood here, because this is like quite a nice chance for him that he hasn't had all game.
Rook C1 does look to be progress. Let's see what happens.
All right, so Rook C1, we tried every single move on the board, and none of them were good. Let's see if we can. That means that Hikaru will be tempted by this move, doesn't it? Rook C1 looks very appealing. So let's see, what else have we not looked at? So there's limited ways that we can just defend this rook.
By the way, after Rook C1, King G2, even Knight D6 was quite strong.
Knight D6.
Yes.
I'm
wondering why it's not giving a huge
Because
evaluation.
we went for Knight C5, right?
Knight
You're saying that,
D6,
yeah. You hold these squares, you want to take the pawn. Also pretty nice looking.
yeah.
Okay. So I'm supposed to find something better here. So did we look at King F1? Maybe we try? We're already giving up a pawn, right? But
Sure. But anyway, if I go Knight D6, what's the big difference?
Yeah, you don't want to let me take your knight. That's basically what you're saying. You don't want the rook end games.
Yeah.
So you want to take here, and then you want to take here. Yeah, it looks pretty pleasant. Oh, there's only one other move we haven't looked at here.
Rook b7 check.
Yeah.
But king e6, and what does I accomplish?
But the accomplishment, I guess, is that we've activated the rook.
But I'm not able to get out of the pin.
But maybe we drag you into an end game, like when I take and go king g2.
Oh, rook b1 back.
Rook b1 here. Really?
That's it, yes.
Ah, okay.
Oh, so that was it, rook b1, yeah. So rook c1 is meant by rook b1, yes.
Wow.
Nice.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
So you make black take the pawn, so
Get
he's
into
in
the
a
pin,
pin,
and then, yeah.
and then you step back. That's so crazy. But that's like very hard to find, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And then basically you're saying that
You just
you
lose
have
the pawn
no,
for nothing, because f3 is the
yeah,
threat,
f3 is always, you can't even go king f5, you can't go king e5, and you can't go rook c4. So basically you're going to be giving me the pawn back. It's going to be a draw.
Yeah.
So that's what Farouche is going to have to find if rook c1 happens.
But bishop d3 is a good sign.
Mm.
I mean, he played it quite fast as well. It's what, move 41, right?
No,
it's 48.
40. Yeah, they've been playing this position for a while.
Ah, okay.
Wow.
And now Firuzha has 8 minutes, but of course he gets a 30-second increment.
I don't know, Vishy. I don't feel like, I feel like Hikaru will go for rook c1 unless he has other obvious good options. Like what else could he do?
Sure. Just let's see what Gukesh and Nijat have done.
Gukesh
Has
is
taken it.
taken the pawn, and Nijat must be like looking in horror as to
But
why he's given up
b5,
this
and
pawn.
Gukesh plays queen c3 as in.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Oh, that is so sad, honestly, for a Bocelli to blunder that pawn like that. Super sad.
One nice trick is if you go rook c5 here,
Mm-hmm.
I go rook d8 check.
Ah.
So that's a nice little detail.
He might have missed that. Do you think he could miss that? Because here, like, this is sort of looking nice for black, right? If you didn't have rook d8.
You can have rook c1 and so on. Yeah, but rook d8 is
Yeah,
very
rook
nice.
d8, and then you actually have
I don't
to
know whether
take
he
it.
missed this or he missed knight f4 that rook e3 is possible.
Right, he missed something. And just the very sad thing is that he basically voluntarily gave away his own pawn on d3. This cannot feel good, right, Vishy?
Sure.
I mean, he's like, you have the pride of your position. He spent so many moves holding on to that pawn. And then to just be like, here, take it. And then Gukesh is like, yeah, I'll take it. I mean, it cannot be a good feeling psychologically. So yeah, Bocelli missed something here. And it's either based on the fact that he was hoping this move would work or he was hoping that move would work.
That looks like a man who suddenly realizes that what he intended isn't working.
But you know what that means? That we could have
Two leaders.
two leaders. Gukesh, the youngest player in the tournament, has a chance to catch up to Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah.
Remember what Magnus's prediction was for him? He said he could be anywhere from +2 to -5. So he was finding it a hard time to put him into a category, whether he would be in will do well or will do poorly. But still, he thought because of Gukesh's lack of experience and I guess more unstable results, he thought it was more likely that he would do poorly if he really had to just put him in some category. But I think he felt like he was really in between those two categories.
Sure. Also, we should really find out why Vidit was +5, right?
Oh yeah, you want to do that fun stuff?
Yeah, while we're waiting for these, wait a minute. He's gone knight f4,
yeah.
and boom, rook e3. That
I
is
mean,
a
the game
massive edge.
continues. This is the edge that Gukesh has had against him for much of the game.
He can go rook d3 here, which would then force white to have a broken e-pawn, but that's really going to hold. I mean, what happens after rook
because
d3?
you have to go queen
C2 maybe?
c2.
And rook e3, fe3,
Mm-hmm.
knight e2 check, and king what? h2. Or is queen c1 or queen c7 is a problem? I don't know.
Oh wow, this is already a draw. Why? Queen f2.
Yes. Because when I play knight f3, you have knight g3, knight f1.
Wait, which one did you say?
If you play queen g6 check, king, whatever.
Here you mean?
No, queen takes g6 check.
Queen g6 check.
And then king, I don't know, h8.
Mm-hmm. Oh wow, you
queen
took all my
takes
pawns.
thing, yeah, and then you play knight f3.
And it's still a draw, yeah?
I have knight g3 check and a draw. Whereas if my king was on h2, you're not in time.
Okay, so basically you're saying that I should be going to h2 here.
Yeah.
I'm right, and then there's no queen f2.
Abasov has gone rook g5.
Okay, let's take a look.
Is there some knight e4 trick winning?
Rook to g5. So he doesn't go for this deflection trick. He tries to attack the white king. It's interesting, Vishy, without the engine's evaluation bar, I mean, is it obvious to know like what's going on here or not?
This particular position I generally evaluate favorably for white. But of course, without the evaluation bar, we can be, I mean, there are so many details that are so hard to spot. What's the method here, you think?
Like how do you
queen takes
defend
c6?
this pawn? Wow, do you see, I think the engine kept thinking and just
Went bonkers.
Yeah, he just went up way.
Is it queen a5? Because then suddenly there's not much of a defense to queen d8. No, but you can take and you go queen d5 or queen d7, and I'm not so sure. Knight e4, you play rook g2 check and knight d5, I guess.
Okay, let's start with this move.
Rook
They
g2
take
check, king
king
f1.
f1.
So queen c4 check maybe. No, then I take in rook f3. Yeah. So it's what? Rook h2. That's the move. Isn't that cute?
Oh wow.
Knight f6,
Crazy.
queen takes f6.
You're threatening checkmate. And I don't have time for this because you're going to eliminate my knight with that checkmate threat. So it's not...
King h1.
Uh-huh.
And then what is it? Knight d5? Then I go knight f6 check.
Okay, Gukesh has made a move, and what is it?
It's knight e4.
He played something... Wow, but he played something really fast, which is apparently not that good. What is going on here?
So what was the best move then?
Yeah, hold on. This is so fun. Okay. So
is it queen takes c6?
Queen c6 and on rook g2.
Queen c6 was the best move.
Yes, rook g2. Where are we supposed to go with our king?
Well, you have to go to f1, right? But then rook h2.
Yeah, okay.
But we're still hanging in the 4-point advantage range. Rook h2. And is it knight f3 or something?
You want to put the knight on g1?
What else should I do?
Yeah,
How do I
yeah,
get
yeah.
out of this trap I'm in there? Problem with rook e8. Oh, rook e8 check, king h7. And what do I go? Rook c d8 maybe. King h7.
We're being told that we're going to laugh at the engine's coolness, I guess, when we figure this position out.
Okay, rook d8, then you have rook takes f2 check. Whew.
So where's our win here again?
Rook b8 maybe.
Okay, by the way, let's just follow what they're doing for a few moves. Knight e4, rook g2 is on the board, and king h1. Right, he doesn't want to allow rook h2.
Yeah.
So he goes
maybe king
here.
h1 is a good move.
And this is where we were looking at knight d5.
Yes.
But, you know, it's interesting that Gukesh is spoiled a big chance to win. And I mean, yeah, rook g5 was, I guess, not a bad attempt by Abasov, because honestly, if queen c6 is the move, it's a pretty hard one. I mean, isn't it? Like, I mean, you do have to
I
do
mean,
a lot of
I was very
calculation.
keen on both knight e4 and queen c6.
Right.
And my first reaction was to evaluate both of them as very promising.
Right.
But apparently only one of them is. So what happens after king h1?
Okay.
It's if knight d5.
Yeah.
I could go queen d2 or something. You take, I take, and then your rook is trapped. So you give it up in g5, something like that. But you might survive this.
Queen endgame.
Yes.
Yeah, this one doesn't seem to be particularly problematic for black.
Yes. So let's try the other one, which is knight f6 check. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So now you have to take
Play
it.
knight takes f6, right?
King takes g2. You got to go back. Queen takes c6.
Yeah, Nijat is feeling like he could survive here. He looks a little happier. And now what?
Well, I'm take on c6, right? What else?
And you're going to be...
Knight e3, fe3. I think queen b3 is the only move.
You don't mind giving up that pawn?
Oh, sorry. Then queen f5 is the only move, but... And we are still in business, it seems, yeah.
And this will be the second queen endgame in a row for Nijat. Down a pawn. Yesterday, before the FIDE, he was down a pawn against Faruja.
Yeah.
By the way, let's take a look at Faruja versus Naka.
So knight c3, f4, but that was easier to spot because after I'm threatening rook g2 now, which can be annoying.
Right, so he didn't go for rook c1, he went for
knight
knight
c3.
c3, which apparently is not quite as good.
But it's already microscopic.
Yeah, like f4, and this is kind of clever. So he is saying, go ahead, take my pawn.
I'll go rook g2.
Because I now have this nice counterplay coming from this side. And there's no good answer to that, yeah? Because king f6, there's always rook g6. Rook g8, there's always bishop h7.
Yes.
Yeah, just, counting down the ways that this pawn can be defended. It's not that obvious, is it? Actually, how do you even guard it, does she? I mean, I don't think you do. So I think f4 is a good move, yeah? Nice opening of the second rank by Faruja.
Yeah. And exactly now, there's no rook c1 either.
Yeah. So should we go to the fun part now and see if we can figure out where Vidit should have won against Fabi? All right. So the mystery for us was right around this point.
Queen e5, on move 24.
Queen e5. And no, it's right before here. So the engine is telling us that white was winning. But as we discovered, black's idea is queen a4 followed by rook a1 mate. And in all these variations, he is threatening this queen a4 idea. Yeah, well, we are currently having the bird's eye view. So we have two games going on. Ali Reza just playing f4, and it looks like he's pretty equal against Hikaru. And Gukesh missing a very tricky win, allowing his pawn on g2 to be taken. And it does look like black should be able to survive into a queen endgame down a pawn if he plays the move knight to d5 now. Is that his only move, is she? Knight to d5. I mean, he has to stop knight f6. Yeah, knight f6 is the big threat that Gukesh currently has. Okay, so now we're going to go into the game between Vidit and Caruana. This was a huge chance for Vidit. He had been doing really well. And here the engine was telling us that white has a winning advantage, but we couldn't find it. So what happened in the game was white played queen e5, that lost the advantage. After queen a4, white was forced to give perpetual check like this. And now we're going to go back and try to figure out how this move can be stopped. We discussed a lot of tries, right? We tried b3, we tried
b4,
various rook moves. But none of those were winning. So let's see.
Try rook h3.
So rook h3, it was, I I mean, I guess it was rook a1, right?
No, this also drops the advantage.
It was this, I think.
I just thought king c2 and
Queen a4.
b3.
Or
But
should I
maybe queen
take-
a2 check, rook d1 check, queen b1 check, something like that.
Like this, yeah?
Yeah.
And queen a2, bishop d2, and
Rook takes d1.
rook d1 here.
D1,
And
queen b1, and we
Yeah.
never win the central pawn. And
so that wasn't it. Okay, let's try again. So rook
and it wasn't
d3
h5 either, right?
No, it wasn't h5, yeah. So rook d3 was also,
Well, rook d3 just gives a rook.
yeah. It just there, and it's a free rook over here with white not really doing anything. So basically, this is the thing that we're dealing with.
I hope the computer doesn't think it's April 1st.
You're hoping that it's like not a mistake, right? That the computer did not choose this day to malfunction. That it's actually telling us the truth that white has a win here. Well, I think our producers, they would tell us if there was a mistake and they
Yeah,
thought
we're
it was
wasting our
wasting
time,
time. Yeah, they would probably send us a message. They're gonna check now, but let's just think ourselves a little bit.
What has Hikaru done after bishop d3? He went d4, I think.
So I have a new idea.
Tell me.
I do. I mean, it looks so crazy. Like I don't even understand how this could possibly be it.
Sure.
I mean, king c2, king d2.
Yeah, out of
Try to
desperation,
run.
I was kind of wondering if that would work.
Like,
But already I feel
run.
like kind of it doesn't count
Run.
if we get it after that many guesses. Yes, apparently king c2 does win.
Wow.
So well done.
Yeah, I'm running out of moves in the position, but the thing is, it looks crazy, right? When it's the final thing that you see, it just means that it was super hard. I mean, you're walking into this check, and then you got to run into the center. You're blocking your own rook. Oh, that was a tough one for Vidit. And somehow the bishop holds everything, and you're running like that. It reminds me of his game against Perugia,
Yeah.
right, where he also ran with his king, I think, to e1. C1 to E1 or something, or maybe it was even to E3, I can't remember.
Well, that was even a known idea, but here we are completely in the show.
So this is, okay, now let's try to understand why this is a 3.5 pawn advantage for white. I mean, I guess this rook is out of the game. You can't really move the bishop or the king. So you're basically like, once I consolidate, then I just beat you, right? Like once I go there, I double up my rooks and then I win. This king could even go here one day. A little nice walk.
Yeah. Oh, that's amazing.
It is amazing, right? But okay.
But it's just not easy to find at all.
Right.
So,
Well, I think that's what we're here to do, is right, to show the people watching at home why these advantages are not these overwhelming wins that like any 1200 can find, right? And then they're shocked that the grandmasters are not finding them. It's actually really hard. We've seen a number of really hidden wins in this tournament, where it's a huge evaluation for one side, but in reality, it's like, we either don't see the win at all, or like we literally go through every single move in the position, and then we find it when there's no choice.
wait, some very interesting stuff is happening. Yeah. Let's
Okay.
have a look.
Perugia versus
Perugia, because he's closed,
Yes.
he's blockaded with f5. And now the question is, okay, it's still equal because I guess f6 check is of great threat. But
so after f4, d4, rook g2, and g5.
Could I have gone h4 here?
It looks like a move, right?
It's microscopically worse than
What
he
Perugia
has
did.
done.
Okay, so f5. Let's keep going.
If I go knight d5, he wants to do what?
So can you tell us, Vishy, is this already the threat?
Yes, because king f6, rook f2 is a
Yeah.
very strong threat. So that's why I went knight d5. So I have knight f4.
Mm-hmm. So knight d5. You're getting ready to block my pawns. Your knight looks pretty impressive.
Yeah.
You know, the way it can go to f4. Actually, this is a threat, isn't it?
Yes.
So what can I do?
I can go
about
back to
it?
b2. Because if you go knight b4, then I go f6 check and rook f2 back. So
this is one idea, yeah.
But
and if I go to f4, still feels a little tricky. You know, we've barely had any games going to the second time control. Do you know, Vishy?
How many have there been so far?
Not many. It's why I just realized, like, I barely remember what it is exactly. Is that they only have, oh, actually, this is their final time control, right?
Yeah.
That's it. So that means that Naka has 8 minutes and Firouzja has 4. Because sometimes you have those things where you get to move 60, you get additional time, but this is not the one that they have.
So I'm baffled. Why is a knight d5 and knight f4 not good? You want to play bishop e4, allow me to have the h3 pawn as well, or is there something else?
So we got to move this bishop somewhere. And we want to move it somewhere active. We always have these ideas kind of lurking in the position. Should we go bishop a6? And try to...
Rook 8 c7.
Yeah, and then the problem is I can't do this move because you've covered the 7th rank. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. That didn't work. You wanted to try this one?
It's also a bad move.
Maybe d3?
Maybe rook
or
e5.
even take? Or...
Oh, rook e5, rook b7 check.
Yeah,
so...
rook here, we at least have that invasion. I don't know.
Or maybe it just takes on h3 and come
Take
back.
that pawn, come back, maybe.
So it could be bishop
Bishop
f1.
f1, yeah, this passive move defending everything could be it.
And if d3.
A pawn to d3.
Wait, what about rook 8 to c7 instead of d3? Because I want to take on f5. Maybe it just goes rook b8, rook h8 and threatens a check from that side.
Like invading with this rook, yeah?
Yeah, apparently that's not it either. Rook h8. Is it some knight e6? Maybe it's knight takes e6.
You're still going to be up a pawn, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, this seems to keep the pawn.
So, okay, let's just summarize a little bit of what we feel the trend of this game is.
Okay, he's gone knight d5.
Knight d5, okay.
That has happened.
So,
now,
and Firouzja answers immediately with rook e4. So he does not go for
this is a move I
rook
did
d2.
not look at at all.
That's
So
nice.
just instantly.
Instantly, yeah. Well, he does see
If
the
knight
attack.
f4 is, he's going to take on f4, right? Or
It feels like that's the exchange sack he's preparing, right?
is he going to take on d4?
Or maybe even on d4. Which one? I mean, they both look possible. Do you have any intuition?
Well, let's try knight f4. You took.
Yeah. Was I not supposed to take one of these things?
No, I just said let's try knight f4, not rook takes f4.
Oh, knight 4 is already here, though. So, what? So which one are we?
And if rook, it's not rook takes f4 apparently because it's a big black advantage.
Yeah.
So you're going to go what? Rook takes d4?
Oh, it's this one.
Ah, okay. And knight takes g2, just rook d7.
Here.
King f6, and then
F6.
king g2, or even check and e7 first, maybe. King e5, but I don't believe e7 because knight
You would
e4 will
rather
mess
maybe
everything
just
up.
take the knight, yeah? Because here, yeah, it's what, like knight f4? Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is a.
So at some point, we got to just take this knight.
Sure.
And the computer is saying this is equal. The white pawns are strong enough against the rook.
d5, what happens? d5. It's now clearly better for white.
What clever move are we going to do? Is it, it's not rook d7.
Maybe bishop b5.
And you think your king can run?
This is a draw, and white apparently had an advantage. So what?
Actually,
could be?
maybe it didn't. Maybe now it went down to equality.
Oh, okay. So
maybe bishop b5 is it.
Well, then rook d2 check.
Then maybe just keep walking up.
I'm not in time because you'll go to g6. You'll go via h5 to g6.
Yeah, unless
h5,
yeah, there's
h5
h5.
like, yeah.
There's h5, and you could try to mate me, right?
So I guess it has to be king f3. And if h5, I have king e3 kicking your rook, and then.
Okay, you sort of get out over here. And once you kick the rook, you can always block the check with bishop d3, right? That's the idea. All right, let's go back a little bit. Rook e4. So Hikaru doesn't have a whole lot of choices here, because if this pawn gets captured, white's going to be doing well. So knight f4 is sort of, it's the obvious one. And then Firouzja is just going to have to take the right in the right direction. Let's just examine why this one was not good, because that was also kind of a typical idea.
King f6.
Rook
No, that's a draw.
Yes, so there's rook f7, and it seems like it's actually okay for white. So where is he supposed to go? I mean, if you move backwards, I'm playing here.
Yes.
Okay, by the way, Gukesh and Abbasov are in a queen endgame.
Okay. Shall we have a look at that?
Sure. And Gukesh is down to a minute on the clock, but they do get 30 seconds per move. This is the final time control. So we are looking at, you know, the last portions of these games. They're not going to get additional time. And it looks like he's still in drawing territory here.
Which is what? Queen h4 check.
Mm-hmm.
King e2. The white's advantage has climbed quite a bit. I don't know if this is a search depth thing.
Yeah. Well, what did he do? He went for queen f5 check, which seems to be good because you can't really block because of the check on c2.
He's gone back to g2.
Gone back to
Is he
g2.
gaining time? Maybe.
Right.
But now
queen
g5.
g5. Oh, he went queen g5 again. He doesn't really see a
I
way.
think king e2 is a major improvement. At least
so,
in some instant evaluation.
Like in this move that he should try that. Yeah, I guess that's what he's going to go for. I mean, because if you take that pawn, I can take on g6. So after king e2, what would we do? Maybe just g5. Can we go g5, or is that hang a pawn?
He's gone king e2. Okay, now let's see what happens.
Built up a little bit of time on the clock. Yeah, so now the problem with this move, if we can call it that, is that there is a check here.
And taking on h5.
Right, so we don't want to necessarily blunder that, so Nijat has got to find something else. By the way, Hikaru has went the other way. Hikaru down to 2.5 minutes.
But now rook takes e4, right?
He decides.
I mean, rook takes d4.
So he lets white capture, and what's his idea?
If knight d3, rook d3, rook f5, just rook e2, and should be that should be
okay. So he just wants to take the bishop. He didn't want to allow the exchange sack, so he's liquidating into the rook endgame. The white rook will come here, wants to go here, and what? This is kind of drawish, yeah.
Yes.
The life is getting taken out of this position.
Sure.
Yeah, you can see Hikaru leaning back like he kind of knows where this is going, because white. Does white have anything else interesting here? F6? Can we try? Let's go for F6. But then you have
I didn't
rook
stop
F-
paying attention. I just thought it knight F4. Yeah, sure.
Let's see if we can keep some
So
life in
king
this
F6.
game.
King F6.
And rook F2.
Can I go rook F5?
F5, yeah.
But
Wow.
take an E7 works.
Works for what? To make a draw?
Yeah. Well, you have to make a draw now.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have a good discovery because my bishop is hanging, but I can go E7. You take my wait, what do you do?
Bishop.
You also have rook E8, right?
Then bishop B5.
Hmm.
And the problem is you're not even getting a draw there.
Yeah. Okay, let's just show people why rook E8 is bad because
Bishop B5.
bishop B5, king E4, and then
Even if the knight
cannot
comes back, there's
yeah.
a check or a pin, and that's it.
I can't even stop this pawn from promoting because of how badly these pieces are placed. Okay, well, let's not blunder that. Let's just take your bishop and play with knight versus rook. Of course, he's not really...
He has played F6 check.
F6. Okay, I was going to say he's not going to go for this. Because I just wasn't sure if he would really need to, but I guess this is equal as well. I would feel a lot safer for black if these pawns were not on the board.
Yes.
I'm like a tiny bit surprised he went for it, but I guess he thinks that this is
Is it the
holding
current position?
comfortably. Yeah, it's not the
No,
current
he's not
position,
yet
but
played
he
rook
has,
F5,
he's played F6 and King F6, Rook F2. Well, they're playing into this line, actually. They're right here. Rook F2.
Rook F5
Rook
has
F5,
happened.
yeah. Rook takes F5. Okay, King takes F5. And so Firouzja went for this. He didn't have to.
Yeah.
What do you think that means, Vishy? Because he's going to be the one who's going to be down in exchange, right? He's going to have the knight and 2 pawns for the rook.
Okay, so let's have a look at this ending. Knight D3 and knight F4.
E7 on the board. Knight D3, they're going for all of this.
And now what are you going to do? Rook E8?
Yep.
But then D3.
D3 and I...
So maybe you need to go King F1 or something.
Yeah, and they're both going for all of this so confidently. Like, well, okay, I guess they're both happy to arrive in this position. Hikaru didn't really have a choice.
Sure.
Right after F6.
Ah, maybe this move is just careful enough. King F1 and that's it. Because I'll take the A pawn and then my rook is swinging all over the board.
So, I mean, first of all, even though the computer is giving this as equal, it's still like really unbalanced, right? So tell us why you can't just go for this pawn.
I didn't like D3.
D3, and then if I take it,
King E4.
King E4, and then you're saying
That's
I can't
game
really
over,
stop it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, because...
But the question is, instead of rook A5 check, no, it's this one, right? I don't make that mistake.
You can
What
still
if
go
I
King
do
F2.
King F1.
Ah, King F1, okay. You could also go
Because
King
if
F2,
D2,
though.
I go rook E D8.
Mm.
So it wasn't that.
Maybe King F2?
Maybe it was King E4. And this is huge for black. So I need to go King F2 for that reason. If I had gone King F2, what about the same King E4? And it's a draw.
By the
because
way,
of what-
Nijat actually played that move G5, giving up the H5 pawn.
What is happening here? Can I go rook E8 check and check, or do I play King E1, or what am I doing? Can't be King E1 because I could have done that from
Let's
F1.
just give a bunch of checks. Check, check.
King
Bring in the
C3 and King
king.
E3. That's it. Yeah.
That sort of
Yeah.
can't be
Okay.
too bad, right?
Then let's go and see what Abbasov is doing.
Yeah, we'll let's go. Okay. He just played that move, which not the computer's favorite. I actually mentioned it as a sort of a, when I blundered this.
Well, let's try Queen E8, Queen H5.
But I think
gone
if he
E4.
went E4. Tricky. He kind of wants to go for the G6 square.
Well, he's also making the point that you can never come to the F file because He will trade.
Yeah, if Nija loses this game, it's going to be very sad, isn't it?
In fact, he can never go to the H file, so he has to go here.
Mm-hmm.
He has to go here, and he has to keep groveling here. Because had he gone to the square or any of the file, Queen F5 check would trade queens. So had he gone, for instance, here, and it doesn't matter if anything on the F file, then Queen F5 is winning. In fact, it would have been winning here as well because the extra pawn doesn't matter. So if Nija takes here, he's going to have to grovel quite badly. In fact, he's in a bad way. He's taking on H3.
He's taking on H3.
On the other hand, after that, it's a straight and narrow. So we'll get up to here.
Yeah. Okay, they've made 60 moves and they're going to their second score sheet. Queen H6 check on the board, King G8. And how does he win? This is the position. I think 1 second it was like this. Yeah, here we go. Queen G5 on the board.
King H8 is forced. He's repeating one more time. And then he's repeated again, and he's made it to move 64. He's built up 3 minutes. Now is he going to play A5?
So this game can actually continue for quite a while, yeah?
What's more, I think Gukesh has very good chances to win this. Because after A5, that pawn on E4 helps me block a lot of perpetual ideas.
So you think here something like A5 is the move?
I mean, the computer will probably laugh at it, but throw it in, let's see. Half the advantage immediately.
Yeah, so apparently there's lots of ways for white to mess this up, but in a way, of course, it's so easy. It's so nice to be white here, yeah? Not really any risk and all the pressure on black to find the only moves.
Oh, I see. I think this might be the point that I go here. I go here. And then I play A5. No, then it's even smaller. I thought when you go here with check, which is the only check you have, then you don't have a check here. But apparently that's not relevant. So you see how hard queen endings are. Sorry, go into the,
Yeah, by the way, let's go back to Firouzja versus Naka. So knight f4 was on the board. King f1, yeah, the move that you mentioned, and D3. So black.
Can I go king e1 here?
Should I just take that?
That is now lost apparently.
Should I take it?
Yeah.
So then somehow black's kingside pawns are pretty strong. So after...
Apparently he had to go to f2 and he made the mistake going to f1. No,
king f1 was okay. No, king f1 is okay. Now we're looking... It's still equal. We just need to play not king e1.
What are you going to play? You can't play rook a8, right? Or rook a8, king e4, and then check back. That's it. That was it. Wasn't it?
No, because then I think our king was an f2. There, this king is coming in, right? So I think if we go here...
Is it h4?
If we go here, king e4, we might have a big problem.
Yes. We've been here.
Yeah, so this is something else.
So this is still not practically easy, yeah?
It's interesting, because I was wondering who was going to be on the better side of this endgame, the rook or the knight. But it does seem like maybe it's still Hikaru that has, the better side.
What's happening after rook a8?
He plays king f2. Okay, I actually like that. I think we were here.
And king f2 is amazing,
yes,
right?
Yes,
okay,
yes. This is very good, very good, very good move.
I mean, he's really finding his way beautifully.
Yeah, that was nice by Firouzja.
And after knight f4, he will go rook a8, collect that pawn, and then that.
G4.
So g4 has happened.
Okay. So Firouzja is definitely the one who needs to play the accurate moves for the draw.
Can I go king takes d3?
Apparently we can't.
How can that be losing?
I mean, g3, I guess, right?
King e2. Oh, what am I saying? No, sorry. Rook
then we
rook
just
g8.
keep going,
But
right?
then g2 anyway. That was the point. Okay.
Ah, you just keep going.
So we just walked into a trap. All right. King F1.
Wow, Firouzja is still under pressure. He's under a minute.
King E3, G4 has happened, and now
Yeah.
so the Rook A8 will be the only move then.
Rook A8.
Yes.
Ooh, I'm scared though. Really? Rook A8, G3.
Let's try it.
Rook A5,
Yeah.
King G4.
That's lost.
And somehow here
So
you needed to go
here-
back. Like what? Rook G8? No, because then there's like a million probably things to do. I don't know, maybe Knight G5.
Maybe King F3 has to be done here.
Right here.
Yeah.
Oh man, though. But Firouzja is under pressure. He
King
has
F3 is
he
just
has
so hard
got
to
under
find.
20 seconds. Under 20 seconds after G4. Oh man, why did he go for this F6 move?
Yes.
That was unnecessary. His
Rook takes D4. I mean,
yeah, was not better than the knight. So
it's funny. He beat me in the same kind of position in a Zagreb Blitz last year.
okay, is he gonna? Oh, he makes a losing move. King
Where did he
takes
go?
D3. Now Firouzja is losing.
Firouzja is actually
Oh,
losing.
this
Wow.
is gonna be insane. G3, and that's it. It's the fork and F4 that is going to win the game for black. This pawn just queens. There's no way to stop it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's devastating. That's devastating. He was under so much time trouble. Oh, he sees it. He sees that there's no Rook G8. Oh, I really feel for him now.
Because Rook G8, G2, not blockable thing, but
He played Rook F8, and then what? Just King G4.
King E6.
King
Well,
E6.
King E5, here, not to be pretty.
You don't even want to. Yeah, right. You don't even want to go this way. You're basically going to try to promote the pawn without the king at all.
Right.
Wow, King E6 just backwards. That's incredible. What a win for Hikaru. And it's all based on that needless move F6,
Yeah.
where Firouzja just created these complications for himself. He didn't need to do that at all. Hikaru's got 3 minutes left. He's putting the king on E6, but not letting go. Oh man. That pawn, it just goes and goes.
So Hikaru back in business. I mean,
Yeah,
he's back in the 50%
yeah.
group, and that's must be huge.
Well, that's a lot of drama. I mean, that made it worthwhile for us to stay here
Mhm.
for, close to 6 hours to see this final portion of the
Yeah.
game. Wow.
But King F3 is insane.
Yeah, well,
it's insanely hard to
I would
understand.
say really, like, to me, the key was this moment, because Firouzja had no problems here at all. And then he throws in the sort of fancy move, which of course, you can look at, but it's like, what's the point? He had this easy draw with Rook takes D4, and then just forcing black to trade off everything and play some Rook endgame where like nothing is happening. I mean, he's not going to lose this pawn even, right? Like,
Yeah.
what do we do here, Vishy? Like, what's a good move to prepare for this? We don't even have to prepare for this because it's not a threat. Right.
Yeah. Even Rook ED2 is nice.
Rook ED2.
Because
yeah.
we take on E6, I take on H6. So-
Yeah. So we're just kind of having some ideas maybe of Rook. Well, I don't
Maybe
know.
Rook F4, I don't know.
Yeah, so he went for this forcing line with F6, and it was leading by force into a position where Hikaru was going to have a knight and 2 pawns for the rook, but it turned out that it was actually the knight and the 2 pawns that were more dangerous than the rook.
And King F1 was, King F2 was easier, right?
Right, so he plays, King F2 here, right, was a move. No, actually,
it's also not easy because it loses the pawn with check.
Yeah, he did it the right way. He played here, he provoked the pawn forward, and then he moved up the king. So up to
Yeah.
that point, it was really good. Let me just see if we can get back into our main line.
Yeah, and that's it. Now knight H3 check.
Yeah.
King E3, G4, and then he went
Right.
for... He went Rook 8, that's correct.
Right. Rook
No, he
A8,
took
no.
on D3.
He took
He
on
had to go
D3,
Rook
that
8,
was
but
the
this is
losing
insane.
move.
He had to go Rook 8.
So the idea is to what? Like it's provoking G3
and G3
and then going King F3.
F3. Suddenly switching pawns.
Yeah,
and
not
that's it.
easy when you have like less than a minute and you have 2 charging pawns.
Yeah.
Basically, he stops this one with the king, And I guess this one he stops with the rook.
Yeah.
And that's how Firouzja needed to make a draw. Oh, really tough loss. And let's see, though, if Gukesh is going to make it 2 decisive games in the open section. It so far does not look like he's winning. But his
In fact,
pawn
the
is getting
advantage seems to have
close.
dropped. So why? Why has it dropped? Was a5 a mistake? Is there some horizon effect? I don't know what's happening. King e3, still a microscopic advantage. Would you play? You can't play h3, right? You could just go a7 and you still have no checks, my god. So you would have to play queen h3 check. Or queen h1 might be a good move here, I don't know. No, that's climbing. Is it?
I mean, is there queen a2? Should you just try to stop the pawn like that, or is that bad? That's really bad, yeah?
Yeah, that's really bad. I mean, as you've noticed, we're not even trying to find the best moves. We've just given up, and because queen endings are not chess, there's something else. So it's queen h3 probably. Yes, that's the thing.
Just
because
give
the king
checks.
can't get out because I give queen.
And he found
He
it.
finds
All
it.
right.
Okay, very good.
Yes. I don't know if I can stand one more heartbroken person today. You know, after seeing what happened
But
to
we're
Firouzja.
guaranteed one heartbroken person today.
I know, but I don't know if well, you mean Gukesh?
Gukesh is going to be heartbroken as well, not to win this.
Yeah, but you know, it was a little tricky for him. He was in time trouble. It wasn't trivial.
Every argument you make, Gukesh,
Isn't that
I'm
gonna
saying
work for him?
one of them is going to be one of them is guaranteed to be heartbroken today.
I know, but
Gukesh wants to win this as badly as Abbas wants to draw it, and he knows he was that close.
But let me ask you something. If Gukesh draws this, I mean, he's not going to be as heartbroken as Firouzja.
I would be insanely mad at myself in
Really?
this position because he knows he was winning on many occasions. He knows he got a third opportunity,
But his
which
win,
was that Abbasov playing b5 and doing something. Of course, that was queen c6, which is a very hard win.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's
and
hard
and
win.
look, chess is a struggle. I mean, look at
Yeah.
even Hikaru's win.
That's incredible. Like Hikaru won out of nothing
Yeah.
at all. I mean, Firouzja defended so well after the time control. And we
And
just
then
thought
just
he
got
had
a
them
bit, just
back.
got a bit cute with this
Yeah.
thing, and then boom.
Yeah. It's like he read my mind when I suggested f6, and I had no idea how badly that would work out for white.
Yeah.
All right, so right now, Abbasov giving just checks with the queen. What happens if the king goes to d4? We just
Well, I
bring
think
the queen
that's
to
kind of the
d7?
point, which is queen d7. And that's why it was bad to do it on h2.
Right.
So you need that square to get back. If king c5, then I push my pawn very close, and I'll be able to compensate.
Basically, it's like the a pawn versus the h pawn. All right, well, he is moving out with his king somewhere. He went to d3.
Do that.
Let me show you. 1 second. There we go. He went to d3.
Okay.
And should we give another check on h3? Because we like that square a lot.
Yes, because I can go to d7 and c8, so you
Right.
cannot escape from the check.
Right. So right now, as long as Abbasov keeps giving these checks, and he's got some time compared to
By the way, could he have gone
Mm-hmm.
to f2? I mean f3.
And what's the difference?
So you go here, I come here now. You have no checks except this
Yes.
one.
You go to
Play queen
g2.
g2. Queen f4 check.
Yeah, queen f3.
Queen f3, and why is this so bad? Queen d2 check. King g1. Aren't I making progress here? Don't answer that.
Yeah, it's hard for me to say if you're making progress.
We're making great progress, right? That pawn is...
All right, but let's look
look at this,
yeah.
look at this, queen e thing, and then I have to do that. It's the only move, because when you go king f3, I'll go queen c8 and take that pawn.
But let's look at what Gukesh is doing. He's making progress with his king on c4 now.
c4 feels like,
Allowing
I think
queen
this one is
c8.
harder for black to spot, I think.
Yeah. I agree, but now we see Gukesh's king on c4 and Abbasov going queen c8, and everything is still holding together for black. So now on king b5, is that where he went? He's about to make a move, maybe king b5.
What should I play? h3?
Just push, yeah? Yeah, that's one of the options.
Just see if the queen moves also draw. If I go here.
Also.
That's also a draw. Queen b8 check is lost. So there are. Oh, because of king a4 maybe or something. Where's his king rotating?
Okay, so king's going to d5, so he's going this way.
Okay. Once again, I think h3, right? Because my pawn has to be as close as possible. Yeah.
Pushing the pawn is a really good
Now I
idea.
can actually give it up because I can play h2 and collect the a pawn, and then the e pawn alone is not going to win.
Yeah.
So that must be the way to draw this.
So is Abbasov going to find the move h3?
And Gukesh is still in his less than a minute. I mean, he's investing time and then gaining 30 seconds, so he's never really crossing a minute.
Yeah.
Abbasov has 4 minutes. So.
Well, you know, out of all the games in the open section, the one that kind of had maybe the least swings throughout the game, the least excitement, was actually that game Firouzja-Neckam. Like, that was balanced. And that's why, given all the other exciting games, like between Prague and Nepo, where Prague was winning out of the opening, where, you know, Vidit was beating Caruana, Gukesh was winning against Abbasov, we didn't even really pay attention to Naka's game. And yet this is the one that delivers the decisive result out of this drawn endgame. So quite paradoxical. All right, Nijat is still thinking, is he going to push that one pawn that he has?
I think you could argue that just on intuitive grounds you can play h3, right?
Yeah, I think so. Because, you know, you want that pawn to be making white a little nervous too, and it's protected. Why not? You know,
I mean, you already know that your strategy is to trade one more pair of queens, or trade one pair of queens, and that with one pawn white cannot win.
Yeah, actually today all the games in the ladies finish in a draw. That's a little bit of a surprise. But all the games were quite fighting, but still, action today was on the open side.
Yeah.
All right, Nijat, he's getting ready. Just intuitively push that pawn. Queen is well positioned on c8. It like attacks the pawn, it guards that square. There's really no reason to move it.
Also, there's nothing white can do. If a7, queen d7 picks up that pawn anyway, so h3 is the way to go.
Yeah.
I mean, if he sees h2 and just exchange pawns, then he can be happy.
He's getting down to 2 minutes. Well, Gukesh, he's still very focused. He's still like hoping he has some chances to win here. Are we going to see some last-minute surprises from this game as well?
What drama, right? I mean, he's now down to 1 minute, so he's also going to be in second.
It's fun to get to the final time control, isn't it? Because then you just have the players play blitz and there's no way out for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no additional time forthcoming.
I mean, I think if he hasn't played h3 so far, he...
Oh, no. He went for the check. Well, maybe it's not a big deal, but, you know, it's not a great sign that he didn't, like, just push the pawn.
So I think he has good chances to lose it now.
All right.
Queen d6.
Queen d6. He's reaching for his queen, so we can expect Gukesh
I'm not
to
even
block.
sure what's the draw after that. Queen a5, pushing the king to e6. And now he'll play h3. I mean, he has to. He's run out of squares.
Right. You can't trade because white is the one that queens with a check.
Yeah. King e6 has happened, and now if he doesn't see h3...
No, all of this has happened. Yeah, queen a5, king e6.
But suddenly I'm not sure. Can he go king f7 and is there a mate? This
right.
is nuts,
it's
right?
getting
This was
crazy.
nuts. The computer still says flat 0, but
And
Try
h3.
king f7, threatening mate. Oh, it's queen h5.
Mate, queen h5.
Ah,
We
and
still
king
have-
f6. What about king f6?
Ooh. And then we...
No, that wasn't it. You had to go, what, f8? No,
King
why
F-
do you have to go? That's
No, queen g6?
g6. Ah, that's it.
And then we win with
And it's
queen
mate.
g6. Okay, he did play h3. We might be seeing some of these
King f7?
lines play out.
And what's the line if king f7?
So if king f7,
We know
apparently...
that queen h5 is lost.
Yeah, queen
So it has
queen
to be queen
a2.
a2.
That's hard though. This is too easy to blunder into, isn't it? I don't know. I guess, well, maybe not. Maybe queen g6 is pretty easy to see. But queen a2 is the check that black needs to find.
But now king f6, and what's his check? Queen f2 is the only one? Probably.
Yeah.
I think Abbasov now sees something because he's also...
He's getting nervous, right?
King f7, yeah,
All
we're
right.
in business. Now
King
we know
F7.
this last
Okay, now
shot work.
Abbasov has 2 minutes to avoid the blunder of queen h5 check. This check, this obvious check, is actually a huge mistake because after queen g6, you can't trade. Actually,
And queen f3, queen f6 also wins. It's made slowly.
oh my gosh, this pawn is in the way.
Yeah.
I didn't see that. I was like, you can't trade. And I was going to say that, then I was like, but black is the one queening. But the amazing thing is black queens, but this pawn prevents black from controlling that square. This incredible detail. And then white queens with a checkmate. Oh, that is a sad, sad detail for black.
All
So
right, he
needs
hasn't
to
played queen h5 yet,
Yeah.
but if he does that, he's toast.
So queen a2, he needs to find that this is the key moment of the game for
And
the
if
job.
queen a2, queen e6, here's the beauty, then I can take.
Then you can trade, right? Yeah.
Because the king is too far for the mating net.
All right. It basically comes down to this one move. Is he going to find it? He did find it. He
did
found
find
queen
it.
a2.
Where are we here?
Yeah,
And then
there.
promote that.
Yeah, there you go.
So this is the current position. And if queen d5, again, I cannot capture because I'm still losing, getting mated.
Right. So what would you do? Take that?
I can't take on a6
Oh, you can't take
because
on
queen
a6.
h5 is mate. So I'm forced to give queen f2 check.
Uh-huh.
And apparently there is no...
Okay, Gukesh under 30 seconds.
Apparently this is a draw. It looks hard to believe, right?
Mm-hmm. Wow. Well, queen
Queen
e6,
D,
queen
e6.
e6, and now he can
Now he
trade.
has to take it. In fact, he
has
has
to
no
take
other
it.
moves already. Only move is to take.
And he
which
took
takes.
it. Yes, and he gets to promote that h-pawn as well. Now Nijat gets to make some easy moves. Both players do.
And they'll both get a minute and a bit.
h2, a7.
Pretty good defense by Nijat, but it would have been
I
so much
think
easier
so.
had he not bothered with queen d8 and he has simply gone h3.
Okay, both sides of queens, and I mean, he is out of danger. It's like now, Vishy, the fact that this pawn is kind of close to the black king, is that a good thing?
Well, the black king is not going to be able to get any closer because when I give queen b7 check, he'll have to go back to the h file.
Mm.
But
Right. So when this check happens, you just mean like stay in the
h6
corner.
or h8 or something. But just a single pawn like that. And the king is close enough that many queen endings won't work. So,
But we will actually be here for quite a while, won't we? Right now, they're on move 81, and this kind of queen endgame can be just played forever.
Sure.
Unless black wants to go there and, end it fast. But I think we will be seeing king h8. Is there any intuitive sense you have between these moves?
sometimes the uglier move wins, so you might, it works, so you might go to h8, but h6 looks fine also.
Yeah, okay, so both of these seem quite okay. Oh, king h8, the engine didn't like king h8. He says checkmate in 25.
Did he play h5? Oh, you're telling me.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I thought he had done it.
No, but I'm telling you there's a difference between these moves, which is incredible.
I did not realize.
But he went to h6, which is the right one. All right. Stockfish is happy with that. Check.
Would you be able to mate in 25?
No.
I'm not sure I'd mate in 50. But
King h5. Okay, Nijat. Whoa. Okay.
That is a
Is the
blunder.
move that maybe white did.
But plus 5.5 doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make
it's-
sense?
Yeah, exactly. Either it's, oh no, sorry. What
Should
did
he have
play?
gone to G7? H7? Maybe H7.
H7.
All right, but he played King H5 pretty quickly, and somehow this move the computer doesn't love, but is it actually bad? Maybe. I mean, maybe we still can't really push the pawn, though, because of Queen C6, right?
What about King F5 here?
Ooh, that's clever.
But that's a draw.
Yeah, it's a draw, but it's a
So queen endings are just not fun.
I mean, your idea was to kind of
Queen F4.
Queen F4 and try to like round up this king for checkmate, and you know, use that block, and you know, eventually. Oh no! Why?
So it was actually, instead of Queen F1 check, it was Queen G2, and apparently there are no checks. It must have been that Queen G2.
Queen G2.
And yeah, you were not making progress. Oh, that is insane. King
Okay,
H5.
so we have King H5 on the board, and apparently, yeah.
There is a win apparently.
Yeah, there's.
And Gukesh has a minute, so he can use another 30-40 seconds. And
So what do you think that win is going to come from?
I guess it'll be Queen F4, but.
Okay, he's getting ready for a decision. Queen F4 looks good.
I mean, simply because Queen
Cutting the
H3, Queen
king a
F5.
bit, yeah, Queen F5, nice, yeah. It could be that moving up the king was going to be a costly mistake.
King
Like
H7,
it almost like
yeah.
this one was
also
losing
lost.
too, and King G7 was losing.
So
Just
King H7
checkmate.
was
So
the
King
only move.
H7 was the only move. That's crazy. All right, well, chess is hard. That even where Najat gets into supposedly a drawn position, it's actually not easy at all.
But what is the winning move? Let's just try Queen F4 and see.
Yeah, that's not it. Wow.
There are no other
Queen
moves.
F2? No, Queen F2 blunders a pawn.
Queen D4.
He goes for King F5. And now Queen G2.
Is the only way to. If he sees Queen G2, he's in business, and otherwise it's basically over. Yeah. Wait, how do I promote this one? Or is it already promoted?
It's already promoted.
Okay.
I think, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So right now, White's threatening a checkmate, which we need to stop. And Queen G2 does that.
And Queen F1 loses.
And he played Queen F1. He played Queen F1.
And Gukesh wins.
And Queen F4 on the board.
And now the queen is getting exchanged. So Gukesh wins.
Oh, he's threatening.
What drama?
Queen B5.
Queen E5. And then I'm discovering both ways. And then I'm exchanging queens wherever you go. So Queen E5, it's over.
Queen E5.
If he finds Queen E5, it resigns.
Because basically.
Yeah, and that's it. It's game
Wow.
over. Wow, what a turnaround.
Queen E5 is on the board. And that means that. So tell me again why this is just that winning. Like this queen has.
Go somewhere and
then
getting Queen H8 and Queen H2 mate.
Oh.
So you have to give a
right,
check.
So I have to give a check.
Then I go King E6. And then if King G6, Queen F5. King H6, Queen F5.
Oh, you're
I mean,
trading the
F6.
queens no matter what.
And King H4, Queen F6. So I'm just trading queens.
Oh,
really. And this is
man.
just over. So in fact, it didn't take a long time.
So the key mistake was this moment where he made that check. Instead, he should have gone Queen G2, controlling that square and threatening a bunch of checks of his own. Queen F1, and then he's in big trouble. Yeah.
Yeah. No, there's one last attempt, which is. Can he go here?
Queen E5. He's got 2.5 minutes to ponder this.
It's too late. Could he have gone here?
He sees that he's messed up. Just look at his face.
Yeah. I mean, if he goes here, what happens? Is it Queen E5 anyway? Maybe
It's
Queen
very,
E5
very
anyway.
sad.
Yes,
isn't
it's
it?
Queen E5 anyway. And Queen G2 was drawing, that we saw. Now he realizes what he has done.
Oh, it's such a
not that
blow to Nijat. You know, because honestly, he's defended so well in this game, right? I mean,
Gukesh also played fantastic.
Yeah.
And I think Gukesh just jumped back in the chair because he sees that it's over. So King F6 and
Queen d7 check is on the board.
King f6
And
has to sign.
King f6.
Because it's
Okay, you're forcing the queen trade. It's just
Correct.
that's always the idea, that you're getting that queen trade.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And in here, you're getting that queen trade again. If you want, you can get a checkmate. Let's see if we can improve on that line a little bit. Yeah, that's it. King h4, queen f4, and that's going to be
Queen g5
it.
and queen f5.
Yeah. G5. And that was it. Oh, man. Oh, it's like, it's not fun,
I
when,
think both Alireza and
Yeah.
Nijata.
I mean, I'm okay with players losing, like, for example, like let's say Nepo would have lost that game to Prague. I would have been like, okay, Prague's preparation was really good and he just won a beautiful game. When you see people defend so well for hours, they're so close, then you really feel
But it's often people who
heartbreak.
defend for hours who lose games.
Yeah.
Because they make a blunder at the very end.
Right.
And that sadly is the worst thing about chess. It's a
Wow.
very cruel game.
Yeah, yeah, I think we know that, yeah. And we have some news for our tournament standings. That means that we have 2 players leading. Gukesh joins Nepo in the lead. I mean, that is wonderful for him. And, the youngest player in the tournament tied for first place, 3.5 plus 2 after 5 games. Caruana still close behind on +1, and Hikaru climbing a little bit closer to 50% along with Prague. But the open section games have been really scintillating today. And we are going to take a break before we come back to you for the recap of the day's events. And for now, let's take a look at what the leader of the women's event, Tan Zhangyi, said after her game today.
The game between Tan Junyi and Nurgül Salimova ended in a draw. Tan Junyi, can you tell us a little bit about this game? How did it go for you?
谭，今天你这盘棋下的怎么样？你感觉你自己感觉如何？
我中间感觉有一些机会，但是我也许走的有一些快。
I feel like in the middle I have some chances, but maybe I played a little bit fast.
当然，我确实也没有看到决定性的就是优势，但是我觉得我没有给到他足够的压力，所以说我稍微有一点不满意。
I feel like I was better, but I did not see anything determined advantage. But I feel like I missed out on some opportunity to give her more pressure.
You started the tournament very, very well. Now you slowed down a little bit. So how do you in generally feel about your tournament so far?
你比赛一开始立刻赢了2盘，就是非常领先。你现在感觉如何呢？
也没有很领先，我跟戈尔亚奇金娜只差半分。我只是下好每一盘，因为就是有可能，就是你觉得你现在领先，说不定稍微1-2盘不注意，可能就落后了。
I feel like I don't have a huge lead right now because I only half point in advance, and I need to be careful because in 2 games maybe the advantage will be lost. Well, I need to be careful in the future games.
My final question, how do you feel here in Toronto and in Canada?
您觉得多伦多、加拿大怎么样呢？
我觉得还是挺适应的，因为这里有很多我的朋友。
I feel very comfortable because I know some friends here.
Oh, do they come to support you here at the tournament?
他们来支持你在比赛吗？
他们是支持我，但是不一定会到现场来，因为他们怕打扰到我。
They are supporting me, but not necessarily coming to the hall to because that like mess me mentally, like distract me. That might distract me. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
非常谢谢。
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, we had a super exciting day of chess today with 2 decisive results coming at the very end of a day in the end games between Alireza Firouzja and Hikaru Nakamura, and Gukesh defeating Nijat Abbasov in a queen endgame. So we had 2 decisive results. Vishy easily could have been 4. For now, let's take a look at the standings in the open section. So Nepo and Gukesh at the top of the table with +2, 3.5 out of 5, chased by Fabiano Caruana at 3 points, and Hikaru moving up to 50% along with Prague. Vidit is on -1 despite having a chance to win today. In the women's event, we had a quiet day of all 4 draws, although there was some action on the boards, and the player with the best chance to win was probably Katerina Lagno, though Anna Muzychuk will probably also walk away feeling a bit disappointed, as well as Alexandra Garyachkina. So Tan Zhongyi stays at +2, 3.5 out of 5, followed by Alexandra Garyachkina and a lot of players on 50%, including the 2 newcomers to the candidates, Vaishali and Salimova. So our chosen moments, we're going to be showing you the games from the open section because that's where all the excitement was and truly some fascinating positions. So Vishy, do you want to walk us through your first game?
Sure. Let's go to the open section. So Pragnananda caught Jan Nepomniachtchi with some brilliant preparation, bishop h3, basically stopping the knight coming there. Jan captured. The following sequence of moves happened. This brilliant move, cd5, and more. h6, knight takes f7, king f7, rook d3. Now, it's possible there were more precise moments, but Jan got up to here, whereupon Pragnananda is actually winning. Queen e5 is kind of obvious. I'm surprised Prag didn't see this. But the point is, after queen takes a2, the best move is not rook h6 check, which is an advantage, I grant you, but actually this fantastic move. And I think it was probably this that he missed. Once he missed that chance, he didn't even go for the second best option. He played bishop f5. Whether he overlooked this isn't clear, but the position fizzled out completely. So brilliant preparation, a great chance for Prag to defeat the leader, but Jan Nepomniachtchi saves this difficult game and continues to be in the lead.
And we had so much fun analyzing this game and trying to figure out, why all of Black's moves were losing, and certainly it wasn't easy. But
I mean, it took us forever to find this win. But
yeah, this bishop f5 move was one of the hard ones that we eventually found. But yeah, after knight b7, there was the queen trade, and the game definitely lost most of its interest. So then we had the game between Alireza Firouzja and Hikaru Nakamura, which was really balanced for most of the game. But the key moments came around the end game part. It was pretty late right here. So Firouzja had defended well, and he had just made this move to attack the pawn. Hikaru decided he didn't want to go knight f4, allowing white to sacrifice this rook and get this rook in and have equality in that way. He plays the move knight b4, essentially offering Firouzja a draw, because Firouzja can just take the pawn, the most obvious move. There's nothing tricky Black can do. Rook d7 is threatened. You got to take the bishop. I take the knight, and you take my pawn. And, it's just a very basic position of rook endgame, 3 against 3, and there's really no reason why white would ever lose this. Instead, Firouzja decides to get tricky, and he goes for f6, a forcing line, which is interesting. And it leads to an imbalanced endgame of rook versus knight, where Hikaru winds up having the knight and 2 pawns. So e7, he's trying to queen, the bishop gets captured. And Firouzja chose this position where he was going to have the rook versus the knight and 2 pawns. Maybe he was hoping that he would be the one with the chances to win the A pawn. But the truth was that the knight and the active king and the D pawn were actually quite powerful, and black was not in any danger. So for the first few moves, Firouzja plays well. He goes with his king, stepping out of the check on h3, provokes the pawn forward, then improves the king like that. It was actually very smart because this way he can come and win this pawn if black takes an h3. But then, yeah, well, I say take the pawn, but then he needed to change plans because taking the pawn now turns out to be a losing idea despite how natural it is. He needs to wait for this pawn to move forward. And when it moves forward, he needed to come with the king for it. And his clock was ticking down. He was under a minute. Of course, these pawns look so dangerous, but the king and the rook somehow are managing to hold them. Instead, he plays king takes d3, really obvious move, but then suddenly he's losing because there's this shocking fork which is coming up. And he just resigned here. Why? Because this pawn cannot be stopped. If you try to attack it, it just moves forward. And if you capture it, there is a fork on the king and the rook, and then you will be down a piece and the h pawn. So he just decided to throw in the towel right here. Really heartbreaking loss for Firouzja in the last couple of minutes of play. But that was not all for the action of the day.
The third game was equally interesting. Gukesh got a significant advantage with his domination of the E file, and he proceeded to win a pawn. He then missed several wins. In particular, white blundered that pawn, black blundered that pawn, and it just went back and forth, and they reached a queen ending, where Nijat did everything perfectly. And at this point, all he has to do is to play h3, and I wouldn't say it's a simple draw, but it's easy for black to play. There's nothing that can go wrong anymore. You make the obvious moves and you check all the way. But instead, he took his queen to a5, whereupon suddenly white had this check with this move. Now the danger is the black king is in a mating net. The queen is giving checks all over the place. He's first found the right way, which is the only move to draw. And after queen e6, this is also the only move to draw. And the whole point is when they both queen, the king is not in the f file, so the black king has space to escape. Gukesh gave a check. Firouzja again found the only move which doesn't lose. Don't even ask me why king h5, king h8 loses, but check. And now all you have to do is to go back to h7. And it's probably not trivial, but it's a draw. Instead, he blundered, and now Gukesh pounced. Queen f1 check.
That was another blunder, right? Queen
Right.
f1.
Queen g2 was the thing, and still it's a draw. So sorry, king h5 was not the blunder.
Or maybe it was, but we don't really know how white tried to win.
There might be, king f5 might not have been the most accurate. Oh, that's right. Queen f4 was winning. No, even that was not.
I don't think
anyway.
we ever even found exactly where the win was. It was so complicated.
Anyway, queen f1 checks a blunder. The last chance to make a draw was here, queen g2. But after queen f1 check, white went queen f4, queen b5 check, queen e5, and now the white king on top of everything else is going to give a discovered check. And what happened was he could not avoid the exchange of queens. If he goes further, Gukesh exchanges queens and queens his pawn. So a dramatic finish. By the end of the game, I felt it would have been a tragedy for both. Ideally, you want Gukesh to get the full point and Abbasov to get a draw for their efforts. But Gukesh wins and joins Jan Nepomniachtchi in the lead.
So we had a draw in the game between Vidit and Caruana, but Vidit had great chances to win this one. He was pressing Caruana from the opening, and then he gets this position where he wins Caruana's g7 pawn, attacking the rook. Rook f8. And a few moves before the end, Vidit is actually winning. So he didn't find the win. He plays the natural move queen e5. And the move is supposed to be kind of a counter to queen a4, but it's only a counter that's good enough for a draw, because you can, black is threatening checkmate. That's a big problem. There's no easy way to meet it, but you do have perpetual like this. And that's the way the game ended. Yeah, white does not have anything better, neither does black. So we were trying to find, well, how was white actually supposed to win? And we basically went through all the options in the position. None of them worked until finally, out of a lack of options, we tried the move king to c2, or maybe you could do king c1 as well. But the idea is that the king just moving out of the mating net into the center. So it's very paradoxical and really not that shocking that Vidit didn't find it. But the point is that the king is actually quite safe. And in the long run, it's this king that's stuck in the center, the rook that's not playing, that's actually going to be a bigger problem, because this king is going to go here, and then white will be able to rebuild harmony. So these two pieces are not actually able to do a whole lot of damage. But that was a surprising idea that Vidit needed to find. He didn't, so their game ended in a draw, but it was a great day of chess. So join us tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time here in Toronto, Canada, where we're going to be broadcasting the 6th round of play at the candidates. And for now, we're going to leave you with Anna Muzychuk's post-game interview from the fan zone. See you tomorrow, guys.
A draw. You had some slight advantage in the game. How do you feel overall about the game?
Yes, in the end, I think, I don't think I am sure I was playing for a win. But out of the opening, I think my opponent had advantage.
And you got into time trouble, move 39. You have like 1 minute left or so. How did you manage the stress of that?
Okay, today I didn't really felt that I was in the time trouble because the position was quite simple. So let's say the value of the move is not so high, and I wasn't so much worried about it.
And yesterday you went on the exclusive cruise to see the solar eclipse. Do you think that was a good way to clear your mind and start afresh for the next leg of the tournament?
Yes, I liked the excursion. It was a unique experience for me because it was the first time I saw a solar eclipse. And yeah, a day off is always a good day.
Well, I hope you're well rested enough, and good luck for the next 2 rounds of the tournament before the next rest day.
So this is the way we are counting, yeah, but just before the rest is. Okay.
How many days until the rest day? And let's have some questions from the audience as well.
I was wondering, do you have any pre-game routines for good luck or to clear your head?
Do you mean something besides prep, or prep included? Mainly we are preparing, yes. So, but I don't know, some routine. It's just, you sleep, you wake up, you go to breakfast, you prepare, you go to lunch, you prepare, you go for the game. So it's just like that.
So Anna, suppose you were stuck on a boat in the middle of Lake Ontario, and you had to be there for a month, and you only had 3 other people in the chess world with you. Who would those 3 other people be?
Okay, let's at least have my sister there. And the other 2, I don't know, anyone else wants to be stuck on the boat? Maybe at least one person who can bring some food. Okay, 1, 2, yeah. Good.
Okay, I think we're fine with questions. If you want an autograph or picture with Anna, please come to the front over here.
Yes.
Bye.